streaming. I just got to get my earbuds into my ears and then check into the studio and see if we're connecting at all. Give me a second here. As always, says we have an excellent connection, so I'm going to count on everybody to let me know if they can hear me. We are also going to check the homepage and look to see if we are registering. And if we are, we should be hearing a sound. Let's second here. Okay, so I hear myself. Upvote everybody. Upvote immediately. We're going to now check the inbox and see if we get the email from YouTube telling us that we're on. We haven't got it yet, but we should be getting it soon. In the meantime, we are going to go to, there we are, now live on our channel. We're going to go to the infinite call then and start that with audio call 1 minute into the hour. And hopefully our dear friend Aristides, among others, is waiting. We'll take it from there. Oh my God. What a miracle that we're here at all. So how are we? Are you ready to start the blurb, or would you like me to hold the stage for you for a few minutes?
I'm just about ready.
Excellent. Anyhow, Happy New Year. Yeah. And
yes.
I can't
Happy
say
New Year.
Yeah, I can't ever say that I'm glad to be back into this, into the crypt, but nevertheless, I am reinterred. We're decompressing. And hopefully you'll help me do that by your dulcet tones, reiterating the blurb, and I'll try and catch up with some missives. Obviously, there's a lot of text sent by dear our dear friend T. Tank Berry, and Heather Holman, among others. I'll try and catch up with them all. I might not be able to do so until after transmission, but in the meantime, we're just delighted to be alive and speaking at all, considering the weather we've been having. I believe we're joined by Heather Holman, as a matter of fact. Say hi, Heather. Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Well,
Hi.
Much the better for speaking with you, as I always am, along with our dear Aristides. Say hello to Aristides as well.
Hi, Aristides.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hello. It's going all right. How about you?
Really great.
Yeah?
Good.
Good.
So,
Great.
honey, I'm sorry. Yeah, what were you going to say, Aristides? Continue with your thought.
Go on.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
Heather, honey, obviously, if you join us, you must have some thoughts on your mind. Before our man Aristides begins the blurb, is there something in particular you'd care to share?
Well, not particular. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the chat just because I want to make sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
a giveaway of what?
a giveaway of cool things like merch or whatever.
It's a wonderful thought. Yeah. Well, let's just put it this way. I can't imagine what I would give away, but it's autographs maybe. I mean, I could send people autographs, but for whatever that's worth. But yeah, all right, okay, cool idea, and that's very innovative, outside of the box, and what
or
else?
We could ask your audience what they would want, if we had one.
I would be scared to death to find out what my audience would want. But at any rate, Aristides, what were you going to say? Yeah.
Well, giving things away is great, but you do need money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could have a raffle or some raffles, right? And you could sell raffle tickets, and then draw a winner, and the winner could, let's see, get a random item from the crypt that you choose, and in that way, you can start to lighten up the the
I
clutter.
just love sending people things, so I like getting things as well.
So for $5, you can buy a raffle ticket to get a random crypt goodie.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
That is adorable. Don't anyone take this seriously, but go on.
Right. That's the idea. That's my idea. No, this is not official. Yeah.
No, it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
It really is.
I think
right. I'm sure. I mean, look, what do you have mostly there? Personal effects books, right? Books.
Books.
Yeah,
right?
books.
Right? Yeah, I'm sure How many books do you think you have?
Too many.
Thousands?
Yeah, I don't
So,
know. I
right.
really don't know.
I'm sure somewhere in there are some books you wouldn't mind parting with. There you go.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, there you go.
It's but definitely I want people to know that let's take a look at our live stream chat. We've got nobody responding just yet. Oh, let me take a look at the OBS. You know what? I'm sure people hear you, but say something, Aristides, just to make sure that they do.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Something just to make sure that they do.
I see you. I see you. So yeah, they've been hearing you. It's just that nobody's responded to say that they hear us yet, but obviously people hear us because Heather heard us. So that's all. Well, that doesn't mean just because Heather can hear us doesn't.
I actually just saw the notification from the YouTube.
Okay,
that's
good.
how I knew it when you were on. Yeah.
Okay, good. So people are getting notifications. Yeah, and so. But at any rate, honey, what else comes? How's Vin doing?
Vinny's doing great.
Uh-huh.
We had a nice Christmas. His brother came out from California, and we had a good time. And we're probably not going to go to the Moose anymore. I don't think those are people, you know.
Mm-hmm. Because they're so old compared to the two of you.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but they try to recruit. You know, they try to recruit me for everything, and I'm not there to like do community service.
By the way, Sami Romero says we are loud and clear. So
good.
Thank you so much for that, Sami. And obviously I'll be speaking of matters Pan-American throughout the night. Not that I should directly think of that or make that mental connection just because Sammy showed up in the chat. But yes, admittedly, the moment Sammy Romero showed up, I thought instantly, the first thing I thought was, oh yeah, Maduro. I gotta talk about Maduro. Oh, I'm so bad. Okay. So Heather and Vinny feel like they're pretty young and they have a lot of energy. And how about, did you ever get the feeling that the elderly people at the Moose Lodge were kind of like draining you, kind of like parasitizing off your youthful energy?
Well, no, that kind of crossed my mind when there was a situation where something about my hair, and they touched my hair, and the lady always wears sunglasses. I didn't know she was blind, you know, but yeah, I freak out when people touch my hair. Or my face. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, because they can do whatever she could get a hair or whatever. I don't know, but I don't give away my hair.
It is rather invasive. It is. But people have a thing about that, and I noticed elderly people do that. Yeah. Anyhow, so Sammy says, it's I'm your favorite Mexican jumping bean in your chili. Yeah, and oh my god, and so.
Also, I have a question. I have a question for you, Douglas. I have like a meta thing, a virtual reality thing, and it's got the app of Teams in the meta. So if I was using my meta, would you guys even know the difference?
No, what do you mean? You mean that sometimes you replace yourself with an AI? Is that what you're saying? And we can't
tell. Oh no, the headsets that you wear. I got one for Christmas. So the things with the virtual reality glasses or whatever.
Well, I don't have one of those. Oh my god.
No, but it allows me to sign on to Teams, and so I'm just wondering if I called from there, besides seeing it in 3D or whatever in my face, it might be easier for me to manage too.
First thing I would say is that you'd have to consider whether or not that's worth the investment, because I don't think it would interface very well with this medium. We're not displaying any videos, and so we're not really that kind of venue where that would, I mean, what do you think, Aristides? I mean, does what I say make sense? I
What
mean,
would be like? Would there be any benefit of it, or?
I can't imagine any
Um,
really, but you know, Ari.
wait, how do you know what it would be like? Are you're assuming it would be through the meta glasses?
Yeah, no, because when the screens, you can move the screens around, and if I'm
Uh-huh.
like browsing or whatever, there's a screen and a keyboard,
Mhm.
but I'm not.
I don't think there'd be any special functionality like VR functionality to it. So it'd just be like having the computer screen pasted in front of your eyeball. Yeah,
I mean, I might get better.
and, you know, but it'd be good for like when he does a screen share. You know, it'd be like right there. You know,
or audio. It might help
and
the
it's all
audio a little bit.
yeah.
I
Oh,
doubt
do
it.
you have the glasses?
No, yeah, I have a Meta 3.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh.
Oh, so you have. So how about you give it a try and let us know how it goes?
Right. I'm just stuck with the passwords thing, you know, with linking them up.
Oh,
I got to figure out what's going on.
yeah. You probably have to, you know, provide all sort of, you know,
Well, I was
things,
going to ask Frank.
DNA sample and
Probably won't.
retina
Yeah.
scan and you know, 10 years of social media history.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to get access.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Right. Anyway, so
Heather,
let's do the blurb.
yeah. So yeah, that's a good idea. But we'll get back to that, Heather, because it's rather
Yeah.
fascinating in its own right. It would be a cute experiment. Of course, everything you do is cute.
Well, yeah, they allow me to do it, so I'm wondering if, I mean, they make it seem easy, but it's not.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, honey, you're wonderful. You're angelic, and believe me, you're the ideal care provider. I mean, it's why you excelled at that profession for so long, and it's to be commended. So hey, Aristides, you know,
Hey. Yeah. Hey. All right. Well, that gave me a little time. I was actually rebooting the computer. Not that I need it really to start the blurb, but okay. So it does help to be here at the program window, the program window where once you arrive, you should immediately hit the thumbs up vote, not wait for us to tell you to. Should just be an instinct at this point. Even when we're blabbering on with such silliness, you should be hitting that thumbs up vote because you love that silliness, and because you love the serious topics also. Right, so make sure you do that, and then if you do notice that you hit the thumbs up and it's not working, it might even say you need to be logged in to complete this action, and unfortunately that's true. I do need to be logged in to complete any YouTube little actions like that. It's not as daunting as it seems. You may already have an account, or if you have a Gmail, I think that works as is, even if you never use it for YouTube. I've not verified that, but that's just my hunch, because if you have I'm signed in with a Gmail. I did not make a separate YouTube account, so you can do that too, or maybe you have to make a Gmail or whatever it takes. But do know Gmail is the easy way, and get signed in so you can do these things, right? So. And once you've done that, yes, certainly hit the thumbs up vote all the time. Basically, at some point in time, try clicking all the buttons besides the downvote, obviously, which some people do, believe it or not, actually downvote. The content, for their own reasons, not having to do with being horrible content at all. I mean, well, I guess that's a personal preference call, but it's not. But that's not the reason. They have an agenda, and it affects the algorithm, and that affects Douglas's ability to appear high up in search results or suggested content areas, and that affects his ability to gain listeners and gain financial support, which really, sad to say, at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. But as it is for everyone, and this is his job,
Thank you.
Fully and rightly and legally his job, that he must do and collect money as part of the program, the working disabled program he's on.
Yes.
What a sport. He's disabled, he's traumatized, he has PTSD, yet he goes on working for the betterment of humanity. So that's why.
Thank you.
That's why you should send him a bunch of money.
Yes.
And we will provide the link to PayPal, which is the easiest way to do that. Hold on here, I'm opening the file, get the link. PayPal is the easiest way. Most people have it. This time you don't have to have it, as far as I know. You could just go to his profile, which is Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. If you find yourself to PayPal, one way or another, shouldn't be hard. Go to search engine, type PayPal. You'll get there. And type Douglas D. Dietrich, one word. You could type just Douglas space Dietrich, but you might find other Douglas Dietrichs, but there are many like it, but this one is mine, so to speak. So make sure
or another way to phrase that is this one is yours.
Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, right. That's what you should tell yourself. This one is mine, right? The guy that looks, pretty Asian looking with this snazzy hat and glasses. Is that still your thing? Okay. That's the one you send money to. And not any other ones. But if it says Douglas D. Dietrich, that's the one. And so you don't need the link ever, really. It's convenient, but it's not an excuse not to have it, because I just told you how to get there. And I don't think you need to be signed in at all in this case. That there's somewhere you can click to send money. Yeah, I'm not even logged in, and right below your thing it just says send. So let me see what happens. Well, it's asking me for a login.
Cool.
Login or sign up. Forgot password. I'm hoping there's a way.
An easier way.
You know what? It might be that you got to like a generate like InstaPay link. You can't just like go to the. I'll have to think about that.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me see.
Oh.
Yeah, it's asking me to log in. Login or sign up. I don't see a thing. It's wanting you to log in.
Mm-hmm.
So, but as far as I know, there's a way to. So that'll be a thing to work on. I always say that you don't need a credit card, but then I'm sure many people go there and they try and it didn't work.
And right now I'm responding.
Well, if you don't have a PayPal, what are you even doing?
That's right.
Yeah, it's not our technical difficulty; it's your problem if you don't have one.
That's true.
And we're going to shame you as socially, inferior if you don't have one. Well, okay. Try to sign in there. We'll work on maybe a different type link for that. There's got to be a way. I'll look into that. So hopefully, just sign in. Just get there. Send PayPal. Send them a bunch of money. Send a recurring payment. Set that up if you can. It's the beginning of the month, beginning of the year. And every month, more often than not, he's in a crunch. And without your help, he might not be homeless, but he wouldn't have such luxuries as a nice meal or something to drink. Besides, dilute horse water. So he does need his packaged goods and a few creature comforts. Even for a vampire.
Yes.
Especially heat.
Yes,
so
that's true.
He's gonna need some more heating equipment soon.
Yeah. Eventually. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the winter ahead of us. So.
Right. Soon. Good point.
send money, and if PayPal doesn't work, I'm sure he'll find another way. He'll be happy to furnish his email, or his physical address. Everybody knows it. So
yes,
you could send a money order, something of the sort. So yeah, please do consider sending some money there. Not consider, do it right now.
Yeah.
Or don't even talk to us. Well, no. All right, we didn't mean that. Please talk to us, but send money. And if you can't contribute, then at least you have to distribute
Yes.
the link to the program. Tell people about it. There's different ways there. Assuming you're logged into YouTube, you can hit the share button there. It'll generate a link. You can also copy it out of the browser bar as a last resort. But I think hitting the share, the algorithm knows that. Click all the buttons. Again, besides thumbs down. The save, you can save a certain episode there to your, to come back to later to favorites. If it says you see a clip button, you can clip out a 1-minute segment to send someone. If you're logged in from PC and you're listening to the replay after the live, you can right click on any time on the screen. At least I find that I can, and generate a link at that time to send to someone if you feel there's a current topic being discussed they absolutely have to hear, because it's fascinating, as so many are, and it'll get them right there. No muss, no fuss, no telling them how to navigate to what time. It just gets them right there.
Yes.
So you can do that. Also after the live, when the replay, when it uploads to a regular video, comments will be enabled below the window. They're not currently, only the live chat is. That may replay also. It's a different thing. Comments will be enabled. Douglas will put a pinned comment there, which is crucial information. Please do upvote that also, because overly downvoted comments might get disappeared. Feel free to like any other positive comments and leave a comment of your own. Even the act of leaving a comment, I think will help the algorithm to think the content is popular. You don't have to think of anything particularly witty or even relevant to the program. Just
That's right.
Just don't act like some kind of random stalker. But
well, in a sense, you can't. We really don't care about that either.
Right.
But,
just type something. Just type something. Just put something pleasant. And be like, anything. Smile. God loves you. It doesn't have to be about the program. It doesn't have to be about the topics or any sort of good job. Keep going.
yes. Or my big toe hurts. Or
yeah. That'd be fun. That'll get a chuckle out of people. So, all right. So leave some comments. What else do I usually say? Refer to the document. Yeah.
A good example of this, by the way, a good example of this kind of random comment is somebody named 8 of Achilles 9292 commented, "I smell something burning," with a little fire thing. I have no idea what he means, whether that's positive or negative, but it doesn't matter. The comments help the algorithm. They really do. And somebody else just recently left a bunch of comments. And I'll
on the
look
last
through
one.
them. Yeah.
No, I'm actually just taking that right now. Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria's
left the comment.
Yeah.
We somehow never has she actually figured out how to call into to us or what's going on there? Hello, Victoria. We need to hear from you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw something burning. See, people are getting it. Yeah, just say something funny.
Yeah.
And there you go. Douglas's comment. Is it pinned? It's at the bottom.
They won't let me pin anymore because of all my violations.
You're a violator?
So maybe I haven't tried.
I'm gonna have to reassess what I'm doing here.
I'm gonna
just
try.
kidding.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I don't want to do it while we're live, but after this show's over, I'll give it a try and I'll try and pin it. We'll see what happens. But
okay. Maybe it's temporary.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Most of the time there weren't enough comments for me to bother to pin it.
Right.
So yeah. Well.
Hey,
yeah.
Things are looking up.
So things are
looking comments.
up.
Yeah. There we go. I'm looking past a couple programs here to check for comments now.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, and maybe I don't know. I was gonna say we gotta have some kind of contest for funniest comment, And they could also, that would be, if you can't afford a raffle ticket, that would be another way to win a random item from the crypt, probably a book, probably not a very good one, but it would have the authentic crypt smell.
Oh God, it would. Yes, mildew, and be damp. The pages would be damp just because of all the mildew.
Yes. But it would carry the blessing of Douglas, where he would impart the blessing of Christ our Lord to the book and send it to you. because vampires are positive force in that regard.
Yes, intuitively Christian. Intuitively Christian.
Right there, you
Yeah.
tell that story again sometime.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah, leave a comment. And
oh, by the way, I want to
us,
congratulate Aristides and thank him so much for leaving that timestamp for the episode concerning the revelation of the Magi. Please give people a little detail about that, about how you found that. That's incredible. How you tracked that down.
I had recorded the time-stamped link. I should probably I can't put it on the current one. I can put that as a comment on the last couple programs. I think that'd be a good idea, right?
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds great. Bless you. Thank you so much.
Because you had meant to talk about it, but it's like, you have to, not that you mind sometimes, but sometimes it's hard to get real deep into a story like that. You were like, well, it's Christmas and stuff, but I kind of don't feel like it. It's like, it's a lot. It takes a lot of energy to for him to generate these these stories. So send money and and comments.
Yeah.
And upvotes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And but especially money. No, and especially upvotes and especially comments. All three of them are in equal measure. Yeah. That's oh my god, that's delightful. Yeah. And honestly, to buy myself a little time while I look up some stats here concerning Venezuelan oil. What what comes do you footnotes. There's no footnotes tonight. No footnotes tonight, but tell people about the footnotes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you will see the program title bar is always filled up. And there may or most often there are footnotes. If you see an asterisk, this refers to a specific section in the description. You can break out below to get more of an idea of the events and anniversaries, holidays, etc. Social issues that Douglas wants to acknowledge. However, if you don't see an asterisk, that doesn't mean don't go look. There will be more description. It just itemizes the things in the description. So yeah.
Excellent.
Check that out here.
Excellent. And so beyond that, I do want people to know that I'll start pointing out something about the text from the last episode, which I have gone back in and edited. So if our dear Aristides actually opens the text, or any of you, all of you, please open the text on the episode preceding tonight's, and you will notice that the text has been expanded. And that was because, aside from admonishments from my son, there were questions from some other people through my emails that arrived over the holiday, and I do want people to understand that I appreciate people noticing such things. And for those of you who don't know, very intensive military fans are people who are really into World War II. Would know that January 1st was the 80th, and that's a special number. It was the 80th anniversary of Operation Bodenplatte. And Bodenplatte transliterates from the Deutschen Sprache, or the German, into literally base plate, meaning like the base plate for a mortar, or the base plate for baseball. Either one. It's the same word in German. And the reason why was because Americans loved baseball during World War II. Baseball was a real big American thing. It was identified universally with America. And so they conducted this operation as an attack on the Americans. And it extended the Ardennes offensive, or what the Americans called the Battle of the Bulge, which again I've gone into in great depth in the past. And it's a scar on the American memory, certainly for those who specialize in the military profession. And the Americans have studied it back to front for reasons that I've gone into again exhaustively in the past. The Americans deployed some very special weapons that modified the weather. It was highly experimental weather modification technology was applied during the German attack against the Americans that delayed the air support for the advance, for the mechanized advance. So the mechanized advance moved forward without air support. And as a result, when the weather was finally cleared, then the Germans launched the Luftwaffe to take on the Americans. And it was a operation that, of course, just so people know how serious the situation was, the Germans had to make certain that their own people did not know about this operation. So, since it was so highly secret, only elements of the Luftwaffe who were involved knew about it. And they knew that they knew half their force would be wiped out by their own forces because they couldn't inform their own forces they were doing this. So this is the kind of self-sacrifice the German Air Force displayed to achieve this operational objective of wiping out a number of American air bases so that the Americans couldn't supply air support or reinforcement to their own troops. In other words, their own men had anti-aircraft guns, and because they didn't know the Germans were going to attack in that particular direction towards Paris, they fired on their own aircraft because they had no knowledge that the Luftwaffe had operational forces in the West. All of the Luftwaffe had been deployed to the Russian front. So the Luftwaffe that then appeared in the skies of the West, they got wiped out by their own men, half of them, just on the way to the operational objective. And they expected this. They knew that this would happen. So that's the level of dedication that they displayed. So that having been said, when it comes to the situation and why this was important, the Americans, of course, pushed Stalingrad, and they pushed Stalingrad with this incredible, shall we say, obsession. Americans are obsessed with Stalingrad. And the Germans under Adolf Hitler, Hitler learned all of these lessons from the Soviets at Stalingrad, Operation Bagration, which was far more, shall we say, catastrophic in terms of its impact. That was the collapse of the Army Group Center on the Eastern Front. All of these various operations that the Soviets were conducting were based on certain tactical reorientation that happened during the war that made their units more small. They were working towards smaller units rather than the typical conventional army approach of a massed mechanized column, which the Soviets later readapted. The Soviets during World War II were using smaller tank squads. And then they combined this, of course, with the use of partisans, and they combined it with the use of stealing German uniforms, infiltrating as German troops. They combined it with all of these Stalin's organs, or multiple rocket launchers. The Germans, of course, had their own version of that called Nebelwerfers, which transliterates as smoke throwers, which are multi-headed mortars. These are like mortars like in a ring, welded together, multiple mortar tubes, so you have this like revolver effect of mortars. So the Hitler emulated the Soviet tactics to attack the Americans, and he even deployed Soviet troops. Meaning that these were men under General Vlasov, who had defected from the Soviet Union and sided with the Germans. And General Vlasov's troops spoke fluent Russian. And when the Americans heard them over the radio, the Americans panicked because they thought that Stalin had switched sides and had changed to ally with the Germans, so that together the Germans and the Russians could dominate Western Europe. The Americans fell back in panic at that point, which led to what was called the Battle of the Bulge, because they abandoned all of their front lines, thinking that they were being attacked by Russians. And this was because the Germans were using very Russian tactics. They were dressed in American uniforms. They infiltrated behind American lines. Any that were captured were shot as spies or executed as such. If not shot on sight, they were put before a firing squad after interrogation. The Germans, of course, used their Nebelwerfers, their multi-headed mortars en masse, and they obliterated the American front lines, and they pushed forward with these Soviet-style tactics. The end result was that the American lines completely broke, but Hitler wanted to go further. He wanted to advance to Paris. Understand the objective was not, as people think, to clear the Americans from Europe. The idea was to turn Paris into the Third Reich Stalingrad. That once they had reached Paris, then they could just dig down and turn that into a charnel house and get the Americans sucked into a vortex, as the Germans had been at Stalingrad, using the Volksturm. Now, this was what many of the people participating in the Battle of the Bulge were. They were actually German Volksturm. They weren't professional soldiers. These were people who were just conscripts. This was no longer army. This was basically the German People's Army, or a people's militia, that was attacking the Americans during the Battle of the Bulge. In fact, if anyone says, oh, the Germans, we stopped them cold, or remember, you weren't even fighting professional troops. An entire division surrendered in American division surrendered to them. So compare that with the fact that throughout the Vietnam War, the Republic of Vietnam, the South Vietnamese Army, who the Americans blame for all their problems in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese Army, the ARVM, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, not a single unit surrendered throughout the Vietnam War to the communists. Yet the Americans, during the Battle of the Bulge, entire divisions surrendered to Germans in uniform who were not even professional soldiers. This really goes to show you all this crap you hear repeatedly to try and reinforce this concept of American supremacy and American valor. Take that and shove it where the sun don't shine, if you believe it. It's a load of shit. So, anyhow, when it comes to the Battle of the Bulge, that was the single most costly battle against the Axis the Americans fought in World War II. And this is why the Americans had to study it back to front forevermore, because that was the closest they would ever get to combating a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, because Hitler was using all Soviet tactics to blow the Americans away. The Americans had to resort to highly experimental weather warfare to prevent the air support that ultimately came in the form of Operation Bodenblatt, that was known to the Luftwaffe as Göring's GİTTERDÄMMERUNG, or Twilight of the Gods. That was the final sacrifice of all of his elite pilots to take out American air bases so that the Germans could continue the advance to Paris. Well, Paris was never retaken and secured to convert it into the Stalingrad of the Third Reich. The strategic objective of my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was quite sound. And so this was not an act of desperation. It was not futile. The idea was to create a German's proletarian partisan army of the Volksturm that would occupy Paris in the sense that the Soviets were doing in Stalingrad. And this is something that shows the socialist nature of National Socialism. Again, something that the Russian troops who had defected from the Soviet Union under General Vlasov were able to adapt to quite quickly. So Adolf Hitler was so adaptable that he was definitely able to mutate not simply the sociology and ideology of the Third Reich throughout the war, but adapt it to the front lines. This is a multifaceted, full spectrum capacity to think things through that almost no normal human being is capable of. So I do want people to be aware of that. So I entered that into the text of last episode because that was on January 1st that we remember that. And also I wanted people to know that January 1st is literally the founding anniversary of the Republic of China that then now occupies Taiwan. Nationalist China was founded on January 1st. So this was yet what I decided to put in the header for last episode was that it was the 36th memoriam of the United States, Reconquista of la República de Panamá, literally the Republic of Panama, the reconquest of the Republic of Panama. Remember, George Bush invaded to abduct Manny Noriega. Now, I put that on the header before Trump abducted Maduro. Truly, I intuited this would happen. So I do want people to appreciate that. That's chronologically verifiable. Everyone knows I put that header instead of Operation Bodenplatte as the header for the last episode. Even though I had no direct link to the intelligence organizations, I can tell you I knew this was going to go down intuitively from my keeping my finger on the pulse. So this was something that can be proven. Anybody can go back in time using a Wayback Machine and see that that was not an edited title. It was not edited in there. It was heading the episode right before the abduction of Nicolás Maduro. So it was exactly 36 years, almost to the day, after the United States invaded Panama and abducted Manny Noriega, calling him a narco-terrorist. George Bush Sr. was the first to use that term, that they went in and took out Maduro, claiming the same thing, which is kind of their racist trope, is that anybody who's a Latin American dictator is automatically a narco-terrorist. Yeah, they want everybody to think that, they spend all day producing drugs, when in reality they spend all day consuming them. So, with that, dear Aristides, what's going on, nationally or domestically, to give me an opportunity to look up some more statistics on Venezuelan oil. What's going on that you think we should be paying attention to?
What you just mentioned is, I think, dominating the news cycle, and Venezuelan oil. Well, apparently they have more reserves in the ground than anyone, leading even the runner-up Saudi Arabia. But I'm sure everything they're doing is because they don't want our poor children on drugs, and has nothing to do with the fact that there's, a semi-infinite amount of oil under that place. For sure.
Oh, you need to go professional.
They have a lot.
You know what you need to put on your business card? Social credit. Social credit. I'm sorry, continue.
Critic or cynic? Right?
Yeah, that too. That both. Yeah, slash it. Become a slasher. Like model / actress. They call them slashers. Yeah, cynic / critic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll put that. Edit that on my LinkedIn resume right now.
Yes.
Just kidding.
No, please continue with.
So that, let me see. Yeah, I was also looking for an image here or a screenshot. Yep, there. So that, oil. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And so everything about Venezuela, but in other hemispheres, well, let me see. What am I seeing here? Pizzerias are reporting above average traffic to the Pentagon. Well, that usually precedes a military operation, and not so much after parties.
Interesting.
Which they have, hopefully, at a more classier atmosphere, than ordering pizza in. So the next item, right adjacent to that, Israel's Security Cabinet has approved a new military operation named Operation Iron Strike. Let me see. And this is just some kind of unverified list of things I say, but I sent a bunch of C-17s this morning to Germany. So Iran is what we're talking about. They might be, and then there was something, I don't think I saved it, but, Netanyahu was up there and saying, he just linking all these things together, and Iran supports Venezuela or vice versa. And, Iran's a big threat to us, and therefore it's a threat to all of you. And so, they're greasing the rails there. So it would seem,
Yes.
let's just say I wouldn't be surprised if they not that final. It must be bugging them, because what year was it that General what's his face was like, we're gonna hit 7 countries in 7 years.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Well, oh God, what was his name? He
Yeah.
was he was the guy who was sleeping with that chick who reported on him, and he was the heir apparent to Michael Aquino for a long time. Seriously, it was
what a
but
coincidence.
yeah, what a coincidence. That's right. Oh my fucking God! What the hell is his name?
Right. I'll look that up. But
Yes,
they're way over time. That must be really irking them.
Actually, they were hitting a lot of countries at the time. Yeah, that's oh geez. Anybody who remembers who we're talking about, feel free to take a guess inside of the text box. And I'd appreciate that. But
Wesley Clark.
Wesley Clark.
Clark.
Weasley Clark.
Yeah.
Oh my God, his name is pretty innocuous. It's an innocuous name. I definitely am impressed. You're remembering that they did hit a lot of countries at that time. They were hitting everybody. Libya ultimately was fell. Their dominoes. They were knocking down the Arab dominoes. And ultimately it involved Bashar al-Assad, who ultimately had to flee. It's all of this is I mean, what other memories does that bring to your mind? Yeah.
Yeah. There was some other I don't know, people commenting on who allegedly what happened in those moments, and they're like, well, we're gonna hit Iraq, and they're like, why? Did they have something to do with 9/11? And the guy's like, no. Well, then why are we doing it? As we have 9/11. It's like, okay, are they responsible? No. but we're gonna do it. They had oil too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And weapons of mass destruction so advanced that they had an invisibility cloak. Right? They never found them. I mean, they're that advanced. I'm sure they weren't lying.
Oh my God, you're beautiful. That's I want to congratulate you on you've really have developed your capacity to articulate your wit to the point where it's biting. I love the acerbic nature of it. So yeah, it's a certain art of rapier sarcasm that is. How did your party go? Now you ultimately dropped the call on the latest episode. How did that go?
Well, I did get there late. I didn't see any balls drop, but it was a good time. It was a good time.
Oh. And
very, relaxed, and some old familiar faces and whatnot. So
wonderful.
That's good.
Yeah. And so in terms of other than that, domestically, what strikes you in terms of things going on domestically?
Well, I'm saying there's so much exciting stuff going on. Let's see. Let's see. Of course, there's the whole fraud thing in Minnesota, and it started out as is what somebody is asserting. It started out as that's not happening, and now it's, well, maybe it's happening, but it's your fault. Aiming that at conservatives because of privatization and a lack of oversight. So they're saying, well, it's your fault this happened because you guys push for privatization and not service. That is why the allegedly there are these false front rackets Allegedly. We'll let we'll let due process tell us the truth. But
That's and no doubt the system will
yeah,
work. Yeah, that's
of course.
it's definitely all I can say is that it just keeps getting more and more outrageous. But what about back to the in terms of have you looked any further into some of these technological developments concerning the Trump battleship platform idea?
No.
Just curious. And if not, yeah.
Is that the type of ship? Is a battleship, or is it a credibility destroyer?
As I said, I love the thought experiment. It's definitely not going to be built in Trump's lifetime. But it provides a good idea for a design that you and I could have fun with, and ultimately, it's not impossible that such a floating battle platform, be built.
Well,
it's just something.
What does he say? It's gonna have all the things. It's gonna be excellent, right?
Yeah.
It has all the things jammed on it, which of course you always do in a hurry.
Right? Oh my God!
What do they say it's gonna have? I don't know. Everything, right? It's gonna have lasers and photon torpedoes and the works. Probably, I'm sure. Yeah, I can imagine like the awkward glances around the room when he's like, "Put everything on it. Let's just put." Make sure it's gold plated.
Yes, that
with paint from Home Depot.
Did you see the AI rendition where Trump's his fist is held up in the air from it's based on the photograph taken after his phony self-staged assassination attempt where they show his fist up in the air and pumping his fist like
no. Maybe.
That seals.
I didn't see that. I did see another AI rendition. It's a video. I'm gonna send that along.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not a link that I can provide to externally, but
okay. Got it.
I'm telling you, the AI is just something else these days. They really have crossed the threshold of making realistic looking videos.
Okay.
Fortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah. Ooh, I clicked on that. First thing it said was an unknown error has occurred with a big red thing. Now I see it. Demon Flying Fox. Fox.
Yeah, so I have to see what the video is.
I see it. It's Trump with, Trump's dancing. He's doing his, waving his big belly. He's got Maduro locked up.
Yeah, but they redid an older music video. That I don't know the name of.
Oh, it's delightful. Yeah, he's dancing on top of oil barrels, and oh, and then he's pointing the water gun behind Maduro's head, squirting water on him. Oh, this is awful. But it's so fucking funny, and he's got the chorus, of course, with JD Vance and the rest of those freaks. Yeah. No, we have crossed the uncanny valley. The uncanny valley has been crossed.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And thank you for that. Now, in terms of anything else that's going on, now, have you heard about anything in science developments that really strikes you? There's a or do you even bother to keep track of such developments anymore?
I don't actively seek it out, but sometimes I might hear things. I don't know if this isn't quite science, but okay. So you know about Russia's doomsday shortwave radio station.
Oh, right? Tell us about this.
Going since the 70s. So allegedly they started playing Swan Lake, which is very unusual for you. Maybe you can better describe It's the buzzer, it's called. So it's
Right.
just with either buzzing noises or sometimes just random voice or other, but they never would play just a music piece, especially that one. And let me see. And then wait, what does it say here? Fun fact: Swan Lake was repeatedly broadcast across Soviet state television during the August coup in 1991, supposedly. So, and they're playing it there now. If that's true.
Interesting. And when was in 1971? What exactly was the significance again? Because I'm multitasking.
It was it's been that weird shortwave that's been going since the 70s. Like,
right.
It's just
yeah. And hasn't it been like just kind of random clicks or something?
Yeah. The buzzer, they call it the buzzer. It just makes like random noise, buzzing, and now I'm looking up. Yes, Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake was repeatedly broadcast on Soviet state television during the coup in August 91 as a signal of political turmoil and attempted power seizure. And now they played it. They played it on the buzzer shortwave station, which is not typically a music channel.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
At all. Right.
So go on, continue.
Yeah. Well, that's so that's that's an eyebrow raiser. They associate that station with Russia's military communications and strategic. Western military analysts do associated with Russia's military communications and strategic command infrastructure. Reportedly remains operational as a failsafe in the event that satellites, fiber, or cellular are disrupted. So maybe they could put out like coded things. That's some people actually would do. Be like, oh, let's have a shortwave. Anybody can hear it, but if we code, things, it's a backup.
Right.
Communications. Right.
Interesting. Well, you remember that Swan Lake was a big Peter Moon trip. That he said
Preston.
Was
that it?
Yeah.
Because of I think it was supposedly during the Montauk project they what was it, like, encoded it into the very fabric of space time or something.
Yeah. So in terms of that, we now have a personal connection to what's happening. That's pretty fun. That's pretty good. So all that being said, people, I'm going to start into monologues soon. And I want people to appreciate the fact that just when I sit down, I have to look some things up and make certain I get quotations correct. The most important thing is I don't want to misquote anybody. So when it comes to these subjects, of course, these are extremely controversial topics in some regards, and I want to do them justice. So we are just confronted with the horror, of course, of, the die is cast. Let's put it that way. As a matter of fact, this is something that I do want people to appreciate. When it comes to Vladimir Putin, he was recently interviewed on Russian monopolized television, meaning, this basically all media in Russia is state media. They can have varying points of view that conflict with each other until Putin steps in, meaning that Putin doesn't care if they argue with each other. Obviously, they're not allowed to say anything that is truly subversive, but they can argue with each other over petty details. And by the way, we're joined by Holly Kiefer. And so while I finalize making certain and cross...
Guys.
Yeah, hey, say hello.
I just wanted to say a quick kind bye, because I know you're going to be blazing tonight.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yes.
You already have been, so
I
wanted to say hi to you both.
Oh, you're a honey. Thank you. Oh, how did your New Year's Eve go?
It was nice, and we got storms and rain here, which was a big treat.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because we want that here very badly. Oh. And so I just love it. I love the gloom anyway, but it was really cozy and nice.
Yeah.
And it was an all right night, except for all the American guilt you walk around with.
Oh,
I do.
Yeah.
The world is suffering, so that does temper things.
Yeah, and so in terms of your neighborhood, are you aware that
Yeah.
there's been some murders committed in area recently?
No, there's been some ocean events,
Uh-huh. And tell us about the ocean
but
events.
like, well, it's been national. The lady that got carried away, apparently,
Okay, go on.
lifetime swimmer, blah blah, really fit,
Yeah.
amazing woman, and in a group that does ocean swimming, and she disappeared.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's definitely people got to be careful. And
yeah.
obviously she
But
was
as for murders,
yeah.
oh God, yeah, in Salinas, right?
I don't know. It was
I think a
brought to my
little kid
attention.
got killed there, drive by or something, and that's just awful.
Oh, okay.
But nothing jumps out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll see if I can find it because I heard about it
Yeah.
vaguely over the holidays, and I thought of that as your
Huh.
area. So let me see if I
I
can find
wonder.
it right now. But you know, I
Okay.
really appreciate your faith in me that I'll be blazing tonight. I'll certainly try to live up to that expectation. But in the interim, Holly, I want you, while you're saying hi to us, to let us know what's on your mind in terms of international as well as regional. Just what's on your mind is what we should
Well,
be
the
paying
whole
attention to.
swirling, ongoing mess, both abroad and at home.
Yeah.
So it's like, pick a topic. It never. There's new horrors every day. I did want to ask you,
Yes,
have you ever tried a heavy blanket,
oh, I was
like
sent one
on
of those
top
by
of your
Samuel.
electric blanket?
Oh, I was sent one of those by Samuel Romero, and yes, I use that every night. Yeah, I use that.
Oh
every night.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit is comforting, man.
Yes.
Oh, it's the best thing I ever did therapeutically
Uh-huh.
for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
And on top of the electric blanket, it might be really good insulation for keeping the heat in.
yes,
Is
no,
what I'm thinking.
I couldn't live without it. I couldn't live without it.
No, God, yeah.
Thank you
God's gift to me.
by the way, so human remains were discovered in it was in an unincorporated area near Monterey this week. It was announced by the sheriff's
that
office.
is interesting
So
because they just got a bunch of funding for a cold case unit.
okay, interesting.
That's what happened.
So I'll see if
And
I
it's
can
been a
give you a
few
link.
months.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
based
because
the
they say they've solved like 8 cases. So yeah,
so
every once in a while, a
here we are.
30-year-old case
So I'm gonna put this
jumps out. Oh, and
in.
this one's sad.
Oh,
This one's they dragged in a mother after 40 years.
yeah. So here we are. Can you see this link? Yeah. So
Okay, I'm looking.
and I'm going to also put that.
No, I don't see it on on the
It's in the
front
text
screen.
box. It's in the text box. So
Okay.
yeah. So
And I was
of our
thinking
call.
about Heather
Yeah.
with I assume that headset has a microphone. So I guess it would be easy to just kick back and listen and talk, or just listen, and then she'd get the home screen on her visor and anything you share, including the text,
Right.
on her thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Okay, great.
Oh,
And
shit.
that, of course, we're all
Okay.
fascinated with Heather and what she was suggesting. And
Yeah,
okay.
I'll check it later. But if it's the one I just heard about, that's just a sad thing.
Right.
And I don't know if anything good's gonna come from that one.
Yeah.
Because that was a desperate woman
Mm-hmm.
alone.
So sad.
And not, a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Because they caught one of those too.
Yes.
And that guy deserves to be dragged in, or he's already dead or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess they're plowing through them.
Yes.
And coming up with some kind of result.
Yeah. Yeah. So it goes to show their
yes.
money's well spent, I guess.
If you can trust that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, they busted some really crooked DNA labs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really crooked.
And
What
so
I remember someplace like Atlanta or something was just fucked for decades because
yeah,
the lab had been so screwed up. You couldn't trust anything.
right.
But anyway,
Yeah. While you're
okay, we did the heavy blanket.
yes, yes. Well, while you're checking on that, and like you said, you probably won't be able to find this till later. I do want to follow up with checking on somebody here who's in the chat room, and they're taking up a lot of space. So when it comes to that, I've got to
On a mission.
yeah, I gotta ask them to tone it down. They're spamming the chat. They seem to be legitimate people,
Ew.
but we just don't need that. Come on.
See?
Yeah, and just I'm giving them a verbal, shall we say, heads up on that. All that being
Yeah.
said, I while you're with us, like you said, it's hard for you to navigate on your phone and find things I'm sending you, but it's in the text box of our Infinite Call that you can review later, and it's 40-year-old
Yeah.
remains. So, like you said, the forensics office has been putting its money to use. Human skull was found and
Yeah.
recovered, and in area. And so here we are. Let's see if this person needs to be tended to. And all right, so we'll take action now at this point. So with the person who's in the chat, let's take a look at what options we have, and there we are. So hopefully that takes care of that. It's I'm sorry, it was just spamming at this point. These people have personal issues, and I notice we get a lot of them, quote unquote, targeted individuals. And they probably are, and they become assets in and of themselves. They come on into the chat, and then they relentlessly spam, and it's incoherent. It's very incoherent, and it's symptomatic. It's symptomatic of the
So a
fact.
bot would probably be more coherent.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it
I'm
was
not sure.
definitely.
Maybe it's a hallucinating bot.
No, it's a real person. I went to the channel, so do give me credit. I have to
Okay.
check the channel, and
Yeah, I've
so
got it.
yeah, it's the hallucinating bots. We don't need hallucinating bots either, but they don't really apply those because that would be expensive. They
Yeah.
have applied bots at times, but you can tell them immediately because they're very repetitive. But when it comes
Yeah.
to normally it's so much cheaper just to hire disturbed people. Literally, you don't even need to pay them. You just point them in the direction and just tell them, oh, this guy's talking about you. And if somebody's disturbed, whoever's saying anything, they presume it's talking about them because they're schizophrenic. So to them, I'm just another voice in their head. So there you have that. It's a symptom that you become painfully familiar with when you're operating at this level, which is extraordinarily low. We're operating at extremely low level of exposure, and we take the word micro celebrity or micro influencer to a whole new level of microscopic. At the same time, we are obviously being listened to by the powers that be, so it's the worst of both worlds. But when it comes to the powers that be, then they dispatch disturbed people. We know that for a fact because the appearance of such people is so regular. And it's how would they even hear of me? Normally, no one hears of me. We ask people to spread the word, of course, but aside from that, it just is what it is. Everybody knows what I'm struggling with. I truly have emerged from the deep state, and as a person who truly has experienced professionally working with the deep state, this is the price that I pay. And you deal with the people who are produced by the deep state in a different sense, not as employees, but as products, like a mass assembly line of bobblehead ornaments. They're on welfare, every single one of them. So in a sense, they're paid by the government, and they spend all their time online. And they're simply directed and targeted towards people to harass them. And this is what we get. So that having been articulated, I'll start the monologue soon enough. But what else is on your mind, Holly?
I was gonna ask. That's the 4-hour revelation of the Magi that Aristides found.
Aristides, your response to that? Let our dear Holly know what.
I didn't
Holly's
look at
remembering
it in the
from
chat.
Holly's remembering from the very old days when I was talking with, what was his name? Michael Basham, right? Is that what you mean?
Was that it? Because I was gonna say it was like 5 years ago, but God,
Oh,
maybe
okay.
it was 10. I don't know.
Yeah. And
But that 4-hour was a doozy.
yeah. And yeah. And
And it
hopefully
is
we'll.
a long story, like
Yes.
Aristides says.
Yeah. And it's not that it's not that long a story, but it becomes one because when you connect all the dots, basically make certain
Yeah.
that you let people know about the history behind the Magi. And of course, it also has something that I have neglected to bring up, the Persian Zoroastrian angle or element to it, the factor, because obviously the Chinese expeditionary force, which effectively invaded Israel under Roma, in other words, Roman Imperial Israel, at the time that this Chinese expeditionary force invaded, they had to travel through Persia. And that's where, of course, their name actually came from, was the Persian appellation of mage or magi, magician, that the Persian scholars who traveled with them then came to speak for them and act as interpreters. So that was because the Persians dominated the Silk Road. For people who don't understand, this was the primary reason that the Roman Empire fell, was because of Iran. At that time, Iran was Parthia. And as Parthia, they had tactics that they developed that were revolutionary for their time in terms of mobile warfare. And in terms of mobile cavalry warfare, the Romans never forgot nor ever forgave the Parthian shot, which meant that the Persians would lure them into an ambush where the fleeing cavalry had the ability, through years of training, to fire backwards. And they would pivot on their horses and fire backwards at the Romans with what would be considered an impossible backward shot that would slaughter advancing columns. Because the Romans could not shield themselves. Their shielding is something that had to be ordered, and then they would assemble into a locked shield wall that would have prevented such an attack, but they couldn't do that while on the march or on the move. And while advancing after the retreating Parthians, the Parthian shot was devastating. So this is where we get the term in party arguments, like a person leaving a party leaves a final comment before exiting the door, an insult to someone or a comment that they fling at someone to devastate them psychologically. That's called a Parthian shot. That's where we get that term from. But when it came to the Parthians, they dominated the Silk Road and prevented Rome from trading with China. Now, both China and Rome were acutely aware of each other. They knew of each other very well. They were not living in separate worlds. China referred to Rome as an empire on equal status with China, which they reserved for no other culture on earth. So they knew of the existence of Roma, and Roma knew of China. But Roma couldn't reach China to get the gunpowder. China was such an advanced civilization that they instituted the most draconian form of gun control on earth, or rather, gunpowder control. And that prevented people from developing firearms on a, shall we say, popularly accessible level. Gunpowder became a state-controlled item that was only doled out for religious warfare, meaning to scare demons away using fireworks at ceremonies and during celebrations. When the Chinese are blowing up all those fireworks in any holiday, it's to literally scare the demons away and keep the demons at bay, the demons and the dead. So it's a spiritual weapon in China, because the emperor had the foresight where he stated that if we allow this to be developed into a weapon of war any further than we have, because the Chinese had cannon that they mounted on the Great Wall, and they used in expeditionary warfare. But if they were to allow it to become more personalized as a weapon, which they fully knew the technological potential was there to develop that capacity, and they did have firearms issued to certain elite troops, but they knew that if this became more of a mass warfare weapon, that it would ultimately lead to the development of exponential explosives that would ultimately, in the emperor's own words, destroy the world. But the Romans had no such qualms. They knew the existence of this element that they called fulminatum, and fulminatum was gunpowder. But to access it, they had to go through the Persians, which it was Caesar, the Caesar, from where we get the very name, Julius Caesar, whose son, of course, Ptolemies, was the child of Cleopatra. He was the man who was going to take on Iran, lead to the conquest of Parthia, as Alexander before him. And then he was going to make it through to China and get the gunpowder, at which point Rome would still be around today. If Rome were a gunpowder empire, it never would have fallen. So when it comes to the murder of Caesar, this is why his assassination was so pivotal to history. With the death of Caesar, who was just preparing to attack Iran, Rome sealed its own historical death generations down the road, or centuries down the timeline, because gunpowder was never acquired. But when it comes to the whole point of all of this is that when the Chinese had to invade Israel in order to commune with the Christ child under the mage kings of China, this expeditionary force had to go through Iran. And when they stopped there, they picked up the Persians specifically to be their interpreters, because the Persians, of course, knew the Latin language. And the interpreters from Persia became known as the Magi. Oftentimes, when people think of the Mage Kings, they think of three of them, and they think of them as the three Magi, and they automatically tend to think of Persia. This is because the Persians were the interpreters for the Chinese expeditionary force, and the church understood them and identified with them far more than they did the Chinese, who were so frightening and so alien that they were simply relegated to Apocrypha. In other words, the revelation of the Magi itself, which was then interpreted and translated basically yesterday in historical terms, basically today in historical terms, by Brent Landau, who found the actual revelation of the Magi on vellum, thousands of years old, that he found in the Vatican Library. Just 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. And this is, of course, something that should have been in the Bible, but never was allowed in by the Council of Nicaea. And as a result, people only thought of the Magi as three men, the three interpreters from Iran, as opposed to the 12 mage kings from China, who they interpreted for. Because without their translation,
and like you
yeah,
said,
yeah,
that came with their legions.
yes, yeah, they came with their legions.
Like it's three little guys, entourages and camp followers.
Oh, if
movement
only
across the land.
Yeah, if only three men showed up before King Herod and asked about, hey, we want to speak to the heir of the Davidian throne, Herod just would have slaughtered
the king of the Jews.
Yeah, he would have slaughtered them on the spot because, of course, he was a pretender to the throne, and but he automatically, he knew that he was no legitimate heir to the throne. He was an Edomite, so he set out, of course, to. He didn't dare to do anything with all of the Chinese invasion force that was back in all this. You know the whole story.
African, and my God, it was like a worldwide draw, and as you describe it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Around a star.
Yes.
It's a gripping story.
Thank you. Well, you're incredible.
And it also charts the development of the human brain and the corpus callosum.
Yes. Well, actually, that traces back to the flood of 3,500 years ago around the Black Sea. When I was talking to somebody recently about that privately, I had to explain to them about, of course, the flood, and that really changed things because it forced the people who had developed agriculture in the Black Sea Basin, which was then a valley as opposed to a sea. When the Mediterranean geophysical barrier to the Mediterranean Ocean collapsed, which is a historical fact, and this is proven by scientists who have combed the bottom of the Black Sea to the best that they could. Of course, obviously, we have yet to blanket the entire Black Sea with a surveillance of its ocean floor. But when it comes to the Black Sea, scientists have already proven that entire villages, towns, basically cities, centered on agricultural development are at the bottom of the Black Sea. And this is because it was originally a valley 3,500 years ago, which in geological time is yesterday. That's just like, 13 hours ago in geological time. And but basically, agriculture was first developed there, and it spread from there with the flood, where particularly Adam, who settled in the Caucasian Mountains, where we get the word Caucasian from. Now, what's interesting is I was sharing this with a person who is literally half African. The individual I was speaking to sources in part from Kenya. And when I was bringing up the fact that Adam was, of course, in the Caucasus Mountains region, where we get the very word Caucasian from, and speaking about Adam not being the first man, but essentially the man whose mind had to basically develop from the single brain system which we had before. Everybody's familiar with, of course, the two halves of the brain. What is, of course, really should be referred to as the bicameral mind. We know that the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain serve very different purposes, and that they're divided. Well, until that flood and man was forced to adapt to the concept of time, the brain was much more connected. And if we could find preserved brains from that period of time, there would probably be more of a unified neural mass than we find today. In those days, everyone would be what today we would call schizophrenic. In other words, whatever voices one side of the brain was communicating to the other was interpreted as gods, angels, spirits, or nature communicating directly. In those days, people would consider such phenomena the norm. Today, we consider them a psychiatric illness. Because, in a sense, they are. It does need to be treated because you can't function that way today. But in the old days...
Because there was like less of...
Yeah. Oh, they glitched you. There was less of what, honey? Less of what, Holly?
Of the concept of I and
yes,
me.
That's quite true.
Okay.
That's quite true.
Okay.
And the important thing about agriculture, the demon's engine of civilization, is that until that point of time of agriculture, everyone hunted and gathered, and you lived by the seasons, and you moved with the herds to follow your prey, or you moved with the vegetation, or both. The vegetation would sprout in one area, die during a seasonal change, and you moved, of course, where there were berries to pick or animals to hunt. You're experiencing time on a seasonal level. But the concept of time, what Korzybski, a Polish artillery officer, later conceptualized as time binding, that came with farming, because then you had to plant yourself into the ground and realize this is when we plant, this is when we harvest, and then you're forced to store grain and food for the winter, and then you're forced to guard it from people who would steal it, including your own people, which leads to both a police force and to protect it from raiders, that leads to a military. This is the demon engine of civilization. Before agriculture, none of the shit was necessary. Agriculture developed the necessity of a concept of chronological time, which the artillery officer Korzybski called time binding. And this developed with Adam, the first man to conceive of time in a chronological sense, and actually spread it to other civilizations. And we know this because his righteous son, Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who did as his parents told him to do, survived the murder spree between Cain and Abel. Seth then later went to China, according to the Mage Kings themselves, who went to visit Christ. Their own testimony was that Seth taught the Chinese agriculture. So basically, this son of a white guy goes to China and starts teaching them agriculture and time binding, the concept that there's chronological time. And so there we have that.
The other concept that's been tied into that is human menstruation.
Well, human menstruation was the closest we had. Yeah, that's the closest we had to time.
Into, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it gave, because I've always felt, that time's not a human construction. Yeah. Time's a thing, and we've named a thing time, but that doesn't mean that, you hear that a lot. Oh, time, it's just a label that humans made up, but time is orbit.
Well, time is feminine in the sense that we should have 13 months. Because there's 13 menstrual periods.
I agree with that.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, in terms of people getting the sense around time as an actuality and something that affected them.
Right. Well, when we were hunter-gatherers...
As it does all things.
Yeah. Well, when we were hunter-gatherers and there was less of a state of I or individuality, female menstrual periods were the way that time was told. It was seasonal, and it was menstrual, and it was done by the moons.
Yeah.
We were operating under the rhythm of the moons, where the very term menstrual comes from. It comes with the moons. And they found, of course, that when women volunteer to live in isolation, where certain women experimented with the aid of science with isolation in caves, where they went to live in the dark for years. Like literally they were paid in science experiments to live in isolation in a cave in the dark, probably with communication. This was before the internet, so it was like probably communications with radio, maybe early computer systems. But there wasn't an internet like we have it today. But I remember these experiments in the 80s or the 90s while I was involved with the Department of Defense. These were women from prison who were paid to stay in caves for years, like 2 years, 3 years. Right. And it was found that their menstrual period would stop. They simply stopped menstruating because they had no contact with the moon or the sky or the sun or the seasons. Isn't that wild?
Or other women.
Or other women, perhaps. So, yeah, that's
entirely plausible.
Yeah, and
entirely. I mean, they were in the dark. I mean, there's caves and there's caves. There's caves with big old opening, and they're kind of cozy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't sound like what they had because they couldn't see the sky and stuff.
Yeah, it's like
you'd stop.
Yeah, it's but
if you were sensory deprived like that, Jesus.
Yeah, and
brutal.
Sensory deprivation is now when it comes to the entire thing that we were saying about so speaking to this individual who is half Kenyan extraction, and so when I was pointing out Adam was the first man as we understand man to be today, with an understanding of time and ergo a sense of self-awareness far more individualized than man ever had before. He was the first man in that regard. Then she said, "Oh yeah, the white race, and when I brought up the Caucasus Mountains where the term Caucasian comes from, she said, "Oh yeah,
right.
She brought up this thing about cleanliness, like, oh, clean. Yes, they're clean, very clean." I said, "Clean my ass. The white people have spread enough diseases to wipe out half the human race historically." Because, of course, being in the northern climates,
taking baths
Yes, but understand.
Glorious throughout history.
Yeah, but understand the environmental reality behind this. Here's the irony. White people give this visual illusion of cleanliness by being white, yet because they're evolved that white skin and got rid of all that melanin because they're in a northern climate where there's less and less sun, and because there is less and less sun, because their skin is desperately in need of vitamin D, and you cannot absorb vitamin D effectively or efficiently with black or colored skin. This is why black or colored skin evolves in tropical climates. So because you're absorbing vitamin D all the time, and you're getting it at such an intensity, you develop melanin to protect yourself from the rays of the sun. But when you're in northern climes and there's almost no sun for months at a time, or no sun whatsoever, literally during the polar night, then you develop very pale skin, and the leukoepidermis, meaning white skin, develops so that you can effectively and more efficiently process what little vitamin D you get from what little sun there is. Yeah, you get this pallor that gives people the illusion of cleanliness because they think of ice, they think of sterility. But the reality is, because in that environment it's so fucking cold, the Lap are exemplary of this. The Lap people, who are the indigenous population of Northern Europe, they live between and on all beyond boundaries between Finland, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So they basically live in all the Scandinavian nations, and they're historically stereotyped as Santa's elves. But the Lap people never bathe in their entire life. It's too fucking cold. If you were to take a bath and expose yourself to the elements, you die. This is, so for the longest.
And weren't they some of the last hunter-gatherers before they were forced
they
to
were,
settle?
They're still herding deer. They herd deer. That's what they do.
Okay.
They herd reindeer.
Yeah.
That's why they're considered Santa's elves. They herd reindeer. It's like everybody just leaves them alone. I mean, what are you going to do with them? I mean, so it's called Lapland. Effectively,
but I think they migrate around with the season. Season they get up there?
Yes, they migrate around with the seasons. So so the Lap people of northern Scandinavia, the Finns, the Swedes, and the Norwegians, they all just leave them alone, and they have boundaries that are up there that are maintained strictly for national security reasons. But other than military patrols, and mining colonies way up north and shit, there's nobody fucking up there other than science expeditions or, little scientific stations for weather monitoring or some shit. But yeah, effectively there's nobody up there, and it's just the Lap people, and they just migrate around with their reindeer. And everybody just accepts that, and nobody really cares because it's no security threat to anybody. But when it comes to the Lap people, they never bathe in their entire lives. As for the Swedes and the Scandinavians, the debate is whether they learned about sweat lodges from the Native Americans and hence the Scandinavian saunas, or whether it was the other way around, where the Native Americans learned to make their sweat lodges from Viking, who raided America, and the Vikinger kind of taught them about this crazy sauna idea. So it's whether that anthropological exchange, who did what first, the chicken or the egg, that's still up for debate. But the one thing I can tell you is that, that was the alternative to bathing, was a dry bathing in the sauna, because you couldn't afford to immerse yourself in warm water and have your entire body acclimate to that and then expose yourself to the cold, because you'd fucking die. So the white people, for a reason, did not bathe. It was just too fucking cold in their northern climates. But as white people expanded throughout Europe, then they began to cover their stench in perfume, if they were more civilized, like the Parisians. Or other than that, they really didn't bathe much. As a matter of fact, French people today do not bathe anywhere near as obsessively or compulsively as Americans do. So, but white people are just... Let's just put it this way. When they started slave trading, the blacks could smell them from a mile away, and that's why they had to hire blacks to go inland to mass abduct other blacks for the slave trade. The white people couldn't conduct these slaving expeditions deep into Africa because of malaria, because their smell would identify them, and the blacks just ran away. But there's, the the white people are, historically anything but clean, and had to pick up the
Notoriously.
yeah. Yeah, so there you go. That's a little trivia there for you. Now I do want people to appreciate the fact that my son and I had to wait until a very specific time with a break in the rain to reinter me in the crypt. It's a miracle we got here at all. I'm going to share a link both in the chat, and I'm going to share it here in the text box, which will give people just some idea of what we had to avoid in our navigation. So we had really heavy
It dumped
rain.
like hell down here for a while.
Yes, it's the floods. Oh, yeah, the places that Brendan Zoget had been driving me down to before were flooded out as hell. And beyond that, I do want people to appreciate the fact that San Francisco has still been going through multiple blackouts. I've been talking to people on Microsoft Teams across the Atlantic, and they are aware of this. So I'm just going to enter some links to some YouTube videos that will give people an idea of what San Francisco is dealing with in terms of blackouts, while Northern California has been flooded. So it's very intense. The situation is very precarious, and of course PG&E, which already has a history, literally a legal history of mass murder. People around here refer to them as Murder Incorporated for a very good reason. They have been found guilty in court of hundreds of deaths, literally. So you're talking about a felonious organization, literally a mob, a mafia that runs our power in San Francisco, as well as the rest of Northern California. Quite the monopoly. And all of this should give people an awareness. And yes, to respond to a few emails that I got while I was gone that I'm looking at now, I am not the individual I'm not the sword wielding man, the guy who's running around with a ninja katana, who's offering squatter removal services in the Bay Area. That is not myself. I will enter a link to that so that people get an idea of who this individual is. Now, let me see if I've entered these links into our chat as well as into the text box here. But I guess I'll do that now. I'll enter that into the, I've entered them into the text box. I'm going to enter them as well into our chat. And so if you take a look at these videos, though, I can see why this person passingly resembles myself, but no, this is not myself. And it's all I can say is that it's quite bizarre. I have nothing against this individual. What do you think of him? I mean, it's like of what he's doing and what's going on with that. It's
I can't see him.
Okay, well, he's shown in the video.
Maybe he's just sending it as a curiosity.
No, he's going around waving that sword because he's hired to do so to get squatters out.
No, but the guy that sent it to you, whoever it was.
Oh. No. People are seriously asking me if that was me.
Wow.
Yeah, like under an assumed name. It's
right.
Yeah, I could understand why people would make that assumption. Really, there's a certain logic to it. Really, it makes perfect sense. Really, it's not something that is inconceivable. But it is. I'm just letting people know that that's not the case. Though it does give me some ideas. Honest to God, I'm too lazy to be going around doing shit like that. But
yeah, I'd have to play it to see the guy.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, don't do that while you're on with us because we don't need.
You're skinnier than that.
Yeah. Oh, you know me too well. So here we are. Now I'll get the link to that individual inside of the chat room as well. Okay. With that, everybody's. I do want, before I forget, I do want to know that once I start in on monologue, it's going to be very intense, and I go into the zone, and obviously I lock in on a subject. So before I do that, I do not want people to forget that officials have confirmed that the daughter of Tommy Lee Jones, Victoria Jones, has been found dead in the hallway of San Francisco's Fairmont Hotel on January 1st. To reiterate,
The hallway, huh?
yeah,
Oof.
authorities state that Tommy Lee Jones's 34-year-old daughter, Victoria Kafka Jones, was found dead at the Fairmont, San Francisco. The medical examiner is investigating, but no foul play is suspected, quote unquote. That strikes me as very strange that a 34-year-old young lady would just die in the hallway of a hotel and there's no foul play suspected, but okay, I'm not involved in the investigation. So, we're going to have to go with what they're telling us. It's obviously this is very strange and highly suspect
and sad. I always admired him as an actor.
Yes, that's very sad that this is happening. He's obviously age is hitting him. He seems to be
looks super rough, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Super rough.
I mean, aside from that, that's actually quite funny, and it's actually with men, it doesn't matter. But I mean, he's demented.
But
He's definitely
to a point.
Yeah. Your point's well taken. But he's dementing. He was on this was last year. He was on stage with or at one of those one of those, I don't know what to call them, photo ops with Jenna Ortega. He was next to Jenna Ortega. He had no idea they'd done a film together. It was like
Wow.
He asked her, "Oh, why are we here together?" And she said, "We did a film together."
No.
He was like, "Really?"
Dementia's the great terror.
Yeah,
the greatest terror.
Yeah, she was very good about it.
Of aging.
Yeah, and
greatest.
Oh, by the way, Aristides, do us a favor. Can you join us for a second here? Let's see if Aristides is online.
I think so. What's going on?
Oh, just wanted to be able to interface with us because Holly, you're still with us too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. That's why I need to make certain everybody's still on. All right, we've got breaking news. ICE has accidentally deported Maduro back to Venezuela. In a stunning instance, in a stunning instance of miscommunication between departments, ICE agents have deported the Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro back to Venezuela within 48 hours of his being abducted by the United States military forces in coordination with the DEA. To quote his defense of Kristi Noem, ICE is simply doing its job and keeping America safe from world leaders. I don't know how the liberal media is trying to spin this, but Maduro is a bad hombre. He is a dangerous man, has known ties to drug cartels, and has absolutely no legal right to be captured in the United States. Adios, Buster! The move has been met with strong criticism from the rest of Trump's cabinet, most vocally from RFK Jr., who reportedly had high hopes that Maduro could, to quote his T, help us, Maha, that means make America healthy again, by replacing our pharmaceutical industrial complex with cottage industrial labs across America, wherein heritage Americans can manufacture our own medicines and heal ourselves without federal intrusion into our personal well-being. Truly, the news is galloping.
That's a spin. I want some of that. Sure,
so
get it off the street, man. That's gotta be fake. I mean,
it is.
That's too good to be true.
I made it up. I do want people to. Here's my response.
Fucker.
Yeah. Here's the response I got. Let me share screen with this. I'll show both of you the response thereunto. Now, the person I sent this to, I sent this to a man named Paul Mosslander, who he worked with the VA for 30 years. And so he's a Veterans Administration bureaucrat, a veteran of the bureaucracy. So I sent him this breaking news: ISIS accidentally deported Maduro back to Venezuela. And so here's his response. He said, yeah, along with a picture, a real picture of Kristi Noem in El Salvador, where, do you remember this photograph? This is an actual real photograph. Kristi Noem in front of all of these prisoners in El Salvador, just horrific. Forced to stand at attention. Forced to stand at attention behind her. But anyhow, so here's Paul's response.
Isn't the group single one have tattoos? Because that's how the early ones were.
Say that again, honey, because you got all glitched out.
Not a single prisoner had a tattoo.
Well, these ones all do. These ones all do.
Okay.
They're all tatted up. But God knows that could happen.
That was a thing in the beginning. Yeah.
In the beginning, yeah. But anyhow, so here's his response. Good satire, Douglas. And he's pretending. The reason he gives the photograph of Kristi Noem is he's speaking as her. So he's presenting this as a response from Kristi Noem. Good satire, Douglas. I note that you spelled my difficult name correctly. Rest assured, we have your own name spelled correctly on a list that we've compiled. What was it that Greta Garbo said in Ninochka? We'll have fewer Russians, but better Russians. Hollywood so often predicts a reality that we strive to bring about by contemplating its image. And then he gives me this other image of the Soviet interrogator from the Turner Channel movies. Yeah. Oh yes, Dietrich, a person well known to us. Odd how those so well known can suddenly cease to be known to anyone. Yes, sincerely, Paul.
Oh God.
This is from a VA bureaucrat. Yes.
No, he's not the one from way back that used to be on the show all the time.
No. That was you're thinking of
that was Gary.
Gary.
Okay.
What was his name again? What was his name again? Gary.
I only remember.
Yeah. Oh, they're glitching you.
He was like border patrol or something.
No. He was he was involved with the Veterans Administration. But he was definitely federale. At any rate, again, what Paul said, pretending to be the Soviet interrogator. Oh yes, Dietrich, a person well known to us. Odd how those so well known can suddenly cease to be known to anyone. That, of course, is the whole trip with what I'm going through. I'm a suppressed personality. But I did want people to hear my satire, and I do want to thank Stephen Myers for sending 70 United States dollars. We just got a note from Stephen Myers saying, hope we survive 2026. Anyway, have a happy one to you and the team. So, God bless you, my dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers. He has a Chinese mother. He's a product of a Chinese mother and a black father, a Blasian, a black Asian, and of course a man to my wounding, a man to my scarification, a man to my heart. He shares the same trauma. He shares the same post-traumatic stress disorders in terms of having been born a person of two cultures. And of course, he has our thoughts and prayers that hopefully will carry him throughout the new year. And as I said, truly the news is galloping faster than I can speak. And now I'll go into serious news. So let's, at any rate, my dear Holly,
I'm going to step away and lurk for a while.
Well, I love you dearly, but you got to admit, as satirical as that was, you got to admit, you could actually see it happening. You could actually see something like that happen.
It gave me a moment of joy. That's all I know.
So
thank you for that.
Yes. Right. Well, I love you.
Before the end.
Yes.
Before the brick wall.
Yes.
Okay, love you so much. Carry on.
Thank you.
It's going to be great. Okay.
Okay.
And has been.
And jump back on anytime you wish. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I may have to.
Okay. Great. All right. So there's been an extraordinary act of regime change in Venezuela. After months of military buildup, an overnight bombing campaign and helicopter raid has deposed Venezuela's strongman. In the early hours of yesterday, just days into the new year, and following months of military escalation, Donald Trump stunned the world with the announcement that American forces had captured Nicolás Maduro, the dictatorial presidente of Venezuela, and his wife, and taken them from the country. On Truth Social, Presidente Trump posted a photo of what he said was Maduro aboard the USS Iwo Jima, a symbolic choice to transport this man to the States on, if ever there was one, blindfolded with a heavy-looking headset over his ears. By sunrise on Saturday, Nicolás Maduro was gone, and the George W. Bush era was back. And buzzwords of foreign policies past were back as well, or as ill, I should say. Oil considerations, regime change, promises of liberation, confident talk of regional transformation and nation building. It was delivered by, well, not by any neoconservative or neocon, but by the Republican who once claimed he had buried that era for good. Mr. Maduro himself has been indicted on various charges relating to drugs and terrorism. Whether he faces a typical trial in an American courtroom remains very much unknown, as does the fate of Venezuela itself, where Mr. Maduro's loyalists seem to still be in control. Regardless, in a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump asserted that the United States is going to run Venezuela after the capture of Nicolás Maduro until a safe transition takes place. For anyone who lived through the Iraq invasion, and I myself fought through it, the language was instantly familiar. Specifically, Trump said, "We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transitions. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and the same situation that we had for the last long period of years." This is America first? Trump promised an end to Bush-style wars. Venezuela tells a different story. President Donald Trump has spent the holidays doubling down on foreign interventions. The new year will be filled with many milestones, including America's 250th birthday. And it all kicks off with the Winter Olympics in February through the Asian Lunar New Year. But let's start with the president's busy holiday. Donald Trump spent the holidays drifting further and further from America First doctrine he campaigned on. The president who once promised to disentangle these United States from foreign conflicts has turned his focus abroad. On Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, respectively, the United States bombed a dock in Venezuela and struck ISIS militants in Nigeria. And on Friday morning into our weekend, just over 6 months after the United States struck 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, Trump threatened to deploy military force in support of anti-government protesters in country. On Truth Social, he wrote, "If Iran shots and violently..." By the way, that's the way he wrote it. He didn't say shoots, he said shots. "If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go." Trump's statement about Iran included no elaboration or specific plan for military action, but with only a few short lines on social media, the president effectively put Iran's government on alert. On X, Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, wrote, "Trump should know that U.S. interference in this internal matter would mean destabilizing the entire region and destroying America's interests. The American people should know. Trump started this adventurism. They should be mindful of their soldiers' safety." As the Atlantic magazine's Nancy A. Youssef has put it, Trump's version of America First has so far meant avoiding large-scale military incursions oriented around nation building. But the policy has also apparently allowed for aggressive interventions around the world, both to pursue America's enemies and aid its allies. when the United States conducted its clandestine operation in Iran in June under the code name of Operation Midnight Hammer. Trump gave a televised address explaining his thinking, the forcible disarmament to further American security interests in the Middle East. Other strikes can't be as easily slotted into America first. After the American empire launched more than a dozen Tomahawk missiles at the ISIS camps in northwest Nigeria on Christmas Day, the Nigerian Foreign Minister Yusuf Maitama Tugar said the strike had nothing to do with a particular religion. But Trump claimed in a Truth Social post that militants had been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years, or even centuries. Although there have been several high-profile killings of Christians in northern Nigeria in recent years, Muslims have been deeply affected too, and it's not clear what evidence Trump is drawing on for his claim that the rate of Christian deaths is the highest that it has been in centuries. Trump's focus on the plight of Christians abroad is in line with his explicit defense of Christian heritage at home. But these actions, or should I say misactions, don't seem to contribute to immediate American security needs, nor will they bring stability to the broader regions involved. Military insurgency in northern Nigeria has been going on for decades, and these latest strikes aren't likely to end it. The Nigeria attack came a day after the CIA conducted a drone strike on a Venezuelan port facility. The White House has threatened Venezuela with land strikes for months as part of what The Atlantic's Jonathan Chait has called a slow roll to war with this country. Ostensibly a military campaign against drug cartels in Latin America, but also a kind of imperialistic push. And our man Sammy Romero says, hello, Doug and Team Dietrich, HNY, or Happy New Year. Blessed be Sammy Romero. Let's see if he's joined us on the call. Okay, Sammy's joined us.
Hey,
So, dear Sammy,
hey, how you guys doing?
by all means, we're so glad to have you, and we hope your New Year's progressing well. What's on your mind?
Well, I can rant and I mean, what is
Please
there to
do.
say,
Yeah.
What
Oh,
is there to
plenty to
say? I
say.
mean,
Too much to say, but by all
the
means, say it. Yeah.
problem is we're stuck in a sewer tank and we have crap up to our eyes. So I mean, it just keeps piling on, right?
Yeah.
But we're at this golden age, right? We're in this golden age that Trump promised. So, but well, I mean, I was kind of looking at back in 1989 with the whole Panama situation that happened during your time at the Presidio. I don't know if you were in the Presidio at the time in 1989, the whole Panama.
I was.
Yes. I'm wondering if Maduro is going to get the head of state diplomatic immunity. I believe George Bush, the daddy, did not give the guy with his face Noriega that quote unquote privilege. So that's how that's how he got tried. So
Well, I do have good news for you. What you say is very legitimate, and it's a very solid legal question. And we are going to find out the hard way the difference between the system as impacted by Trump, as so subverted by Trump, whereas George Bush Sr. had to tolerate the legal challenge from Manny Noriega's attorneys. And Manny Noriega's attorneys ultimately got General Noriega recognized as a prisoner of war. And as a prisoner of war, the United States was forced to treat him with respect under the codes of the Geneva Convention, to the point where, although he was imprisoned, he was ultimately released, where he spent time, I believe, in France, and then went home to Panama, ultimately. So he did ultimately live in Panama, where he ultimately passed away. But so back to you.
Well, the reason why I say is because I mean the Bush dynasty was evil. Obviously, everybody knows that they're evil.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
they weren't insane. They weren't
Thank you.
insane.
That's right.
Donald Trump's insane.
Yes.
So there was no congressional approval, and I even have to go back to the Contras back in the 80s, you know, with the CIA. At least we did it through the CIA. We funneled money and arms to the CIA and killed innocent people like we're supposed to, and rape and pillage.
Horrible, but true. Horrible, but true.
You know, under the name of stopping communism, you know, and you know, and we funneled all the cocaine to South Central LA and all the black neighborhoods, like, you know, like the good old US of A that we are. And, you know, God forbid, you know, those, you know, our African Americans, for some reason, were chemists and created crack. You know? They were allowed to be grassroots pharmaceutical savants. So, you know, unfortunately, you know, you're labeled as a drug dealer, and your name's not Pfizer, you know. But obviously, I've talked about that before. But you know, go figure, right? But my point is, there is a lot of, in my opinion, there's going to be a lot of legal red tape. I mean, the damage has been done. It's done. It's more than done. The reality
it's
is
been done quite thoroughly. Yes, go on.
I mean, the reality is, how much lube are we gonna get before, you know, we're sodomized with that sandpaper condom? Unfortunately, because I mean, we still have the tariffs that we haven't seen that money before. Who is funding? Who funded this operation? I mean, there's gonna have to be funding for Venezuela. We gave billions to Argentina already.
Yes.
You know, but there's going to be blowback because, and Trump said it with his own stupid ass mouth, we're going to be running Venezuela. And that there is a doozy because, well, people don't understand, removing Maduro was the easy part.
Yes.
That is not the hard part. That is the easy part.
Yes.
Now we got to deal with the criminal element of that nation. There's a lot of sketchy shit that's going on there. You have to talk about, I mean, how if I'm in the armed forces, you're talking about going into Venezuela that is, you know, the city of Caracas is an urban city.
Yes.
We haven't really gotten into an urban city since, and to that aspect, maybe, hold on one second.
Sure. Take
Give
your
me
time.
1 second.
Yes, I do want people to know that with our man Sammy, we're going to be exploring a little bit of the elements here that are cause for concern, and I'm going to, of course, emphasize some military aspects as I get into
I'm sorry.
monologue.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, continue by all means,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
But my point is, we're not ready. We've never been ready, but my point is, this is more and more, it's going to get piled on even more. There's going to be another housing crisis. And I'm telling you this because I'm reverting back to 2003. Okay.
Yeah.
2003, was it a pile of horse shit? Yes, but it wasn't organized to the point that we had the British as a coalition government, quote unquote, backing us up. You know, obviously, you know, you've talked about it with Rumsfeld and the other black gentleman. I know he's some type of West Indian.
Yeah. The Caribbean Jamaican hybrid.
Yeah.
Colin Powell.
Yeah, I mean, I want to call him Morgan Freeman, but you know, pretty close. I want to say he came out in the Shawshank Redemption, but you know. That's actually a good movie. That's not a bad movie. Oh, the book is better. But, you know, you gotta laugh, right? We have to laugh. My point is, if you know, we go through the cycle every 30, 20 years. It's an inevitable cycle, you know, where we're getting involved in these conflicts. The problem with, you know, Donnie is, and with this move, in my opinion, is this is, how can I say this? This is not even organized. This is blatantly illegal. The problem is it's in our own backyard. And you don't take a shit in your own backyard, or pretty much the living room. You know?
Yeah. Yes. How is it Troy Bellamy says it? Shitting in your own pool.
Yeah. Yeah, you know. To a certain extent, you know, it is what it is. It's just this kind of draws a new president in the sense of modern times, where the new big beautiful bill is, you know, it's going to be, you know, on and kicking on this year. It's going to start, you know, in motion, right?
Oh Jesus. Yeah.
SNAP is going to get cut. Okay.
Oh Jesus. Yeah.
What else? Medicaid's going to be cut.
Yeah.
All this is piling on now. And if I'm a politician, you know, and I'm a Republican, what am I going to run on?
Yeah. I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Well, you know what? And I always tell, you know, Trumpsters, you know, for the most part, I don't disagree with Trump. Yes, obviously illegals and, you know, the whole Hispanic thing. I get it. You know, go whitey, right? But as a quote unquote American, you know, that I am, obviously, you know, it was pretty straightforward. I'm going to cut inflation. The groceries are going to be, you know, I'm going to cut it as soon as I step into that White House, right?
Yes.
You know, great. All these models are great, except none of that's been happening. It's not, you know.
Yeah. So
now that I'm middle America whitey, well, what are we left? You know,
nothing.
And obviously, I thought of you. I thought of you when this.
Yeah.
Nothing. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah. So while he's tending with that.
No, go ahead.
Oh no. By all means, I want to hear. So you thought of me? When did you think of me? Yes, please.
Well, yeah. I'm like, if I had money to send Doug, I would send him $1,000 to get his ass up and go crazy, because I'm also thinking of what, you know, our greatest enemy right now, which is China.
Yes.
They're eyeing Taiwan now, because one of the things about Venezuela's oil reserves is, you know, if they had the ability to sell to China, and China's getting closer to obviously this hemisphere. Well, obviously we understand why the United States would want Venezuela. That's actually, I can understand that. Okay, if Trump used that logic, look, we're gonna have to administer Venezuela, and this is where soft power comes from. And this is just me. This is little old me, you know, little beaner saying this. This is where soft power comes from. This is where you can offer Venezuela some type of medical aid, you know, all these amenities that a real government would offer.
Yes.
And help Venezuela and say, look, we will help you, but we would like to advise you about your oil reserves, you know, throw an Exxon in there, throw them a bone, you know, let Exxon, you know, get a little taste, and you know, like normal evil Americans do, at least evil American governments, you know.
Yeah.
The traditional, you know. You know what I mean, you know, kind of like, you know, what we always do.
Yeah.
And you know, eventually we'll rape and pillage you, but you know, we have to lube you up a little bit, right?
Yes.
We're not gonna go in there dry. And I hate to put it this way to audience, but my point is, this was not necessary. We can use soft power to persuade Venezuela. Heck, line his underwear with carcinogens like
Hugo
MK
Chavez.
Naomi program.
Yes.
Like the MK Naomi program, which you talked about, you know, brilliantly years ago.
Yes.
This all been done. I mean, this is how we used to take out leaders.
Yes.
But for some reason, because this our president is literally insane and, you know, pretty much a walking corpse.
Yeah.
None of this. My point is, you know, we have the CIA in our hands. We have the FBI in our hands. We can't do anything sophisticated that way. We couldn't just line, you know. You get what I'm saying. There has to be more. And obviously, I'm giving our federal government a lot of credit, which, you know, we already know this stuff happens. Our government works by accident, pretty much.
Yes.
Unfortunately, my point is this. This is, to call this bad is, it's not even, I'm really lost for words. Okay. And I'm not even panicking. It is what it is. You know, my point is, back to China, this is, in my opinion, this kind of puts the pressure on China now because, well, who is our pretty much our main jewel in the world, and it is Taiwan. Because they're a technological, they're like the Wakanda of pretty much the world. They have the technological means. It's just people for some reason can't understand why they haven't been taken over by, you know, the second world superpower. And obviously Doug has explained that.
Thank you.
With, you know, the Dietrich, which it is, I mean, we have AI now, but I mean, there was no such thing as AI 10 years ago. That wasn't even mentioned.
Yes.
So the fact that, you know, AI is the enemy now, or AI is, well, it comes from you, Doug. You obviously you've made an influence in our world. It's just now it's only fictionalized. Like anything the US does, they want to fictionalize it, you know, to suppress it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Yes.
My point is this, you know, it's going to be interesting in the legal courts, but to be honest with you, that would be giving Trump too much credit. And also, the biggest question is, how are we going to fix this, quote unquote? And I put in quotations more like, how are we going to lube ourselves up so it doesn't hurt as bad? Because a lot of people are going to die.
Yes.
And when I say a lot of people, I'm referring to Americans, because we don't understand pain unless it's us.
Yes.
You know, unless is, you know, we're dying and people are raping and pillaging. We think, well, it's not affecting me now. Well, when there's a second housing crisis because we're in a never-ending war that's in our living room or our back basement room, wherever it is, because can't even say backyard. There's one thing I've kind of understood, where the world is not as big as we think it is.
That's right.
And if Republicans are worried about illegal hordes influxing the United States, well, they're going to get worried now because of the domino effect. Our president has already threatened Mexico and other Central American countries. What's going to, in my opinion, they're going to have some type of coalition with each other. I'm not saying, you know, it's going to be, you know, this superpower. No, but countries are going to pivot, and like the CPAC and all these treaties that we had prior to Trump back in 2016, which he obliterated. Countries are going to move without us because they understand we're in free fall. We're in free fall, and part of free fall is you don't try to help a country that's in free fall. You just let it fall. The midterms are, if we even have midterms, that's another thing that I've always said. Trump is going to try not to have elections.
That's right.
Because he's going to get backed into a corner. He doesn't even like answering questions now. The fact that he blurted out, "We're going to run Venezuela," well, the international community is already pivoting. I mean, they were already pivoting to begin with. but because he is not a great person with words. And if anybody heard Marco Rubio talk,
Oh God.
Trump wanted to strangle him because it was very disorganized. His cabinet is not really. No one's really sat down and said, "Look, how can we come up with a better lie?" Whereas bringing somebody that can lie better, because the part of being a politician is you have to sell it. Okay, it's like being a good hoe, like a good prostitute. A good prostitute needs to sell herself
Yes.
to this fat, ugly truck driver, and a good hoe doesn't really need to do anything sexual because she's so good. You seduce and reduce, the John.
Yes.
Sorry, I hate to kind of put it that way, but if a politician is going to be a politician, and don't get me wrong, Trump has a power of gab. It's just he's had multiple strokes,
Yes.
so his charm is pretty much gone.
Yes.
And his incompetence is showing. Let me put it in this way: a ugly guy. You can't be. I always say, pick a struggle.
Yes.
I can't be ugly and broke. I can't be ugly and an asshole. I can't be ugly and be, lack hygiene. No, you have to, you have to pick your struggles. So, my point is, yeah, this is going to be, I'm just hoping our comfort level is not as bad, but, it really, you take a look at COVID, waiting in line at a grocery store almost, tipped over this country.
Yes.
So
That's right.
we're pretty much, we're hanging on by razor's edge.
Yeah.
And this might be the tipping point. Who knows? Especially if he decides to suspend, elections. A lot of people don't believe that, and they say, well, he can't do that. Well, he also, kidnapped a foreign, leader with no congressional approval, and who's there to stop him?
Yeah.
I don't see, I don't see Nancy Pelosi going there and try to take him out. Maybe, I don't know what she can do. Nag him to death? Nothing. She can, get off her estate wherever she's at. I don't know. I'm sure she's loaded.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's right here. Yeah.
I don't see her. And now, my point is this: she's to blame, and they're all to blame. As soon as we had that government shutdown that pretty much lasted all November, and pretty much they conceded, they could have done that prior to that. That let me know it's a waste of time. They're in it as far as the old guard of the Democrats.
Yeah.
That told me everything I needed to know.
Yeah.
They're not whatever Trump decided to do. He knows there's no opposing even that side.
Yes.
So, I mean, I didn't mean to be the bearer of bad news. It's just me, and this is how my mind works. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm a human being. I'm a regular American like anybody else, and I go through my problems that I've had to, in my own little world, I have to abide by certain rules. And I've learned that even in my conflict resolution, when it comes to my partner and my marriage, you want to talk.
Yes.
You want to talk. You have to communicate. And because our government's so divided, literally there's no communication other than no and yes. We're fucked.
Yeah.
So let that sink in to on both sides. This game that they've been playing for decades, well, the chickens are coming home to roost.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever checks and balances that we're supposed to be in, they're no longer there because we're like, they're pointing the finger at each other. And it's like, this is not the time to point the finger at each other. We're on free fall. And here's another thing too. Venezuela is not going down easy
Right.
for those oil fields
That's right.
and those minerals.
Yeah.
There are criminal regimes there. There's the underworld there that is very active for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're talking about U.S. troops going in and doing, paramilitary, urban warfare.
That's
And
right.
you're talking about people that have nothing to lose.
Yes.
And if you look at the Taliban ran us out of Afghanistan. We're leaving like scolded dogs,
Yeah.
leaving our Comanche choppers there
Yeah.
pretty much to rot. And they're still rotting till this day.
That's right. That's all true.
You
Yeah.
you have goats probably feeding. They probably put hay and shit on them for the goats can eat on them and piss on them.
Yeah, it's true.
There's our technology there.
Yeah. Billions of
because
dollars.
You don't.
Billions of dollars.
Of course.
Come on.
There goes my whatever was promised to me as an American, at least my house and whatever we're supposed to get. Doug's retirement, Doug's pension.
Yes.
It's rotting somewhere in Afghanistan and Iraq. Why? Because of incompetence.
Yes.
And frankly, just plain out chaos. So, that's just my little jolly message. It's, to bring in the, the new year, which, I always think the New Year's in spring. It's not in December 31st. But, what do we know? The Chinese have been a society for, thousands of years. So, of course we think we're the center of the earth, but that's my little rant. Okay.
No, I appreciate it. It's delightful and it's certainly informative and it's exactly what we need. Believe me, I think we all need this therapeutic capacity to really share our perspectives with people. But in your case, it's certainly actual information that people need to hear because most people have opinions, but you're speaking of facts. And the facts are that there's a lot of things that people are not taking into account here. Obviously, Trump pulled this as kind of like a compensation for his failure on the economic front. And on the economic front, we're dying. It's incredible. I mean, if you have any stories you could share about just how bad the economy is in red California, I mean, there must be some examples that you see on a daily basis.
My best example is seeing a lot of homeless European descent immigrants. Okay.
Yeah.
Or, people that are white, quote unquote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Poor
white people scare me. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound mean, but poor white people scare me. Yeah. It's really bad if you see poor Asians too. That's pretty bad. And it's been very. What people don't understand is, and I'm talking about pro-Trump and people that are just really in denial. This is not going to affect us until probably later on this year and probably next year. We're really going to see it. And that's actually being positive. That's actually what we kind of want, because at least in theory, we'll have, the blue wave, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But as far as economically, you're seeing it already. Grocery stores are closing. Because why? You're cutting SNAP. You're cutting all these. Grocery stores are going to be bankrupt because people don't have. People don't have money to buy groceries. People are not taking vacations. People are not going to Vegas. Okay.
That's right. Vegas is a good marker, by the way. That's a good marker of the economy.
Vegas is a playground. It's the playground of the United States.
Yeah.
It's the land of debauchery. With sex. It's Sin City.
Yeah.
Well, it's not paying. Markets are just in that genre. Even sports. It's so bad with sports. Okay, they had to legalize gambling. Okay.
That's right.
Sports.
That's true. Tell people about this. This is like
the NFL, NBA, and all these, nonprofit, quote unquote, are not legally sports. They're sports entertainment. Okay. So, you know, it's a mess because it's pretty much you see the you're not supposed to see the corruption is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Any production you see, you don't want to see the script. Well, it's gotten that bad. Okay. This is very, very much, this is going to be another Great Depression.
Yes.
I hate to say that, but
it's true.
It's because
there's no way that these tariffs are not going to hit this year when they didn't last
absolutely.
year. Go on. Yeah.
I'm hoping maybe they can pretty much scrap this big, beautiful bill because a lot of people are just, you cannot do that to people cold turkey. That's not how it works. And I'm gonna tell you this, in November, there was already food banks, okay, giving out food, okay. People in line in food banks, okay. You'd be shocked. People that were employed, okay. Doug is not, I mean, and I have to use you as an example. You know, you have Meals on Wheels, okay.
Yeah.
You know, $25 an hour does not get you anywhere in California, especially in California.
It's true.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Tell that to someone, you know, in Iowa. What the fuck's in Iowa? Nothing.
That's for sure. Yeah.
South Carolina. Who the fuck wants to live there? I'm sorry, nobody does.
Shout out to Brooke. We love you, Brooke. Her birthday's coming up on the 15th. Her birthday's on the 15th.
Love Brooke.
Yes.
I will send her a happy birthday, but nobody of color wants to live in South Carolina because there's no jobs there.
Yes.
You know, I beg to differ. You know, I can already hear.
It's so cute.
And by the way, I'm begging her to come on. I can care less. I do. I miss her. I actually do want to hear her. But my point is this: we really are literally at the precipice, 1 foot pretty much dangling.
Yes. In
the sense of this maniac, you know, and I can't say what worse can it get. I don't want to get it worse, but I don't. But it is, and you know, we'll see. It's just the more we've seen this, the more you kind of it's exposing, you know, media, especially the news. If you're in the news, how do you explain this? You know, I understand. You know, how do you explain this? I mean, and really, the American public is already getting numb to it, and that's the worst of it. They're numb to it because we're scrambling trying to make ends meet.
That's right.
So, you know, obviously we're kind of seeing how the operation is going, where you pretty much isolate people to poverty, where they don't have time to think. This is why, you know, the middle class is the enemy of the Republican Party. Why? Because if you're an upper middle class, well, you have time, you have resources, you can create communities that care about legislation. And we don't want that, you know. Why? Because, you know, old coloreds and people that are coming up will want to change things. We can't have that. You know, it's, you know, people are, you know, it's a cycle. It's a way to manipulate the public, and you know, it's bad out here. It really is. And you know, I live in the great state of California, but you know, our infrastructure is not the same like it is, you know, in the States. It's just how it is. You know, a lot of people in Minnesota are going to die. You know, they're the most, you know, on snaps. So, you know, and they don't look like me, most of them. You know, sprinkle little Somalians in there, but you know, it is what it is. You know, but you know, that's pretty much in a nutshell. Okay, that I kind of want to give you. I kind of want to give you your stage back. You know,
well,
I appreciate
it's
you.
Profound. God bless you.
Yeah.
And I very much love your input, and it's vital. And it gives me a great idea of the direction in which to take the monologue, and I'll take it from here. I do want to let people know, people are asking me about if I'll address military aspects of geopolitics, and I'll certainly get to that, but they have to be patient. So thank you, Sammy, for starting us off.
Well,
okay. Yeah, go
Well,
on.
Doug, you know what?
Yeah.
I hate to say this, but this is where you shine the most. Okay.
Oh, bless you.
And in these types of ordeals is world affairs.
Thank you.
I pray I don't ever hear the day where you're gonna have to pretty much break down and open that scar
Yeah.
with Taiwan.
Understood. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Yes. Thank you.
You know, because that there is going to be pretty much I kind of view that as Star Wars, a Death Star going up.
That's right.
You know, because it's in a way it'll reveal a lot.
Yes.
Because it's going to open the floodgates as far as you.
Yeah.
It's just I hope it don't get to that. But anyways, I'll be listening. Okay.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And it's so true. I do want you to know before you go that when it comes to your Death Star analogy is appropriate. When it comes to the Star Wars chronology, they always use that battle as the basically the chronometric AD and BC, the BC and AD of that particular universe. And it's a something that is important because that's what Taiwan, if Taiwan winds up militarily warding off communist China, that will be the battle of our universe. So your analogy is so well taken and so appropriate that I'm actually going to, basically use that in the future to try and clarify things for people. The galactic standard calendar of the Star Wars universe is the Battle of Yavin. And so the Battle of Yavin is considered the Death Star blow up. It's like before the Battle of Yavin, after the Battle of Yavin, because that's where Star Wars A New Hope, the first episode, that 1977 film, that's the demarcation point for everything else in their canonical calendar. That's how people can tell where they are in that time span. That's how people of the future would look at any communist Chinese attempt to invade Taiwan, because that would collapse the entire world economy. So our civilization would fall and rebuild at that point. Everything would be before and after that in a civilizational sense. So I thank you for that, and I will use that in the near future to go into. Bless you.
I appreciate it.
And share our love with your entire family. Oh, and by the way, Brendan, say hello if you can to Sammy and Aristides. And now that Brendan's decided to join us.
Aristides.
Now, Brendan and I do have a theory that when the Americans invaded, that the Maduro security just threw him and his wife out on a platter just to avoid any more deaths of civilians. I mean, do you feel that could have been the case? I mean, that's our theory.
He knew. In my opinion, he knew they were coming. Okay.
Yeah.
He knew they were coming.
Yeah.
And I think what's going to happen is the same thing as Noriega. They're going to throw him he's going to be in a summer camp. Okay.
Hopefully, we can hope for his
He's going to be in a
sake.
summer camp because it's how can I say this? It's not even Maduro. The problem is they're going to have to fight for those oil fields. I don't want to be in the military. And here's another thing too. Trump can also initiate a draft as well. He is that crazy. He's that insane.
That's true.
That's another thing too, is he might initiate a draft. And this is where I expect 70-year-olds, 63-year-olds, and 80-year-olds to lace up their boots and I do expect Nancy Pelosi to put a helmet on and throw in who's that one lady that was who's her name? Feinstein, yes. Feinstein to lace up her boots as well, strap up her dildos, and let's get rolling, because and obviously, I'm being facetious, but my point is, expect the unexpected, but I'll be listening.
Yes, God bless you, and look forward. Anytime you feel like it, feel free to jump back on bandwidth and interject. Okay, and I appreciate that profoundly. Again, share our love with your family, Maria, and both the kids. All right, dear Brendan Zogit, are you able to join us? Let's see if you can get off of mute there. I know that Brendan's been working hard lately with a horrible situation. We'll see how much he feels like talking about it. But so, you there with us, Brendan? Let us know. If there's environmental circumstances and you can't talk, I'll go straight back to monologue. All right, so Brendan Zogit's on the call. He's welcome to interject whenever he feels the need to do so. And for everyone listening, let's start with the fact that although Venezuela is a transit country for illegal drugs on their way to these United States, plenty of other countries share that distinction. It could be that the conflict was always a pretext for deposing the country's autocratic leader, Nicolás Maduro, as White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles recently suggested in an uncharacteristically candid interview, or for seizing Venezuela's oil wealth, a theory that Maduro himself advanced in an interview this week last. But so far, the president's thinking remains largely unknowable. As Sammy Romero says, you are diving into the depths of the mind of a madman, which may be ultimately impossible to fathom. Over the past fortnight, or that's the old in English, fortnight, literally 14 nights, it est 12 weeks, Trump has threatened foreign governments, unleashed military strikes in sovereign territories, and pledged his support for at least one American ally looking to conduct campaigns of its own. During a recent summit with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said the American empire would back any potential Israeli strikes on Iran. Rather than explicitly acknowledging the apparent shift in policy, Trump has simply slowed down on the America First rhetoric. At the same time, his approach to announcing new foreign interventions has become more brazen. As the Atlantic columnist Tom Nichols has pointed out, Friday's ungrammatical threat to Iran arrived on Truth Social at 2:58 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as if it just couldn't wait. A locked and loaded country isn't what Trump promised, but it's what Americans should start to expect. Because Trump's done row doctrine is classic American imperial policy. Trump's approach to Latin America is not really such an outlier. The Trump maladministration's recent posture toward Venezuela reflects a long-standing focus of American imperial foreign policy, control of the Western Hemisphere. In recent weeks, United States President Donald Trump has raised the pressure he has been putting on Venezuela since earlier yesteryear. In addition to the year before yesteryear by now, in addition to the now months-long campaign of bombings targeting alleged, and I do mean alleged, drug trafficking boats, it est rowboats going fishing in the Caribbean, a campaign whose legal underpinnings are rejected by all experts and under growing congressional scrutiny. I mean to say, my Chinese accent is coming through, albeit too little and too late in the case of, all of those who have been massacred by the United States Navy. The maladministration amassed naval forces in the region, declared the aerospace over Venezuela closed, and made threats to conduct ground operations. One might look at these misactions and see them as incongruous with Trump's, or shall I phrase it, incongruous with Trump's much-touted America First foreign policy. Specifically, it seems that Trump is on the verge of pursuing the very kind of regime change operation that he criticized previous misadministrations for undertaking. Well, it's a verge that's line has been crossed. However, it's one line that has found another red line to cross. Because now we have an ardent communist, female authoritarian in charge of Venezuela. And, well, I guess at this point, per Trump's logic, she needs to be taken out. Which means, ultimately, well, the war has yet to start. The die is cast, but the war is yet to start. One could also point out that Trump's criticism of the former Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, as an autocratic dictator seems inconsistent with his seeming admiration, or should we say, obvious psychophancy for other autocrats, such as Russia's Vladimir Putin and Red China's Xi Jinping. One would not be wrong in pointing to these obvious contradictions, but another way to understand Trump's misactions is that his America First approach is perfectly compatible and even consistent with a long-standing essential trait of American imperial foreign policy: control of the Western Hemisphere. In the years after it gained independence from Great Britain, the newly founded United States was understandably focused on its immediate neighborhood. The early American Republic was in a precarious position, facing the possibility of war in the Western Hemisphere with the major European powers, particularly Great Britain and the Spanish Empire. As the American Empire gradually gained its geopolitical footing and established itself as a regional power, it began to focus not on surviving external threats, but on preventing them from arising. This meant curtailing the influence of foreign powers in the Americas and the Caribbean. In 1823, following the wave of decolonization throughout the region in the early part of the 19th century, then-President James Monroe issued the famous doctrine that would go on to bear his name. Fearing that the European powers would seek to reassert colonial control in the region, the Monroe Doctrine held that Washington would view coercive acts by European nations in its hemisphere as an act of aggression against the United States itself. In short, according to the United States, only the United States could exercise influence in region. But the American Empire wasn't just seeking to dominate its neighborhood, or at least prevent the European powers from doing so. Influential elements within the United States, particularly the Southern elites, the House of Dixie, hoped to actually annex and conquer parts of our hemispherical region. These efforts were mostly visibly illustrated by the Mexicano-American War from 1846 to 1848, largely a Southern affair of the Dixiecrats, which fed desires to eventually expand American imperial territorial annexation ever further southward. A Dietrich, or that's the Deutschen Sprech there, literally Meisterschlüssel, or that would be anglicized as master key, contributor to the debates that eventually led to the first American Civil War between the Confederate and United States for rights. By the way, we're getting some input from our dear Brendan Zogit, who is invited to talk. Brendan, if you're able to come on, feel free to speak. He gives us some ABC News here. SF residents spent over $800,000 on private guards to keep the streets safe. In San Francisco, a group of residents are having to pay for private security guards, as they say conditions in their area have deteriorated after a number of city services, like shelters, have opened in the area. For the last 12 months, residents in San Francisco's South of Market, that's Soma, the Soma or South of Market neighborhood, have had a direct line to a team of private security guards, whom they have spent over $820,000 on in the last 12 months for 24/7 security, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's actually a family passing sign for Soma residents because they pass through a literal savage jungle of tent cities. Thank you so much for this, Brendan Zogit. Very much appreciate it. If you want to come on to speak about this, feel free to do so. Here we have men with katanas and swords removing squatters because of this very phenomenon. Well, there you go. Private security enforcement and literal enforcers. A kind of offense-defense combination, like an American football team. Both offensive and defensive elements. And, well, that's truly appreciated. And, well, the wave of the fucking future. America will become a city-state where the elite employ their private armies. We're returning to the age of the Swiss mercenaries. And, that's, well, my world is coming. Now, after the 19th century came to a close, American imperial policy toward the hemisphere, our hemisphere, if you will, underwent perhaps its most notable transformation. Following its defeat of España in the Spanish-American War, The United States was now fully recognized not only as the hemispheric power, but as a global great power. Due to its victory, the American empire militarily occupied Cuba and took control of Puerto Rico. It would go on to gain control of the Canal Zone in Panama and what are now the United States Virgin Islands from the Dutch. To cap things off, in his 1904 corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, then-President Theodore Roosevelt declared that the American empire would directly intervene in Latin American countries, ostensibly for the purpose of preventing Europeans from doing so. For many, this is a largely familiar story, which is why Trump's misactions have been characterized as an attempt to reinstate the Monroe Doctrine, with some going so far as to label the maladministration's approach to our region as the Dunroe Doctrine, a portmanteau of Donnie and Monroe. Donnie and Monroe, like Donnie and Marie. Even Trump's White House made this connection, making a point of commemorating the anniversary of the doctrine's initial declaration during the opening week of Yester Menses last month, or the month before by now, and declaring a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which it referred to in its just-released national security strategy. Well, just released last month. We could say yesteryear by now. Viewing Trump through this lens makes sense, given his predilection to behave like a 19th century president. As I have proven, Trump is a throwback to a time when the American empire was more focused on its own hemisphere rather than the wider world. With the world wars of the early to mid-20th century, the United States became focused on building the global hegemonic order Trump so often derides, rather than satisfying itself with regional dominance. But as much as this view may explain Trump's motivations, it distorts the arc of American imperial foreign policy. Ever since its founding, the United States has engaged globally, though mostly as a commercial power. But more pertinent to the point of this transmission, the United States never stopped being regionally focused, nor did it ever really subordinate its own national interests to that of any global order, the global order notwithstanding. Indeed, its foreign policy during the World Wars and the Third World War, in effect mislabeled as a Cold War, was very much an America-first approach, particularly in the Americas, or the Western Hemisphere. In other words, the Monroe Doctrine never needed to be reinstated because the defense of the Western Hemisphere has remained a core element of American imperial policy. During World War I, the United States remained on the sidelines until it was no longer evident that its big, beautiful oceans, as Trump called our natural protective borders to the east and west, could keep the war at bay. From the discovery of Imperial Germany's Zimmermann telegram, in which Berlin secretly proposed an alliance with Mexico, to the fact that the United States merchant ships could not carry out their commerce without being targeted by German submarines, then President Woodrow Wilson's maladministration, far worse than Donald Trump's could ever hope to be, had no shortage of self-serving reasons to enter the war in Europe. Wilson asserted that America was doing so to make the world safe for democracy, but it was really to make the world safe for the United States to return to business as usual, albeit with, well, an empire of its own, and a hell of a lot more, shall we say, growing impact on the fate of Europe, a nation it actually had intended to depopulate by deployment of a weapon of mass destruction, the American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish influenza. When World War II broke out, it again made it clear to American imperial policymakers that solely focusing on protecting American imperial hegemony in the Western Hemisphere was not an option. In addition to the fear that Nazi Germany, if not stopped, could eventually intervene in the Western Hemisphere, American imperial planners recognized that securing the region in hemisphere required securing a larger, grand area with the Western Hemisphere at its core. In other words, in order to protect the western half of the planet, the Western Hemisphere in which the Americas reside, America had to conquer the world. This is why the first mutual defense alliance that the United States formed after World War II was considered in ceasefire was the Rio Pact. Like Rio de Janeiro, which eventually became the foundation on which the Organization of American States was built. Indeed, the Rio Pact's Mutual Defense Clause was actually the model for NATO's Article 5, though it has never received the same amount of attention. Because if somebody attacks, well, so Bolivia, do you honestly think America's going to step in? Well, yeah.
Hey, I need that salt, man.
Dig
up some salt.
Yeah, they will.
I don't
They
know what
will
else to
step
add.
in. Yeah,
No,
so
there's
tell us.
salt.
Yeah, so Brendan, how much are you willing to share of the odyssey you've been through the past 48 hours?
Oh, absolutely nothing. I mean, everything's been great. It's like Rainbow Road, where this thing's really nice and peaceful.
Now,
Good New Year.
Let's tell people you and I. First off, you sent me a link of Vladimir Putin being interviewed by reporters in Moscow, where Vladimir Putin is basically, of course, just apparently talking nonsense. He's spewing what seems to be a word salad of doublespeak. But the reality is, as I shared with Brendan Zogit while I was requesting his technical support, as soon as I re-entered in the crypt, Vladimir Putin was saying, how would you phrase it, Brendan? Could you paraphrase what he said, essentially?
I mean, we could bring up exactly what he said. Well, at least the English translation they gave.
Yeah.
But it was something like,
yeah,
if Europe wants a war, we won't start a conventional war, or something along those lines.
That's right.
Yeah.
The first thing he said was that the war is here. It's not a conventional war as we understand it, but there may yet come.
He said, we'll bring the war. He said, we'll bring the war, but it won't be a conventional war by modern understanding.
Yes. Continue.
Something like that.
Right. And then said there may be no one left to negotiate with. Correct.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right.
He didn't say that as a threat of annihilation, but what he was saying was that this goes along with his thesis that Europe is supplying Ukraine and essentially fighting Russia using Ukraine as a proxy state. And so what he's insisting is that it may get to the point where a more united Europe would leave Russia with no one to negotiate with within Europe, which might force a war. Albeit he qualified it by saying it's not a war as we understand it in a conventional sense. So he's already acknowledging the deployment of asymmetric warfare while implying that Europe is becoming more united. And it's a vicious cycle in which he's ultimately insinuating, in a very Russian underhanded manner, meaning it's an understated Russian way of speaking that obviously impacted the young male reporter who was in front of him because he looked scared as hell all of a sudden when Putin turned away. He looked very much upset and frightened, and this is because he's of young draft age. He's a young man of draft age. And Putin was basically saying, hey, you'd better get ready for it. War's going to be coming. I mean, war's coming home. Like, in other words, shit's hitting the fan, and we're going to start drafting, young white Russians instead of just the dregs of all of their ethnic communities. But this is because the die is cast by Donald Trump with his starting of a war in the Western Hemisphere that Putin now feels the Americans are involved on their own front. So besides from that, what's your thesis on, describe to people how you and I felt about Maduro when the Americans showed up, how basically his generals and his personal security just threw him out on platter. And his wife. Oh, God.
It was like a dog bag, when you take the dog to poop and you bag it up and throw it outside till later. Basically what they did.
For refuse collection.
Yeah, they just said, oh, man, they're here. They're blowing and shit up. Just throw them outside.
Yeah.
It was like it was that easy.
Yeah.
When they had the guy from the DOD saying, we spent months tracking everything. We knew what he ate and what he said and what he did. And it's like, dude, you didn't really have to do that.
Yeah. Oh, well, they
like
do
he
that.
lived in the middle of a military base. It's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was like probably public info.
Yeah.
At least in the country, within the country. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about that. That's true. He lived in the middle of a military base, so it had to be the generals and the officer staff that when the world blew up around them, they rolled him out.
Yeah,
probably
they just
with a
said, "Oh,
sign.
well, if you want him, take him." Yeah.
Yeah, this is him. Yeah, Jesus Christ. You know what scares me to fucking death? The woman who took over Venezuela. She looks like my landlady. She looks
oh, man.
God damn. She's like her twin. She's like her twin sister. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Scared me to death when I saw that. But at any rate, what do
then you would really be the international man of mystery, basically.
Yeah, that's right. Aristides is giving us a Israel says Venezuela's Machado voices support. Venezuelan opposition leader and newly crowned winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Corina Machado. How should I pronounce that, Brendan? You do know enough Espanol?
How's it spelled?
Well, let's take a look at it. Here we go. I'm going to do a screen share, and here we go. Here we are. Machado. Mikado, or I'm Japanizing it. Machado. Machado. Thank you. That's much more euphonic. Anyhow.
Yeah, but that's Spanish, from Spain. So yes. I don't know if it's got like a regional variation, but yeah. Machado.
Yes. And obviously she would voice support.
It's book Spanish. That's book Spanish.
Thank you. She doesn't know what she's in for, this poor dear. If anything, let me tell you something about this lady Machado. She won the Nobel Prize, and that was a death sentence for her in Trump's eyes. Trump is so jealous of her, he's likely to invade Europe just to off her. She ain't going back to Venezuela. Let's put it that. Not on Trump.
Maybe he'll be friends with her just so he can get the prize and say, "Look, I love this lady." He said something like she was a good lady. He said, "Oh, she's a good lady."
Oh yeah, but she ain't. But he said, "But she ain't going back."
No. He was saying that about the Mexican lady.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. The Presidentress. Help me out here. Who's the Presidentress of Mexico? Well, of course he's going to say that about her. Schaumbein. Yeah. Of course he's going to say that about her. She's Jewish. But like he said, but we're going to have to do something about her country. Basically, she's a good person, but she ain't running the country. She's just a bitch. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What would you expect from him?
Yeah. So
I didn't expect much.
Yeah. What else is on your mind? Tell us a bit about what you feel we should be paying attention to if you don't want to talk about what's happening to you privately. Come on now, you must want to vent, cathart a little bit. There must be something you want to say about what's going on recently.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay. And that's
and I'm still working, just so you know.
Okay.
How awful it is.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. You're in my prayers. You're in my prayers, and
I'm sure.
Yeah. I can tell how much better that makes you feel.
Yeah.
At any rate, I do want you to know that you. So all that being said, what's on your mind in terms of domestic or foreign affairs that you feel we should be paying attention to?
Well, nothing other than what we talked about. I'm not going to be of much use tonight, just so you know.
Okay.
I was just chiming in because you kept saying my name, and I was like, I kept saying, "Am I on mute? Am I off mute?"
Yeah.
And people around me were like, "Who are you talking to? Are you crazy?"
Yeah. Obviously you were.
So I thought I was hot micing.
Yeah.
Of course, I was cursing you out like fucking vampire scum. So.
Oh, well, let's do a little thing here where I'm going to share screen with you for a second just to entertain ourselves. Our man, Aristides, has provided some very important vital links here. And I want Aristides to understand how much I appreciate them. So I'm going to share these links with our listeners at the right time and narrative. So, you know, all that being said, when it comes to, you know, where we're going to, here we are, where we're going to take this. Did you hear what I said earlier in satire? I reiterated what you brought.
Possibly.
Yeah, I reiterated what you brought to my attention. So Aristides sent another image. Give me a second here while I enter this. I'm just trying to get some links that were sent by Aristides on record so that I can bring them up. Okay, here we are. Again, I'm shocked, and yet I'm not by what was brought up by Aristides. I'm going to bring these points up. So he says here, contacts in the Venezuela political opposition tell Sky News Stuart Ramsey this was negotiated deal between Maduro and the U.S. government, an agreed exit strategy. So what do you feel about that? Can you see that in the text box?
I can look at it.
Yeah, please do.
Second.
Please do. And then I'm going to take us to the, here we are. And I'm going to screen share while you do that. I'm going to expand this, conduct a screen share, and
agreed exit strategy. I mean, there's a high chance he sold out his people. I mean, they all, like you said, they all do.
But then again, yeah, if I were
usually they go to Russia.
Yeah, if I were negotiating, I don't think I'd be put. If they must have broke that part of the deal, the Americans, because Nicolas Maduro, no one would want to be taken out the way he was taken out. That guy was rolled out like a sack of shit.
But there's still no. I mean, there was still no footage. Yeah. The footage is all AI. That's another factor I would say is that there's really no confirmed footage, and all the footage is suspect.
That's an excellent point.
So I think they're full of shit.
Okay. Now here,
because if he would, and also if he would have negotiated, he would have went to Russia like Bashar.
Okay. So, yeah, maybe.
You know, so he wouldn't have negotiated with Trump necessarily, unless it was some deal between Putin where he said, "You deal with that side, and I'll deal with this side."
Yes, conceivable.
Kind of
That's quite conceivable. Yeah. Now, I'm sharing the screen right now. Can you see what I'm sharing? My cursor's moving. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was the email I sent to that veteran of the Veterans Administration, not a military veteran, but a bureaucratic veteran, a veteran of the bureaucracy of the VA for 30 years, Paul Mosslander. So I gave him the satire news. Breaking news, ISIS accidentally deported Maduro back to Venezuela. And after I sent that to him, I added my own touch to it. Saying the move has been met with strong criticism from the rest of Trump's cabinet, including RFK Jr., who reportedly had high hopes that Maduro could, to quote his T, help us maha, or make America healthy again, by replacing our pharmaceutical industrial complex with cottage industrial labs across America, wherein heritage Americans can manufacture our own medicines and heal ourselves without federal intrusion into our personal well-being. At any rate.
A good plan.
Yeah. So here's how he responded. He gave me a photograph of Kristi Noem, and this is the infamous photograph where she's in front of all of these prisoners in El Salvador, and he's speaking as her. He's speaking with her voice. Good satire, Douglas. I note that you spelled my difficult name correctly. Rest assured, we have your own name spelled correctly on a list we've compiled. What was it the Greta Garbo said in Ninochka? We'll have fewer Russians, but better Russians. Hollywood so often predicts a reality that we strive to bring about by contemplating its image. Then he gives me a photograph of this Russian interrogation officer and says, "Oh yes, Dietrich, a person well known to us. Odd how those so well known can suddenly cease to be known to anyone."
Yes. There you go. That was a good counter. That was fun.
Yeah, and so there you go with that. And what about with yourself and what we're speaking about? Like you said, you're kind of burned out. But before I go back into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room, anything else you want to get out? I mean, feel free for your psychological well-being to just scream. You want to just scream in everybody's ears and bitch about anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not you.
True enough.
Yes. No, I mean, everything's great. Like I said, everything's good. Situation normal.
Okay. Well, we'll take that in the military sense. Snafu, situation normal, all
Yeah.
fucked up. But yeah.
Yeah. To say the least. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And again, credit to you for giving me that satire. Credit to Aristides for providing these links that I'll bring up in the arc of narrative. Okay, I'm going to return to monologue, but Brendan, anytime you feel like interjecting, just jump on. Okay? And
I will.
okay.
I'm sure I'll have something snappy to say at some point if I get my energy back.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Now, I spoke of the Rio Pact and how that was actually the model for NATO with its tripwire clause. If anyone is invaded in the American hemisphere, all the other member states will consider it an attack on them all and counter-strike. Throughout the Third World War, that we misremember as a Cold War, the Rio Pact served as a platform for the United States to counter and prevent the spread of communism in region. The failure to do so in Cuba, combined with the Cuban Missile Crisis, only heightened the urgency of the perceived threat to America's regional influence during the early decades of the World War III on ice. The 1980s, and then the end of the Third World War, misnomered as the Cold War, did not change the underlying dynamics driving American imperial regional policy, even if they changed the superficial aspects used to justify it. The need to stop communism during the Cold War became the so-called war on drugs' effort to stop the flow of cocaine and other illicit narcotics into these United States. This was perhaps best captured symbolically by the American imperial military intervention in Panama in December of 1989, just a month after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the purpose of which was to arrest the country's then leader, Manuel Noriega, for his alleged participation in drug trafficking, when in reality, he simply had Bush Sr., in his own words, by the balls. The quick success of that mission may well be what the Trump maladministration always hoped to duplicate in Venezuela. By the end of the 1990s, the United States had launched Plan Colombia to provide military assistance to the government in Bogota, the capital of Colombia, to fight rebel groups that were also engaged in drug trafficking. In fact, the FARC insurgency controlled an area of land in Colombia the size of Switzerland. It was running drugs, and it is today still a major threat in the Western Hemisphere. It's the likes of nothing you've ever seen, the most violent war in South America that's been ongoing for generations. The United States also remained highly engaged economically in region throughout this period, whether through the creation of the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement with Canada and Mexico, or a series of sovereign debt bailouts in the 1980s, 1990s, and even the early 2000s. The Trump maladministration's own pledge to provide a financial backstop to Argentina in recent months clearly follows in that tradition. It was only during the first quarter of the 21st century that the United States started ignoring Latin America, perhaps as a consequence of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, which were a direct attack on the United States homeland, but one that originated from far outside our region, albeit it implicates people deep inside the American state itself. In that sense, the Trump maladministration's hemispheric focus is a departure from that of his immediate predecessors. But in the longer arc of American imperial foreign policy, Trump's abuse of militant coercion and economic influence represents more continuity than change. Thusly, dost Maduro's capture draw echoes of Noriega circa 1990. Yesterday's capture of Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro isn't the first time the United States entered a Latin American country by force to seize its leader on drugs charges. As to why this matters, What comes next is likely years of court battles over how Maduro is charged, how he's treated, and where he's held. By the way, our man Samuel Romero says, was Bush transporting nose candy through the USS Barbara, named after his wife? That would be appropriate, most certainly. Thank you, Sammy. But here's a flashback. In December of 1989, the United States invaded Panama, accusing the dictator Manuel Noriega of drug trafficking and other crimes. Noriega surrendered in January of 1990 to American forces, who brought him back to these United States for trial. It was the inspiration for the movie Die Hard, the sequel, Die Hard 2. As opposed to the lightning-fast seizure of Maduro, Noriega's capture took weeks, during which time he holed up in the Vatican's embassy. United States troops notoriously blasted that embassy with loud rock music to annoy him into surrender. Rather, it annoyed all of the priests and the nuns who were hosting him and forcing him, ultimately, by their nagging, to turn himself in. As to the intrigue, once in these United States, Noriega fought a years-long court battle to be considered a POW, a prisoner of war, rather than any common criminal. Noriega ultimately won that fight and was declared a POW, a prisoner of war, rather than a regular inmate. That entitled him to certain privileges, like wearing his uniform and being housed in less restrictive conditions. After 20 years in United States custody, he was extradited to France and later returned to Panama, where he died in 2017. Between the lines, the Trump maladministration officials for months have compared Maduro, also indicted for drug trafficking, to Noriega. The Panama invasion, like this military action, was not authorized by Congress, rendering it a military misaction. Many Democrats and some Republicans in Congress have since condemned the operation, which was carried out sans congressional approval. In a statement delivered yesterday morning, the Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, said that he'd be forcing a vote on his resolution to require any additional actions to receive sign-off from Congress moving forward. In August, an official told the Fourth Estate, "This could be Noriega Part 2. As to where it stands, the Senator Mike Lee, a Republican from Utah, posted to X early yesterday morning that he was told Maduro would be brought to these United States to stand criminal trial, but he offered no further details on when, where, or how. As to what to watch, it wasn't clear as of early Saturday where Maduro would be held or even tried. Of Maduro and his wife, the Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi said, "They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts." But the legal saga is all but certain to take years to play out. Here's the exchange between Putin and his puppet Trump right now. Putin: "Good show, Donnie. We've yet to capture Zelensky, but that's major points for you. And of course, you've just claimed more territory than we control in Ukraine." Trump: "We're not after territory, Vlad. Not down there. Too hot. What with local hoaxing and all that entails. Greenland." Oh, Trump wouldn't say Greenland. Of course, he'd say Greenland. "Greenland. Watch me then. But Venezuela? We're just after headlines and leverage as a world conqueror nation. It shows NATO and OAS, those couch potato alliances, who's what. We'll just run Venezuela temporarily as a justification for the triumphal arch we're building there. Hey, I may want to build one down there too." Well, I should have said, for the triumphal arch we're building here. Hey, we might want to build one down there too. Then Putin would say, "Smart PR ploy. I seem to recall that the U.S. Marines temporarily ran Haiti for 15 years once upon a time. These things have a way of stretching themselves on out. By the way, I thought you needed Congress to declare war or something first. And Trump would respond, oh, thinking, we have the precedent of Panama, where one of those bushes, grabbed off that guy without any fuss or bother about getting permission. Then Putin would respond, I remember that administration used the justification that they had first declared war against you. Trump would then say, that too, but we can get all too hung up on words when it's deeds that count, when the table gets kicked over and someone grabs all the chips. Now, by the way, all of this is totally fictitious. This exchange has not occurred, but in paraphrase, albeit it has likely occurred in reality. But the exchange, if transcripted, would be a lot more oblique. In all seriousness, after capturing Maduro, Trump is hinting at military action, or should I say misaction, in Cuba, Mexico, and Colombia. And with that, I'll provide everyone a link to prove that what I say is true. So we're going to put that in, this time we'll reverse the order. We'll put that in the chat first, and then we're going to go back to hitting our people on call. And our dear man Sammy Romero is typing, so I'll enter this so he has that to look at. I'll be given a notification when his message is complete. And as for, well, let's just put it this way. Hours after the American Empire invaded Venezuela to seize Presidente Nicolás Maduro, President Trump sent a warning to the governments of Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia that their countries could be next. Okay, yeah, so, our man, Sammy Romero says, trust me, everything I've just paraphrased, that came up in Alaska a couple months ago. Quite correct, Sammy Romero. Very astute. Thank you so much for your input. As to, as Sammy brought up, Trump hinting that Cuba, Mexico, and Colombia are next down the line like dominoes. Here's to why it matters. The stunning attack on Caracas, capital of Venezuela, follows Trump's recent assertion of his own version of the Monroe Doctrine and the president's comments that the American empire is not afraid to put boots on the ground in the country, suggested, well, if he's not afraid to put boots on the ground in country Venezuela, it suggests that the maladministration won't hesitate to have an ongoing presence in region expansively. In other words, a wider war, an American war, a pan-American war. So, as to what Trump's saying, when asked how the Caribbean country of Cuba should be interpreting this operation, Trump said, I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about, because Cuba is a failing nation right now. We want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, whose own parents fled Cuba, added that if he lived in Havana and he was in the government, he'd be concerned at least. The Cuban embassy has not responded to my own request for comment about any of this. So let's zoom in. The president has also doubled down on his criticism of Colombian Presidente Gustavo Petro and has previously claimed that the Latin American country has at least 3 major cocaine factories. Yesterday, echoing comments he made last month, Trump said, he's making cocaine! They're sending it into the United States, so he does have to watch his ass. Petro is an ally of Maduro and has recently accused Trump of violating the United Nations' founding principles and alleged that at least one of Trump's strikes off the coast of Venezuela targeted civilians. So, to catch you up quick, earlier yesterday, In response to a question about America's southern neighbor, Trump told Fox News on Fox and Friends that something's going to have to be done with Mexico. Trump went on to allege that La Mexicano Presidentes, Claudia Sheinbaum, isn't running her country at all, but rather that drug cartels control that nation. To quote as Trump himself, we could be politically correct and say, well, we could be politically... How do I... let me make certain I've got the transcript correct here. Trump said, to quote as T verbatim, as accurately as I can, we could be politically correct and nice, and be nice and say, oh yeah, she is. She is very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. They're running Mexico. I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, no, no, Mr. President. No, no, no, please. So we have to do something. Typical fucking rapist. That's how a rapist thinks. No means yes. That when a woman says no, she really means yes. What Trump is insinuating is that when he asks her, do you want us to send our military into your country to wipe out half of your economy? Of course she's going to say, no, no, no, Mr. President. No, no, no, no, no. Like she's speaking to a child or a madman, or shall we say a psychotic infant in this case. And Trump says, well, she's really asking for our help. She wants us in. She wants me to penetrate. As to the other side of all of this, Cuba, Mexico, and Colombia were among the countries denouncing the American imperial operation in Venezuela, saying the attack puts the region's stability at risk. According to a translation of its statement, Mexico's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said, Latin America and the Caribbean is a zone of peace, built on the basis of mutual respect, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the prohibition of the use and threat of force, so any military action seriously jeopardizes regional stability. On X, Petro said that his country reiterates its conviction that peace, respect for international law, and the protection of life and human dignity must prevail over any form of armed confrontation. During a rally held yesterday, the Cuban Presidente Miguel Diaz-Canel said that the attack against a peaceful and noble people can only be described as cowardly, criminal, and treacherous. As to what I'm watching, Venezuela's interim leader claims that Zionist undertones are present in the American imperial capture of Maduro. So here's what we're going to provide you a link to. An exchange that basically, well, speaks quite a bit to the situation at hand. Benjamin Netanyahu and his, well, communications with the people in region that renders what the interim leader of Venezuela is saying, well, it renders it factual as opposed to suspect. Venezuela's interim leader, Delcy Rodriguez, claimed that the United States seizure of Nicolás Maduro has Zionist undertones. An expert on the community has told Haaretz that all Jewish institutions in Venezuela were ordered to close until further notice. Here's the point. Speaking in a televised address, the acting Venezuelan Presidentes, Delcy Rodriguez, claimed that the capture of Nicolás Maduro by American imperial forces has shocked the world, and that the attack, in her words, undoubtedly has Zionist undertones. It is truly shameful. Sources in contact with local Jewish community leaders told Haaretz that they preferred to wait and see how the highly volatile situation on the ground plays out before celebrating Maduro's removal from office, noting that local Jewish community leaders are deeply troubled by Rodriguez's statement. Dina Siegel-Van, directress of the Institute for Latino and Latin American Affairs at the American Jewish Community, told Haaretz that Jewish community leaders reported that all Jewish institutions, including synagogues, have been ordered closed, and Jews have been instructed to remain at home, and security around Jewish institutions has been increased. Yet, to quotist Lisa Rozovsky, the American attack in Venezuela raises concerns about the fate of its Jewish community, which numbers about 4,500 people and is mostly concentrated in the capital, Caracas. This community has shrunk significantly under Chavez and Maduro, but it is still strong, active, and wealthy. Israel, her words, verbatim, Israel considers the community to be highly Zionist, and despite the community's concerns about its fate in light of the U.S. attacks, Jerusalem expects its influence to grow with the ousting of the regime. And that brings us to another link provided by our executive producer, Aristides, in which you are presented with the fact that the woman who would be the presidentress of Venezuela has outspokenly praised Israel in its genocide of the Palestinian people. She is pro-genocide of the Palestinians so she can get her Zionist backing to reinsert herself under Zionist administration of that little community in Caracas. What a fucking cunt. Obligingly, Trump has issued new threats to the interim leader of Venezuela. She's gonna pay a very big price. And in an interview with The Atlantic, President Donald Trump said rebuilding and regime change in Venezuela is better than what you have right now. Yesterday, the Judeo-supremacist Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, said that the maladministration must brief Congress immediately on its objectives and its plan to prevent a humanitarian and geopolitical disaster. Well, in an opinion piece at The Hill, we can see that geopolitical disaster is got a ground zero that's going to have one hell of a bomb range in terms of fallout. The collateral damage, well, let's just say the culture and society researcher John McGillion, I think his name would be pronounced John McGillion. He's warning that America, in the age of Trump, is seeing its final act, but insists that Trump is just the messenger, warning of what he calls managed decline. McLeon affirms that the pillars of American dominance, productive labor, demographic confidence, institutional trust, and cultural gravity are steadily eroding, while its social foundations are cracking. This may not be the end of America, but America no longer defines the age. Emphasizing that America under Trump's second midterm is worse than under his first, McLeon writes, and here I read therefrom at length and verbatim, "Not because Trump changed, but because the country has weakened further, and no amount of bravado can reverse structural decline. Trump didn't save America. He didn't destroy it either. He revealed it. And what he revealed is a nation exhausted, indebted, aging, and divided. Still powerful, still wealthy, but no longer confident in its future. What MAGA voters received wasn't renewal. Let me see what else he says here. But instead a grim revelation. The failure was never just Trump. He was the messenger. The problem is that America no longer has the political, economic, or cultural capacity to deliver restoration at all. Fewer young Americans are working, not transitioning between jobs, simply not employed at all. Many move between credentials and gig work, lacking direction and long-term footing. Marriage rates are collapsing. Birth rates are falling below replacement. These trends are linked. When stable work is harder to find, forming relationships becomes harder, commitment harder still, and raising a family nearly impossible. With AI accelerating job insecurity rather than easing it, the trajectory only points in one direction, and that's down. Obviously, America's biggest enemy is not Venezuela. The only United States president in history to violently attack his own country and attempt a violent coup d'etat, literally stroke of state, to stay in power, was always going to be a threat to illegally attack other countries like Venezuela and destabilize the entire world. By the way, our man Brendan sends us a new link. Trump warns new Venezuela leader to do what's right, which I guess means turn herself in. Donald Trump says the U.S. is in charge in Venezuela after Nicolás Maduro's capture, and warned Venezuela's new leader to comply with American imperial demands or face more military action. Well, that brings us to a war, does it not? Also, Denmark is urging Trump to cease threats to, well, take over Greenland. The Danish Prime Minister has said the United States doesn't have the right to annex the territory after Donald Trump again said the United States needs Greenland for national security reasons. And in United Germany, State Anti-Semitism Commissioner's house has been attacked. Brandenburg's Andreas Büttner said a fire had been set next to his property. This was the second attack on this official in the past 16 months. Oh well, you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. All right. But as for Trump, leading to all of this, by his misactions, such was the greatest fear when Donald John Trump was recklessly reelected in 2024 by a slim majority of voters, so slim as to be less than a single percentile in a battered country that is split apart at the seams and gasping for air. Trump, of course, promised these people he'd fix 90% of our problems on day one, and has instead doubled, nay, tripled them, while officially becoming the most dangerous problem the United States has ever had to grapple with. He is a madman with the most powerful military in the world under his fat little orange thumb, a blank check from a Republican Congress which has surrendered its powers, and a bought-off conservative, nay, paleo-reactionary Supreme Court that has lost its honor. To be clear, Trump's continued attacks on Venezuela have been illegal from the start, violate our Constitution, and have been an affront to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. We told the people, Team Dietrich has warned that those who voted for Trump, well, this was going to happen. And while I'd like to sit here and abuse 225 choice words to rub their faces in their own shit, that will accomplish nothing except blowing an old functioning fuse. This night tide is a time for resolve and a clear-eyed vision of the scary road ahead. We are in uncharted territory, but not because we have unilaterally and illegally attacked a sovereign state. Lord knows there's been far too much of that in our Vanta Black history. No, we are in this new, terrible place, because this time a man who has made it clear how little respect he has for the United States and our institutions is behind this latest illegal attack. I say again, a man who will attack his own has long since proven he is incapable of defending us and our democracy. In fact, Trump is our enemy. So now what? The answer is simple, and the execution will be hard. America has a dangerous dictator entrenched in its White House who must be removed. Starting right now, I am suggesting Congress move immediately to assemble a coalition of the willing and announce their intent to work feverishly toward Trump's removal. We simply will not survive 3 more years of this, or even 3 more weeks or months at this frenetic, bloody pace, and that must be clearly articulated. Trump's presidency thus far has been chaotic, brutal, and has accomplished nothing but weakening our standing in the world and making our day-to-day lives far more challenging, expensive, and stressful. Building consensus for Trump's removal will be key and cannot be done politically unilaterally. I doubt highly that many independents who voted for Trump to drop their egg prices voted for illegal, mass murderous, foreign attacks or Marines upon our own streets. I am also dubious that many in MAGA are good with Trump's fixation on everything but addressing our skyrocketing cost of living. This case for his removal must be taken to the public, begin apace, and the stakes must be laid out clearly. Donald John Trump is a morally busted, mentally unstable tyrant who won't stop until he is stopped cold. This is classic totalitarianism. Trump is clearly unfit for the job and the most dangerous man on earth. I am also suggesting the Democratic leaders throughout the world condemn these attacks and lay out the necessary sanctions against ourselves, against America, for all of our illegal acts. The majority of the people in this country would support this during this time of war. What Trump has done to Venezuela is no different than what Vladimir Putin has done to Ukraine. Listen to me, friends around the world. We need your goddamn help. When another mass-murdering totalitarian, Joseph Stalin, attacked Poland in 1939, in the run-up to the Second World War in Europe, he justified it with lies and propaganda, which is exactly what Trump has been doing during his drumbeat for war with Venezuela and attacks inside his own country. Your country! And mine! Already Trump's propaganda channels at places like Fox are working feverishly to support his illegal incursion into Venezuela. These must be immediately countered with facts and vigor. And you can count this episode, my transmission, here and now tonight, upon the night tide, as but a spark that will lead to the raging fire for truth that must be kindled right now. The only significant difference between 1939 and 2026 is that Stalin enjoyed far more suppression of dissent in Russia than Trump does in America. So far! This is problematic for Trump, of course, but will only make him that much more dangerous as he lashes out and listens to the unhinged voices in his head, while grotesque men like Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth tug at his sleeves, wrapped around his blood-bruised hands. Trump's illegal attack on Venezuela is only the beginning if we don't put an end to it right now. It's not a matter of if he'll attack again, but simply when and where. And if we won't do everything we can to stop this now, he will have successfully conquered the United States of America, because we will have surrendered to a traitor. Because Trump has a Putin problem. United States President Donald John Trump has repeatedly appeased Putin and is an enemy of the United States of America. That's tonight's transmission. And thank you for tuning in. Of course, I'm not serious. I've got a long ways to go just yet. But honestly, folks, I hope to treat myself to a quiet holiday week, but simply must address the latest diabolical, phony Trump-Putin attempt at a peace deal in Ukraine with some considerable urgency. I also cannot look away from how this alleged peace deal is being misreported by what's left of our stinking garbage can, our burning, what would we call it again? A dumpster fire that presents itself, or rather mispresents itself, as our legacy mainstream mass media machine, which is either complicit with Trump and Putin or incredibly inept at journalism, but most likely both. Once again, we are all being played for fools by this homosocial pair of dangerous skunks, whose lies echo freely in the vast empty spaces of these major, bought-off mainstream mass media machinery empires sans challenge or context. I have had more than enough of all of them. So let's get right down to it. Aided by a comatose American electorate, in which only 59% of its voters even bothered to show up at the polls, the Russian Empire worked feverishly to install Trump as president in 2016. Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was actually passing internal campaign information to Russian intelligence officers during the election. Go ahead! Replay that again! Trump himself asked for Russia's help to hack Hillary Clinton's email on that campaign trail, saying, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press." Prescient, eh? For what it's worth, Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan's office condemned this public treason by saying, in part, "Russia is a global menace led by a devious thug. Putin should stay out of this election." I add that because there actually was a time when some Republicans frowned on mass-murdering communists taking power instead of courting them. Look, Trump never even sniffs power without Putin's help. And hey, if you think I am talking just a little too fast and loose here to get back to my vacation, then I urge you to have a look at the infamous Mueller report, which concluded, among other damning things, that Russian interference in the 2016 election was sweeping and systemic. Sourced report, to quote us therefrom, identified numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. Read that way, it's a wonder Trump wasn't removed from office and jailed on the spot, except Trump's slimy personal lawyer, Attorney General Billy Barr, came to his own conclusions, which most of the mainstream mass media machine at the time were only too happy to lap up, spit out, and call good. The Mueller report was a complete mind-blower, and after reading it, if anybody still willingly believes that Trump wasn't aware of Moscow's illegal interventions on his own behalf, they shouldn't be trusted to dress themselves in the morning. Then there's the Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee report in 2020, which concluded, and here I read therefrom, the Trump campaign's interactions with Russian intelligence services during the 2016 presidential election posed a grave counterintelligence threat. Oh, and that committee's chairman? Well, that would be a culturally white Cubano guy named Marco Rubio, who lately has lowered himself to a level equal to the proximity of Trump's ample orange ass. The Secretary of State's latest remarks after he told reporters that he'd be concerned if he were a government official in Havana, Marco Rubio says he believes Cuba is in a lot of trouble. You can't make this shit up because it's all true, but has all but been conveniently forgotten by our ridiculous legacy mainstream mass media machine whose reporting on Trump consistently includes little to no context whatsoever for his myriad past offenses. Oh, Brendan, you will? Let's see if Brendan...
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
here.
So, pitch in. Come on, help me vent. Help me cathart.
Yeah, take it easy. Caracas is a lot farther away than San Francisco, man. Like, they can just swoop you up tomorrow, you know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like when we were in front of that federal building and they, you know, they were eyeing us for sure.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, tell people about how fucking dangerous the fucking Tenderloin is, by the way. Just how, man, they don't fucking get it. That you were risking...
Oh, dangerous is an understatement. It's just like, it's an unnecessary risk on your body to, like, you know, even deal with that kind of place.
Yeah, horrific.
Yeah.
And but at any rate,
we didn't even get out, or I think we even just hit a cross street. It was like right there on Turk or something, and we got shot at.
Yes.
Literally shot at.
Yes.
Not even an exaggeration.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And so believe me, Brendan, he knows the score. Tell him about the place that you drove me to when you took me to the cosmetic surgery doctor down there in where is it again? How it all flooded out? God damn, half of Northern California flooded out. Tell us about this.
Well, especially Marin County, they had these like inundations, these deluges.
Yeah.
It also hit the wharf too, but those are designed to handle that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the San Francisco Wharf District or the whatever that's called.
To an extent, we're not ready for rising sea levels, but yeah, traditionally we've got some breakers down there. But go on.
Well, forget about sea level. Forget about that right now. We're not even going to make it to sea level rise. That's 2100 is long way away. Yeah, we got to make it through 2030. They're really doing their agenda 2030. You know, that's the first step. Forget about the oil. You know, there won't be anyone alive to pollute anymore pretty soon.
Yeah, goddamn.
It's almost like redundant to even care about
that. As an environmentalist, how do you feel about that? Is that a positive in a certain sense? I mean, Mother Nature will...
I mean, of course, it's less of a burden on the earth, but it's like the transition period's not fun, you know, for whatever's left or any kind of the ecology that's left is definitely, you know, takes time to recoup, but
yeah. Well, so what else is on your mind? Feel free, like I said, to use this as a therapy session and give yourself
nothing.
Yeah. Well, you're always invited to.
I'm too burnt out to deal with personal things, but cool. I don't mind the like what you're talking about. It seems to be interesting.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Coming from you, that's quite the compliment. Most of the time, you're bitching me out about not going cryptid.
Yeah, so that tells you how tired I am.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Feel free to jump on anytime you wish. because
well, I could vent since I no longer work at that seasonal job. I could vent about that stupid Jewish lady
oh, tell
and
us
what she
about
was
it.
telling me.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Tell us about
You know,
this. Yeah.
nothing against the Jews, but you got some bad apples in there. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
she thinks you're Jewish. That's the funny part. Is that's
Yeah,
why
she
yeah.
thought I was Jewish. You
Yeah.
know, and I
That's why
didn't
she
like.
opened up. That's why she opened up and let her guard
Yeah,
down.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I didn't speak with her. You know, I didn't like correct her because we were just talking in passing.
Yeah.
So she just assumed I was Jewish and all that jazz. So she like brought me latkes and like geld for Hanukkah, and I was like,
cool.
oh,
Cool.
mazal, you know, mazal, and you know all that tov and all the, you know, all the Yiddish shit that she was used to. So she liked me.
Yeah.
And then towards the end, I said, okay, like that stupid lesbian chick that's always pissed off at me, like she, you know, you got to do something about this bitch. And she said, yeah, just between you and me, I'm gonna call some lawyers. You know, she was like insinuating that. She didn't say that exactly, but you know how that, you know, ethnic group kind of works. You know,
Oh yeah.
they said I know a guy kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
She said, well, the manager, you know, he fired the black chick for getting, you know, this is I'm just like boiling it down to basic. She said he fired the black chick and didn't carry on her seasonal position because she had customer complaints, but he kept the white lady that did have customer complaints, but she got a permanent position. And so she called him out on discrimination. And so she's like, you know, trying to tell me because she could tell I'm the type that would report it if I was like, you know, inclined to do so, you know?
Yeah.
So she told me like all the details, and you know, this classic, it's almost like
conspiratorial. It's conspiratorial. Go on. Yeah.
It's conspiratorial, but it's almost, there was a reason why Freud, you know, or how do I put this? There's a reason psychology started from Freud, who was raised Jewish.
Yes.
because they're like, so
neurotic.
Talk about reverse psychology.
The neurotic.
They are the picture perfect, you know, people for it.
Yes.
Like I said, no disrespect. It's just is what it is. You know, and Arabs are worse, but there's no helping them. So there's no point sitting them down and putting them on a chair. At least with you know, many of the Ashkenazi population, they can be talked out of some of this stuff. But anyways, this lady, she pulled the reverse psychology. She said, I'm telling you this in the faith that you won't say anything, which basically in Jew terms means you're going, you know, I want you to report this. Yes. Basically. Yes. That's what she said.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So she said, yeah. And then she basically said, yeah, that stupid lesbian chick that hated me. She said, oh, I want to report her. I've reported her ass too, but she's just a lazy piece of shit.
Oh my God.
You know, shows up hungover and shit.
Oh
but what I was telling Doug is that I don't know these people from Adam, but because all the younger girls were talking to me about like Japan and they wanted to learn languages, so I would just shoot the shit with them because, you know, we have nothing else to do. We're working retail, you know, that the older lesbian, she's not even like, she's not butch or anything. I don't want that image to be conjured. She's actually like a skinny lesbian chick that kind of looks like a crackhead. Yeah. So it's basically Brooke Gibson. So there's Brooke Gibson type I was working with. And yeah. So she's like that, but doesn't have the balls that Brooke does, where Brooke would just come up to me and say, oh, what the fuck, you think you're smart, you idiot. Yeah. So she funnels it into just pure hatred and rage, but she doesn't act out on it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So she just goes around like passive aggressive, like telling me, oh, you shouldn't be doing this and that. She sticks around like hours after her shift is over.
Yeah.
So I was just like, all right, this bitch is crazy. And I told the Arabic lady that in Arabic, like in front of her. And the Arabic lady like just walked out.
Yeah. She wasn't having any of this. Yeah.
No. She just said, oh, today's your last day, isn't it? And I said, yeah. And she left. She like turned around and left.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't blame her for being cautious, of course. You know that
because she has to deal with that like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. She has to come back into it. And actually the Arabic population is very much like that. It pretty much is every individual for themselves. They really do
for sure
put themselves first, and that's understandable.
Yeah. Which I don't blame her. Her. Imagine working with a bunch of crazies like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. And so in terms of your own analysis of that whole thing from a strategic perspective, how was
Yeah.
the retail impacted by the economy? Tell people how it's basically going to be, the whole staff's going to be wiped out. Tell people about this. The place you were working at.
So this particular place, like, they rely on seasonal purchases basically, because everyone is so broke. That's the only time they can ever make sales, because people feel guilty and they have to like overflex and spend all their money. But outside of the holiday season, especially the last few years, there's like no like daily sales is pretty much zero. And I saw it.
Yeah.
Am I still audible?
Yeah.
So I saw it like literally the day after the holidays. It was like dead. Like, it was like no one was walking in. Everyone was returning shit. So,
God.
Yeah, these businesses might not last very long, And yeah, gas is cheap. I mean, thanks, Trump. I appreciate it. But, that's not enough. Driving to the store with no money is still driving to the store with no money. Yeah. So there's only so much you can do with that kind of, cheap gas. Yeah, we can like drive further, but do what with the money,
Yes.
And then eventually when it gets top heavy, it's like, if everyone at the top has money, then no one's like, you won't be able to get anything done, really.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. And
like, they think it's like, oh, everyone will be so desperate for money we can pay them to do anything, but that's not how that works.
Yeah, it's not. It really isn't. And so, and your own impression of why this is happening, compare the tariffs to other factors like inflation. What really impresses you as the factors that are really, bringing everybody down?
Well, the total economic collapse that is being swept under the rug. I mean, if we can give Trump anything, it's that he's doing fake it till you make it all the way to the end. So it's good for him. Like, they basically came to him and said, hey, look, unless we, inject a bunch of capital, and then he said, what are our options? And it's like, well, invasion, killing a bunch of people, killing our own population, invasion, or, I'm sure there was a few options, right? And he just said, oh, I'll just do I'll just take over the country with the most oil. And everyone online is like trying to do all these conspiracy theories, like, what's the, asking Trump, what's the reason you're taking Venezuela? And it's like, everyone just responds that knows what's going on with one graph, and that it's like, Venezuela has the most oil on earth, basically. Yes. In reserves, tappable reserves.
God,
so damn. It's not rocket science.
Yes.
It's just, money. It's like caveman. He just like money now.
Yeah.
Just take that. And then he'll deal with the pet projects later, like Greenland and all that shit. So does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I'm so tired I can't string together thoughts, but that's
that's perfect. That's perfect.
And it's funny, like, all the pundits and even Rubio, they were saying on Fox News and shit, some of these guys were saying they were saying, what people were asking, what right do you have to deal with South America? And they said, it's got the word America, and they literally said this shit on air. They said it has the word America in it, so it's our problem. And it's like, dude, talk about crazy. It's just, first of all, we're the United States of America, which is not America as a whole. Yeah. Anyways, they want to take it all, I guess, which is fine.
Oh shit.
And someone asked him, "How is this America first?" And he says, "Of course it's America first." Yeah. And that's basically what they replied. They said it's got America in the name, so it's first. Like you said, it's not, they didn't even they had to bring out some actual people with PhDs to explain the Monroe Doctrine. They just they just say that, oh, it's America, it's got America in the name, and then they had to roll out those guys, they had to dust them off, those those old guys they keep dusting off. From
Oh,
the
that
college.
like that fucker. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name? He's got the pedophile name too. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those creeps
Yeah.
and that old lady.
Yeah,
Sarah
that
Payne
old,
and these people, yeah.
that old lady. That's right. Her name's easier to
Yeah.
remember because it's so fucking euphonic. Sarah Payne, like she's a pain in the ass. Yes.
Oh yeah, and she just looks like a pain. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the old guy's name? Or he's like so fucking stupid, and the shit he says. To an uninformed person, these people talking would make sense. But thank God, kids are not going. Kids are just gonna look at him and say, "I don't want to hear what that old person has to say." Thank God, it's only the elderly that are listening to them. It's
Well, but you notice those things didn't get any traction because the old people don't know how to use YouTube Shorts, or they just
good
don't.
point.
They don't have that mindset to swipe through a bunch of shit, you know.
Yeah, good point. That's so fucking important, and I'm definitely glad you brought that up. So it's it's an important point, well taken, and so in terms of you aside from Venezuela, what else stands out to you in terms of international affairs? Anything in particular that you feel that we should be paying attention to? Obviously, there's only so much we can
Nothing
get to
right
tonight,
now.
of
I
course.
mean, you know that I've been out on the loop for reasons that we
that's
can
right.
explain later.
Oh gosh, yeah. That reminds me. I shouldn't even talk about it, but I can't resist. There's a certain pothead we both know who we were trying to get to respond, and did this individual ever respond?
He redeemed himself. He redeemed
Did
himself.
he
So
really?
let's just leave it at that. Yeah, let's
I'm
leave it at that.
impressed.
He came in at the last second and saved my ass. So we gotta.
Oh
I
my God.
redact what I said. I redact everything I said.
Oh my!
And he
God.
brought me a New Year's gift. He brought me a Chinese New Year's, or
Did
like
he
a
really?
New Year's Christmas gift. Yeah.
God damn.
Some Chinese tea and stuff. So I redact everything that was said. We'll just leave it at that.
I am impressed. I'm
Right.
impressed.
So you know that's fair. It's fair enough.
It is. It is. Okay, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank God, just got a report from Windows Security, Microsoft Defender summary that they didn't find any threats. So that's a good start. And you know.
Yeah, because they're all internal.
Yeah.
They all have a key code and shit.
Yeah, no shit. Oh my fucking
At least the
God.
heat's off you for a while.
Yeah,
You know,
thank
they're
God. I
busy
hope
dealing
so.
with the Venezuelans.
Yeah, yes. Hopefully so. Hopefully so.
Did you tell people about the thing I dug up? That little article
Yeah, tell us. No,
where
I
they
may
blew
not.
up they blew up Chavez's body, apparently.
Oh yes,
allegedly.
tell
I don't know
people
if that
about
was
that.
true.
No, I didn't tell people about this. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, tell people about this. Hugo Chavez. Tell people about what happened.
So during the strike on Caracas prior to the Maduro pooper scoop, they vaporized, according to some person on the ground, they vaporized Hugo Chavez's mausoleum, which has his body in it, is what they said. They just said his remains were damaged. So I don't know if that's ever been confirmed or not, but that's what we heard, Doug and I. I showed him the article.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
And all of these communists have a cult of the dead. Their bodies are perfectly preserved for everyone to stare at for the next coming generations.
Right.
So
it's like, why did they kill the guy after he's dead? It's like,
well, it's the only chance they had. It's like, look what he's brought them to. You can imagine why somebody would do that. Yeah, take out their anger on him. It's like killing him again. There's some satisfaction to be derived from it. By the way, Real Tech Geek says, great conversation. Thank you, Real Tech. You'll be rejoining us eventually, sometime soon. And thank you for checking in with us. Hopefully Brooke does, at some point. But it seems like everybody's trying to provoke her into coming back on the show, Sammy and yourself.
Oh no,
that's
that
a good
wasn't
thing.
a provoke.
Not. It's let's just put it that it's good natured. I only meant that in a good natured sense. Now, what's this you just shared with us? North Korea test fires hypersonic.
Well, I don't want her to come back. She's like Bloody Mary. It's like you say her name too much, she reappears.
Yeah, there's a
Remember
certain...
that old wives' tale?
Oh yeah. There's a certain resonance. There. Yeah. So North Korea fires
Yeah.
Go on. So
Yeah, can you believe this shit?
Yeah,
Look at the photo. It's like they're watching a 1950s rocket and they're saying it's
yes.
hypersonic. I mean, come on,
Yeah,
dude.
thank you. Thank you.
Weak.
Yes, thank you. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Yes,
And
there's nothing.
apparently, I really hope he does this because it would honestly, it would boost his ratings in my book if he's gonna have his daughter become the successor. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So
Yeah.
tell us about this.
I'd have to bring up the article to like refresh my memory, but apparently he took her to basically the Holy Land, you know, like if we're talking One Piece level, this like area that's
Oh, that's
got
right.
the
That's their
mausoleum of
mausoleum.
his
Their
father.
mausoleum of their family,
Yeah.
the dynasty.
Yeah, it's got the
communist dynasty.
family, the dynasty's mausoleum where no one's allowed. Even the royal family and all of the what's it called? The generals, no one's allowed up there except the successor.
Yeah.
So he brought her up there. So
Wow.
that's basically saying she's the successor.
Damn.
You know?
So that's
So
good.
if he gives it to a chick, that would be sweet.
Yeah, it would
I'd be ready for a war hawk, like, you know,
North
evil
Korean
dictator chick.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it will be. We need a dominatrix on the world scene. That's like, see how she interacts with all these male chauvinist pigs that are loose in the world. I'd love it. So thank you for reminding me of that. That's good news. That's good news. Real Tech Geek is saying from Tom's Hardware Components. What is this? OpenAI Stargate project to assume up to 40% of global DRAM output. Inks deal with Samsung and SK Hynix to the tune of up to 900,000 wafers per month. He says this is really crazy. It's like, do you understand all this tech speak, Brendan?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, yeah, he sent it to me privately. Okay, do me a favor. Oh, that's right, he's not on the Infinite Call. There's so much.
No, it's fine. I'm sure it's great.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll get back to that.
What does it say? Can you actually read? You know, I know you can read. What does it say?
It's pretty much what I read. It's tech speak. It's basically basically OpenAI Stargate project to consume up to 40% of the global DRAM output. Inks a deal with Samsung and SK Hynix to the tune of up to 900,000 wafers per month. So
Yes.
So it's working at scale.
So they need this. They need the DRAM to make the basically these various chips and things too, and the AI software needs a lot of memory. Obviously, that's how it thinks. So that's another reason why the silver prices went up, because all these companies like Samsung and all the chip manufacturers, they put in orders ahead of time on the securities exchange and COMEX. They did a bunch of COMEX orders where they need like 50 million tons of silver to complete these projects. And that's why the silver jumped so high, because a lot of these new technology chips need more silver to work, because they're like semiconductor components need more of these metals.
Wow.
So that's why the silver is so expensive right now.
God damn. So there's a legitimate tech reason for this. It's not just irrational hoarders that are preparing for the apocalypse. That's fascinating.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. So okay, well, like I said, anytime you want to, just jump in, interject. I'll get back into monologue for the time being. I do want people to understand this much. The Venezuela attack hands the Russian and Communist Chinese empires a fucking roadmap. The Trump maladministration has given Russia, Red China, and anyone else who wants to give it a try a roadmap for invading countries and capturing leaders who displease them. Now, Japan's Prime Ministress, Sanae Takaichi, today avoided criticism of the United States President Donald Trump's military strikes on Venezuela and the capture of the Latin American nation's presidente, as Tokyo itself is grappling with how to respond to a maneuver widely seen as having violated international law. But some senior Japanese officials did voice concern over this maneuver. And the precedent it sets. The former defense minister, Itsunori Onodara, has said the United States administration's invasion of Venezuela constitutes a change of the status quo by force itself, contradicting arguments used to condemn China and Russia for their designs on my Taiwan and Ukraine, respectively. So Trump's clearing the way for the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. President Donald Trump has launched not any splendid little war, but perhaps a splendid little operation in Venezuela. He has captured a dictator and removed him from power. So far, Trump seems to have executed a bad idea well. The military operation itself, dubbed Operation Absolute Resolve, seems to have been flawless. The strategic wisdom, however, is deeply questionable. And the legal basis, as offered by the president and his team, is absurd. Some Americans and some American imperial allies are appalled. Red China and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire claim to be appalled too. But to use a classic diplomatic expression, the leaders in Beijing and Moscow should be invited, with all due respect, to shut their fucking face traps! Because yesterday morning, the Russian Foreign Ministry said, "We firmly call on the US leadership to reconsider this position and release the lawfully elected president of a sovereign country and his wife." The Russians then shamelessly turned all the sanctimony knobs to supernova levels. Venezuela must be guaranteed the right to determine its own future without destructive external interference, particularly of a military nature. You don't say! Perhaps we might generalize that principle to other nations such as Ukraine, where Moscow's forces are mass murdering people every fucking week, in part because the Russians failed to kill or capture the lawfully elected president of a sovereign country 4 years ago. And the Chi-Coms, too, are absolutely shocked that a great power is menacing a small
apparently
neighbor.
they were the last people to talk to him.
Yeah, there you go.
That.
Yeah, the Chi-Coms. Yeah,
they were there.
Tell people. It's so true. Yeah.
Well, they were just the last people to have an in-person meeting with Maduro. It was literally the night before he got kidnapped or whatever, or allegedly, he got handed over. Basically,
so
they went there to like talk, schmooze him, and then in the middle of the night they grabbed him in his pajamas or whatever, and he still had the red string. He still had the red string.
Yeah, tell people about that. The photograph shows him with the coral string that everybody's been wearing since I talked about it on my episode.
Yeah, then all the Hollywood fools have it. There's like some cult going around. Then this guy has it, and even when he's sleeping, it's on. So it must be something important.
God
the
damn.
red friendship bracelet thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, they're all thread tied to Peter Moon. Oh yes, let's tell people. Yes, Stranger Things is about Peter Moon. It is.
Oh yeah, they had that big reveal that proved it was about the secret to defeating the villain was being so deep in the closet that you had to reveal yourself, and it defeated all your enemies. So that was, and it was truly about Pete. We finally figured it out.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my God!
The power of gayness is what wins in the end. That's what the, what that show allegedly. I didn't watch it. This is what people were memeing about. That in the final battle he just said, "I'm gay," and the villain just died.
Yeah.
Just pretty it sounds like I'm just being facetious, but no, that's literally what the plot line was.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, Real Tech Geek brings up that copper as well is apparently increasingly vital to the chips in question. Thank you for that.
I sent an article in there.
Yeah, thank you. No, I love it. I've hearted it or wowed it. No, thank you for that. And we found out about Pete. It's really all about you. You just open your heart, let that rainbow out, and all your inner demons will go away. And of course, yeah, and the red heart line that you said you were married to me by that red heart line. It's really wrapped around Maduro's wrist right now, and those of all your Hollywood buddies who you claim will someday be, putting your story into virtual reality. By the way, Aristides brought up that the Russian doomsday, bird code that is always clicking and cracking is now playing Swan Lake. Well, that's their relation to Peter Moon too. It's his time because
Wait,
he
what
always.
was it?
The Russian help us out here, Aristides, if you're still with us. The goddamn Russian click code that's always broadcasting, indecipherable static has recently switched to Swan Lake, which it did apparently before.
It's the shortwave thing. It's been going since the 70s. The buzzer.
Yeah, it's called. Yeah, and it did this once before the attempted coup d'état in Moscow.
No,
right?
not that.
No,
not that station. They did it on like regular TV, I think.
I see. Thank you. But this station.
Yeah.
Go on. Continue.
Right. The song is symbolic. They didn't do it on that radio before. They did it like whatever,
nationally
somewhere
or
else.
something. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah.
In other words, they grabbed a TV station, essentially occupied it, and then broadcast that over as a signal to all their forces to rally. And so it being broadcast now over this particularly sensitive transmission, then that shows that some shit's going down. And so thank you, Aristides. But I can't forget there's a name for it called bird cracker or something, nutcracker code, bird cracker transmissions.
Might be the woodpecker also.
Woodpecker.
Yeah.
Woodpecker. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes.
If it's the same one, I think there's only one.
Yeah, it's the same one. There's only one that we know of, at least. And yes, now they're doing Swan Lake, which Preston Nichols had always said was somehow woven into the fabric of space and time itself by Montauk, correct? Something like that?
Something like that, to my recollection. Yeah.
Yes, and thank you. And Brendan Zogate confirmed this for us. Did not Peter Moon make this AI of Swan Lake and all these dead swans? So true.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Yeah,
that's a strange little thing.
Yeah, so that Nicolas Maduro's little Kokoro Heartline, it's all connected somehow.
Yes.
I'm being very facetious.
It makes you wonder. Yeah, it makes you wonder what's going on.
You really do have to wonder.
But the red string on the hand was, very strange.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's disconcerting. So like the Russians, the Chi-Coms too are absolutely shocked that a great power is menacing a small neighbor and inflicting a regime change by military force. The foreign ministry in Beijing said that the monolithic communist Chinese superstate is deeply shocked. At least it wasn't shocked and stunned, as the Russians expressed it, and strongly condemns the use of force.
How did they not know? The night before.
Apparently they didn't. China's covert cadres. I mean, you gotta face the reality here. Unless they get extensive plastic surgery, Chinese spies are pretty easy to spot, right? So it's like.
Oh yeah, I know that I understand, but I'm saying, how did they not they must have had what is it called, like a radio?
Yeah,
a CB hearing all the chatter.
You would think. You would think, but
I was getting people saying, "Oh, we used some super high technology to invade Venezuela secretly." I don't think they needed that.
Thank you. And by the way, Brendan and I are still holding a 50-50 chance, a flip of the coin, that this was negotiated, and maybe Maduro did leave to Russia and they're just using AI. But we'll find out soon enough. Somebody's got to be brought to trial. So unless they have a patsy to be in place for him, we'll assume it's him. But when it comes to the Chinese, my understanding was that the Chi-Com officials were literally on site the military base when this happened. So they would have vacated.
It seemed like.
Yeah, they would have vacated if they had known. So they were caught off guard. And
Okay. got it.
yeah, they were. So the foreign ministry in Beijing said that strongly condemns the use of force by the United States against a sovereign country and the use of force against the president of a country. Noble words. And then, like the Russians, the
Yeah,
Chi-Coms. Yeah.
as the Dalai Lama's on the other line,
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
No shit. There you go. Like I said, noble. Yeah. What a joke. Yeah.
Right.
And
How
then,
could you do that to a sovereign country? And
Yeah.
then meanwhile,
yeah.
Tibet. and
Yeah,
all
no,
this shit.
slaughtering 1 million Tibetans after invading. Yeah, there you go. And like I said, noble words. And then the Russians, the Chi-Coms dared the world to laugh aloud. China firmly opposes such hegemonic behavior by the United States, which seriously violates
What do they mean? What do they even mean by it? Like hegemon? Like they're trying to as if they're not trying to do it
No shit.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Which seriously violates international law, violates Venezuela's
Oh my God.
sovereignty.
Yeah. Okay. It's funny because they're always floating around Taiwan and Chinese exclusive economic zones.
Thank you.
You
Not
know,
to mention
but anyways, we
yeah.
could just do this about everything they say. But
yeah, not to mention what they're doing in the South China Sea, arming islands and militarizing sandbars,
Yeah.
for God's sakes. Weaponizing.
yeah. What about international law there?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. In what are ostensibly neutral waters. Yeah. And to continue reading the statement from the Communist Chinese ministry, the foreign ministry in Beijing, and threatens peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean. We urge the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating the sovereignty and security of other countries. I mean,
Right.
Now, only 12 days ago, the Communist Chinese Empire engaged in military exercises that included surrounding my Taiwan and then firing missiles in the waters.
Live fire.
Live fire of missiles. Thank you. In the waters around Zhonghua Dao Island, China. A vast empire regularly running war games aimed at invading its tiny neighbor and threatening the Japanese commercial sphere for good measure. Counts as hegemonic behavior that threatens the peace and security of a region, and Communist China on the Asian mainland well fucking knows it. The more stinging irony here is that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping probably approved these public statements personally, with a chuckle. The United States has now given the Russian and Communist Chinese empires and anyone else who wants to give it a try a roadmap for invading countries and capturing leaders who displease them with a lawlessness that by comparison makes the 2003 invasion of Iraq seem as lawyered up as a bank merger. Let us all stipulate that Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro is a bad guy. He deserved to be driven from power, perhaps with American help.
I mean, okay, considering he was not that bad.
Yeah.
Considering what we've seen go down. I mean, I'm talking outside of the country. Like, I'm sure it was bad in the country, but it's not like he was going around doing shit.
True.
Kind of like Kim Jong, whatever. He's not good to his people, but it's not like he's, the last time they did something was under his father, where they kidnapped those Japanese people.
Yeah. All these points are well taken, but of course we do have to allow for the fact that it is, in the case of North Korea and Venezuela both, it is their impotence that renders them more of a non-threat to people outside of their own dominions.
Yeah.
But Venezuela definitively held very expansionist desires. They definitely claim the territory of their neighbor Guyana, which is indeed a rising oil star. I'll get to that later, but it's full of oil too, and they didn't want that on their border as a threat to their own monopoly. So they had every intention, very overtly, they had maps showing Venezuela expanding into its surrounding neighbor states. But their own impotence, their own corruption, it prevented them from even getting the ball rolling on that. So it was kind of a joke. It is kind of a clown show. The same with North Korea. But in all fairness, I do have to say, we've seen the opposite. It was worse for the inhabitants of Iraq and Syria and Libya to have their Arab dictators removed. It was worse for the people. So that was a bad move. We don't know about North Korea and Venezuela, but you could almost think, well, it can't get any worse. It would be hard to imagine it getting worse in North Korea and Venezuela for the people. It really would. It's that bad. So that is, I never thought I'd say this. The Arab dictators have proven themselves at least more competent in managing a state infrastructure. Their personal cruelty might be out of this world, but they at least had a state infrastructure which provided a stability and security for their people. We did not have that in either North Korea or Venezuela. We do not have that. So yeah, we'll see. All I can say is we'll see. But I got a feeling it's going to get a lot worse if the Americans.
And did you see the comparison of him and Saddam? They like almost 1-to-1. Like the photos are identical. Like,
it's true.
It's the same
never
script.
Yeah.
Script.
Yeah. It's weird. I just, now that you've brought that up, I just noticed. You mean physically? Physically, they look alike. You mean, or what happened
on top? And well, all of it. Yeah. They also had like their mustache is the same, the hair is the same, the face shape, the same. They were wearing the same junta uniforms, you know, when they do the military walks. Same exact uniform, same beret. It's uncanny.
That is so fucking weird. Thank you for sharing that. No, that's important. Now, an operation rooted in support from the international community and approved by Congress would be tough. Well, it would be a tough sell because Venezuela presented no threat to these United States or anyone else for all the reasons we've articulated. But it would have been the right way to go. Doug, you know, I use my own name in an unconscious Freudian slip there, but Doug's drugs, or anyone's drugs. Drugs don't count.
I don't know what that proves, but it's either direction is bad.
Yeah,
for you.
Yeah, but drugs simply do not count as an imminent danger. I'm sorry, not on the scale of rationalization for open war. This is like,
come on, we know it wasn't that.
Yeah, we know it wasn't
oil.
The only thing I can think of historically where drugs truly were an existential threat to a nation was China during the Opium Wars, where the Brits were forcing drugs upon the Chinese. Yes. Yeah, they were rebelling against a British imposition of drug addiction.
Yeah.
But instead of doing anything the right way, the president declared the Donroe Doctrine, another moment that will stand for ages as an embarrassment to the United States and raises the question yet again of whether the commander-in-chief is cognitively stable enough to be ordering the invasion of other nations. Or doing anything else, for that matter. Again, the redness of his hands.
He seems pretty good. Seems like he's doing it.
Well, tell us about how that holds up with all the aspirin he's taken. What the fuck is that about? That's a shock to even medical doctors.
Wait, when was this like revealed somewhere? Or
yeah, Trump himself said, I take a lot more aspirin than my doctors recommend. So it's like, let's look it up. Let's take a look. We'll share screen while we do this. And it's like
that's just it's just what old people say. You know?
Let's take a look. Amount of aspirin. Yeah, in other words, he's excusing the redness of his hands. Trump takes. Okay, and
it's not like a cumulative effect where the more you take, the more thin your blood is. It's like there's a limit.
Okay, so Donald Trump says that he takes 325 milligrams of aspirin daily, a dose he's maintained for 25 years. This is 4 times higher.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Donald Trump takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day, a dose he has maintained for a quarter of a century. This is 4 times higher than the generally recommended low dose of 81 milligrams used for cardiovascular disease prevention. There we are. It's a standard.
Fine.
It's a standard dose for pain relief. That's true. But he might be causing a brain bleed, or at least a stomach ulcer. Yeah. There you go. I guess that we shouldn't.
Are you trying to save him?
No. I'm trying to. Fuck no. Take him, Trump. Pop those pills, baby.
Yeah.
Pop those pills.
He'll be fine. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now, Trump and his team didn't even try creating a coalition, either at home or abroad, by simply landing troops in another nation and decapitating its leadership. Trump has done Russia and Red China a great service by trashing, yet again, the guardrails that limit other nations from running amok. International law? Pointless. The United Nations? Never heard of it. The Congress of the United States? Well, they're good folks, but according to the Cubano...
As people call it online, Geneva suggestions.
Yeah, there you go. As for Congress, well, they're good folks, but according to the Cubano Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, they couldn't be told ahead of time for security reasons. Himself saying this while standing next to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, a fountain
wait a second.
of security violations. Yes, go on. Yes, thank you. Go on.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, Mr. I revealed everything on Signal.
Yes, yes!
But you notice they took the reins away from him because he fucked up. I didn't hear him say anything about anything.
Thank you.
He just said, we did it. Yay. That was it.
Yeah, there you go. That's all he's good for now.
The brass must have said, shut his ass up.
Thank you. Thank you. God damn. I love it. He's nothing now but a cheerleader with tattoos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just send him to do those, like, where he, throws logs with the troops, just, does tug a rope.
That's all he's good for. That's all he's good for when he's not jerking their dicks. Yeah, that's all he's good for. Now, Vlad Putin and Xi Jinping must have watched Trump's presser while nodding and taking notes. Hypocrisy. The French nobleman François de la Rochefoucauld once said, is the tribute vice pays to virtue. In this case, there isn't any virtue to be fucking found. The Red Russian and Communist Chinese statements are vice paying tribute to vice. They already know that the President of the United States is helping to clear the way for their misadventures, and they should keep their faux outrage to themselves. So suffice it to say that the Ukraine's fate in 2026 will define the international order. The end of the war in Ukraine will come slowly at first, then all at once. Right now, both Russia and the Ukraine appear to be reaching a breaking point. Ukraine has tens of thousands of its soldiers AWOL, absent without leave, and is experiencing severe shortages of recruitment, and as a result, Russian forces have been able to slowly grind their way forwards at massive cost in men and materiel. On the other hand, Russian recruitment is growing ever more difficult, and the Russian economy is cracking so badly that, as of November 2025, the government had begun withholding payments of salaries to its own soldiers, rendering them...
Where was this?
Russia. Remember the Russians were talking about eating each other. They had plans. If you die, we eat you. If I die, you eat me. Tell people about that. They were talking about arranging cannibalism of their own troops. They're not getting paid.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Thank you.
Or it was this report that came out.
No, their transmissions were intercepted. Their transmissions were intercepted.
Yeah.
It's factual.
Yeah.
It's factual.
It was from a Lithuanian source. Yeah.
Yes.
So they were able to listen to it, or something like that.
Yeah. Well, all these Baltic nations have all these Russian settlers that if they want to prove themselves, they have to translate for the nation they live in. So, as things currently stand, the war will end when one side or the other has its lines begin to crumble, either by being overstretched on the part of Ukraine or by mutinies and mass defections on the part of the Russian Empire. This will begin in a few isolated places at first, but once the process begins, that whole side will unravel, and in a matter of weeks, if not days, whichever side breaks first will be unable to resist the other side rolling through and taking whatever it wants. The final collapse, that final collapse of one side or the other could come as tomorrow, or it could come 3 years from now. We will not see it coming when it comes. If we want a different outcome, or if we want to control the speed and thoroughness of that outcome, the only option is intervention. Either by giving Ukraine the weapons it's actually been asking for, rather than scraps, or by denying Ukraine support altogether. Ironically, Russia has been trying to bring about that latter option, both by backing far-right autocrats like Trump and Viktor Orban of Magyarország, or Hungary, and by abusing Russia's shadow fleet, aero sorties, and drone flyovers to frighten Europe into keeping its weapons at home against a potential attack. The irony lies in the fact that doing this is far more likely to bring about the one thing which would definitively end the war: direct European, or even NATO, which would include Great Britain and Canada, intervention with boots on the ground. As for myself, I prefer backing Ukraine, no matter what Putin's puppet president Donald Trump wants. Slava Ukraini! A lot of Russian troll accounts have decided that this transmission is in desperate need of being attacked, which tells me either somebody in Russia is desperately afraid, or some troll farm employees just want an easy paycheck. Either way, enough is enough. Because here's some of the examples of what I'm getting. What if Putin finally drives, as you said, a nuke on a truck into Ukraine? How do you think the world will react to it? What would the consequences be? Okay, scenario 1. Putin nukes Ukraine. Reaction. The United States will go to DEFCON 1. That's military at caution, but not even on guard. And get all their submarines and fleet ready with their nuclear warheads. The United Kingdom will go on nuclear alert. Zhongguo Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, will go on nuclear alert. India and Pakistan will go on nuclear alert. France will go on nuclear alert. Other European Union nations, and I include Germany in this, will order their citizens to flee the country with iodine tablets and survival guides. All schools will be closed. Then comes de-escalation. The militaries will talk to each other first. The Pentagon will talk to the Kremlin generals. If Kremlin generals say, "That's it! Remove the sanctions, and Putin will not launch any more nukes, and is willing to sign a nuclear deterrent pact. Otherwise, next to be hit is Poland, Europe, and yourself." The Pentagon will advise the White House, "Sir, either we risk nuclear war and lose 60 million Americans and go back to the Stone Age, or we give in to Putin's demands," because I can guarantee you the American generals have their cocks so deep up their own assholes fucking themselves, that they're too chicken shit to take on the Russians because they programmed themselves to worship the Russians as the master race, the god of war. And the White House will definitively decide to give in to Putin's demands, but gain a lot of false face thereby. So the White House will tell the Pentagon, all right, Putin gets his demands, but we will detonate a nuke off the Baltic coast, and Putin must pretend to be frightened and act as if U.S. forced him to the negotiating table. Then we can remove sanctions. The Pentagon will tell the Kremlin, and the Kremlin will agree, and the United States will detonate a nuke off the Baltic coast as a warning to Russia. With their full foreknowledge, Putin will call a pretense meeting and say, I am willing to discuss peace, to his state-controlled mass media machine that he doesn't want nuclear war beyond the Ukraine. American newspapers will hail Trump as the hero who stopped nuclear annihilation of the world. Trump will sweep the polls. In fact, he'll win the midterms by a landslide. All inflation will be forgotten. Russian newspapers will hail Putin as the hero who destroyed Ukraine and saved the Donbas and the Russians and who ushered in the era of new prosperity. Seeing the nukes, treasonous Taiwanese Kuomintang generals will arrest President Lai and his cabinet and sue for union with Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe, the People's Republic of China, via the negotiations for conditions. And in pursuit of his peace prize for posterity, Trump will claim that Putin is deeply weakened within the Kremlin. Trump and Putin will then sign a peace agreement including repeal of all sanctions, with Trump saying, if Putin goes, Russia would become another Nazi Germany and a new Hitler would be created, so best to make peace. The Russian subverted European Union will cheer. They get their gas back now, straight from the tits of Mama Bear. Trump wins. Putin wins. The European Union wins. The Russian Empire wins. Red China wins. Only my Taiwan and Ukraine loses, and it'll be propagandized as worth it for peace and the chance to no longer see Zelensky's face or hear his voice again. Until the moment the Netherlands detonates the semiconductor production machines on Formosa and the entire world economy collapses within a matter of 60 seconds. And everybody loses. Yea, so, all experts warn that any conflict or blockade involving my Taiwan will catastrophically disrupt the global economy, primarily due to our critical role in advanced semiconductor manufacturing, producing over 90% of the world's most advanced microchips, the oil of the 21st century, and our importance in global shipping, immediately instigating a global depression, wiping out trillions in gross domestic product, and halting all innovation in tech, automotive, and every other goddamn sector you can name. Here's the Dietrich, that's the Deutschen Sprech, the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key reasons for economic collapse. Semiconductor dominance. My Taiwan, especially TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, dominates the production of cutting-edge chips essential for AI, smartphones, cars, defense, and almost all modern electronics. A disruption will create supermassive shortages, crippling industries worldwide. Supply chain catastrophe. Beyond microchips, my Taiwan's ports and efficient logistics are vital for global trade flow. Disruptions will stall countless supply chains, increase shipping costs astronomically, and halt all manufacturing worldwide. Trillions in losses. Analyses conclude that any conflict will cost the world economy over $2 trillion, wiping out 10% of global gross domestic product, worldwide in 60 seconds, exceeding the impact of all major financial crises in the recorded history of the human race put together. A financial market panic ensues. Global financial markets will immediately collapse. A panic leading to capital flight, currency volatility, and, well, physical flight to safe havens, not to mention currency flight to safe haven assets, all based on the Silicon Shield. My Taiwan's microchip monopoly acts as a deterrent, a Silicon Shield, because major powers, like these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, are so dependent on our output that any attack would harm them so deeply as to prove itself fatal. As to the guaranteed impacts, revenue loss. Companies relying on Taiwanese microchips will lose $1.6 trillion in revenue annually. A manufacturing halt. Industries from automotive to medical tech will face extreme delays and shortages. People will die by the millions. Trade freeze. Banks will stop financing global trade. And disruption of vital sea lanes will raise costs and slow all goods movement. Still, this is the most likely scenario if Putin blows a nuke in any non-nuclear power. Even a non-nuclear NATO power like Poland. Since the United States and the European Union have already proven stupid enough to sacrifice their entire economies, Europe by its years-long dependence on Russian gas pipelines, America by electing Donald Trump and all the damage he's done with tariffs, the Americans will sacrifice anything and everything else they've got. Now, this just in from my email box from some dumb Brit. Well then, mate, the way you say it, if Russia nukes the UK, the USA will surrender. To preface, all bets are off under Trump. By electing Trump, America has already surrendered to Putin. We will have to wait and see how far Trump kowtows to Putin and what Europe does in response. We live in depressing times. But if they nuke Great Britain, Russia would be too busy reeling from the UK counterstrike to accept anybody's surrender. What? You don't think the UK could hit back after a nuclear strike? You don't know where British nuclear-armed submarines are. Some possibly within short striking distance of Moscow. Want to find out? The United States would not have to surrender. They would be too busy propping up the remains of a nuked Russia with humanitarian aid. Bear in mind, you don't even know how many of the Russian nuclear weapons actually work. I know, well, I myself know for a fact that even Putin doesn't know that. I do know that a lot of corruption has effectively disabled a significant portion of Russian nuclear weapons. But who knows to the degree of metaphysical certitude? You sure as hell don't. If Russia nuked the UK, Russia would be nuked back. And that's regardless of the USA taking Russia's side. And do you think the French would sit idly by? They have nuclear weapons too and might take umbrage. That's a French word. At the nuclear cloud blowing across the English Channel and, souring the taste of their grapes and cheese. Not to mention flattening their wine. Mindest ye, the Eiffel Tower might look pretty at night, covered in radioactive particles, like a giant phosphorescent glow toy. But even the Polaki, encouraged by the destruction of Russian forces, might decide to invade Russia and take back historic Poland. This would get interesting. Maybe mainland China will resume control of its former territories in Asia that Stalin misappropriated. So, the UK nukes Russia. France nukes Russia. And then The USA says, "Step aside, folks. We're only here to help the people of Russia in the name of Christian solidarity." Sorry, what were we saying about surrender? On the flip side of the coin, I don't think there would be enough left of Russia to surrender to anyone. But some isolated hunters in Siberia would celebrate their formal separation from Moscow, a Moscow that no longer exists. Russia has the second best military force in Russia. The Ukrainian army invading Russia is better. Russia has just launched the first cavalry charge of the Ukrainian war. The Russian 36th Motor Rifle Brigade, supposedly a mechanized infantry, just launched the first cavalry charge of the Ukrainian war. Russia has deployed cavalry against Ukrainian robots with machine guns. The span of a work week ago, on the 30th day of December.
Using World War II munitions.
Yes!
Like explosive caps from literally with the
Hakenkreuz. The hook and cross, the swastika.
the Nazi insignia. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They
They looted from some warehouse somewhere.
Yes. Now, what are these last two links you sent me? Eva Schloss, Holocaust survivor Eva Schloss, has died. King Charles III paid tribute to the Auschwitz survivors.
Be nice. She's one of the only people that was alive that knew Anne Frank personally.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, and she fled to the Netherlands, which is coming up a lot tonight. The Netherlands, of course, is the ward, or rather the warden. Their ward is Grunland, but they're the ward of Grunland and its protector. And Netherlands came up with the... tell people about how the Netherlands controls the detonators to Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing machines, Brendan.
The detonators, what you're saying?
Yeah, the detonators. Remember, all of the machines are set to blow. So tell people about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, the Dutch, not the Neder. I mean, I guess they're all Dutch, but the Dutch, they make... basically, they're the only ones that can make the machines to make the platters optically sound and completely free of defects, or as close as you could, scientifically get. They're the only people on Earth that can make those blank platters. And without that technology, it wouldn't matter where you make it; it wouldn't be made at all. So that's the real secret technology. And it's on YouTube. You can go. Some of the tech nerds, report about it, but it's officially. The only place on Earth that can do that is the Netherlands. And the Zeiss Corporation, which is, a Nazi corporation. the optics corporation.
Very important. Thank you. And
which is why they only give it to Taiwan.
That's right. And they have the detonators that the moment they feel something's going down in Taiwan, they're going to blow those machines so it doesn't become the property of the Chi-Coms or any totalitarian state. Yeah.
Because the reason why is because they can't rebuild it. It's so technologically impressive.
Yeah.
You can't reverse engineer it. I mean, if you saw the machine, you would know what I'm talking about. It's just it's insane. Like the level of technology is so sophisticated. You can't reverse engineer it. There's no way.
Thank you.
It's just a bunch of tubes, Here, I'll have to send you the video, and you can kind of see it.
Yeah, no, I look forward to that. Thank you, and don't be afraid to also put a link to that into the chat room too. And
I'll try, but it's tough to find. It's like it's only reported by tech people.
That's true. That's
really,
true.
Really deep at that.
No, it's true. It's true. There's very few people who would get access to that. I'm surprised that Brendan did, but he's the man, along with Aristides. They're both great guys. Without them, my producers, the show would be impossible. So we have, what do you think that, so the photograph that we see of who is supposedly Maduro, I don't know if I should say hopefully, but if it's the real Maduro, he's giving people both thumbs up. So he's apparently trying to say something. Like, what do you make of it?
Well, people are just saying it's suspect.
Mm-hmm. It is odd that he'd be given thumbs up after being captured by the enemy. Yes, that's especially with his wife, along with his wife, so yeah, and of course, then this Holocaust survivor dies
Well,
in.
did you see the most recent one?
Oh,
He's still talking. Somehow he's awake, Mr. Aspirin. The
yeah.
aspirin's keeping him awake, and he keeps talking.
What did he say? Oh yeah.
He said,
Go
yeah,
on.
he said we need total access, and then of course he had to drop it and say total access to the oil, and it's like, okay, so that's obviously what it was for. He's not wasting any time.
Oh,
At least back in the day, like they had to pull out that stupid vial of uranium and lie about it. You know, now he's just saying we need access to everything.
He did qualify it by saying that the U.S. needs total access to Venezuela's oil and other things to rebuild the South
He doesn't
American
even know
country.
what's there.
Yeah. He said, but we needed to rebuild that country because we're in charge right now. So he did qualify it with somewhat of a humanitarian feint, if you know what I mean. Just what do you call it? Like a nod or something. Just it's platitudes, but yeah, but definitely, yeah. He said,
it's like, you know, when those bartenders flavor a drink with like, you know, wood smoke. It's like that.
Yeah, thank you. It's
like just the flavor.
I like it. Yeah. Now, but back to the situation on the Ukrainian front for all you Russophiles out there who are trolling me. The span of a work week ago, on the 30th day of December, but yesteryear, there was an important news report. Well, all kinds of new flashes. These news flashes from Ukraine along the front lines, I cross-referenced them while I was with the Blood Boys, and they found a lot of them for me, and we proved altogether this is completely true. This really happened. There in Ukraine, where they had just completed an operation where a ground drone held a position for weeks, meaning a robot tank had held a position against all incoming Russians for weeks, mowing them down whenever they came near. This implemented innovative technologies for full frontline rotations aimed at replacing infantry. So they've replaced their manpower losses in Ukraine with combat bots, Terminators on treads.
Well, that's the Helsing AI.
Thank you.
It's powered by that system. Yeah.
Bless you. Exactly.
Which is why they're so pissed off. Right?
Thank you. Indeed. Russia.
And by the way, on a side note, what about Russia? They have Metal Gear Solid shit. That's what we've been being told for so many years.
Yeah. What a load of shit. Yeah, they've always told us they've got the combat mix and all that shit, right? Remember that? All that bullshit. Yeah. Oh my.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
We're waiting. Yeah. Well, it didn't come to the field. That's for sure. It never made it to the field. Just guess they couldn't get it there. It defected.
Yeah, but the T-32 was a hot rod.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Oh my God. Well, once that entered Korean territory, it was a piece of fucking shit. It's only good for rolling across the open plains, people. Once it got into the mountainous topography of Korea, it was falling off the sides of cliffs. So,
but it was fast.
Yeah. What until it got on those cliffs in Korea? That's for fucking sure. It couldn't move an inch.
It could drive off the edge.
Yeah, there you go. It went fast then. Now here we've already described what Ukraine fielded. Russia, on the other hand, has introduced, or rather reintroduced, an outdated tactic and reintroduction of cavalry, with soldiers riding horses to attack Ukrainians over open fields under live machine gun fire.
This can't be real. This can't.
It's all true. Now this contrast was
you're just hating on the Russians.
No, it's all
Come
true.
On.
Dude.
It was probably just a villager. Come on. Man.
Oh no.
There's no way.
Yeah, seriously. This contrast was laid bare between cavalry and computation as Ukraine's 3rd Army Corps continued scaling robotic warfare, demonstrating that ground drones, Terminators on treads, they are not only for assaults, but can also hold defensive lines for extended periods. They don't sleep. They don't eat. They don't shit. But they spew out machine gun bullets at a rate that takes out everyone who approaches.
Who's reloading?
Oh, it's easy. They just do it in shifts. They have the treaded vehicle return to base, behind the lines where they reload it, or a guy goes up front to reload it. Either way, either case works. They keep them locked and loaded. And now one striking example came when a dev droid, it's called a dev droid, DEV droid, a dev droid ground robot, was equipped with a 12.7 millimeter Browning M2 machine gun. And for 45 consecutive days, that robot held the frontline position instead of infantry, suppressing enemy movement and repelling all assaults without a single Ukrainian casualty, taking out thousands of Russians. Operated remotely from cover, equipped with thermal vision, the system detected Russian movements in complete darkness, turning night assaults into one-sided suicide engagements where attackers stood no chance and were wiped out by the hundreds at a time. Ukraine's shift toward...
couldn't Putin just buy one of those? What's stopping him?
Yeah. Let's ask ourselves that question. I don't get it. Yeah, why doesn't Putin invest in a fleet of these suckers? What's going on here? It's like, where's all that money going? Thank you. Point well taken.
Yeah, who knows?
Now, Ukraine's shift toward unmanned warfare is a continuous evolution, and as you may remember from what I've just said, the 3rd Army Corps carried out the world's first fully unmanned assault in July. Now, FPV, kamikaze drones, shattered Russian fortifications, after which ground drones, rolling in on treads, carrying explosives, moved in to finish the job. All without a single Ukrainian infantryman entering the battlefield at all. In another case, surviving Russian soldiers, overwhelmed by the pressure, surrendered directly to drones en masse and were remotely escorted by the drones to Ukrainian lines as prisoners of war. Now, such operations are sustained by an efficient, decentralized system with Ukrainian drones remotely controlled from bunkers or armored vehicles and operating in close coordination with aerial drones that scout, jam electronics, and strike targets. With operators positioned behind the contact line and maintenance handled in small frontline workshops embedded within brigades, where technicians repair tracks, sensors, and electronics within hours using mobile tools and 3D printed components. From there, moving into positions where Russians are detected, they use relays from aerial drones, and the aerial drones extend their operational range by orders of magnitude, with the ground drones then returning just for a swift swap of batteries, together with the ammo, to achieve quick turnaround times and ensure constant defense of the sector. So while Ukraine is moving forward technologically, Russia is moving backward. On the Pokrovsk front, where Moscow has concentrated the highest number of soldiers and some of its most capable units, such as they are, Ukrainian soldiers from the 92nd Separate Assault Brigade documented Russian troops advancing on horseback. The first time they were spotted, the Ukrainian operators had no idea what to do and had no choice but to unfortunately hit both the rider and the horse. However, immediately afterwards, Ukrainian operators devised and shared a plan that was soon realized when they deliberately frightened the horses with flybys, causing them to bolt and throw their riders before neutralizing the dismounted soldiers while sparing all the animals. There's footage the Blood Boys dug up from the web for me, confirming that Russian forces are increasingly using horses, I should say abusing horses, in mass assaults, a tactic unseen on European battlefields for more than 100 years, in over a century. The return of cavalry is not symbolic, but driven by necessity, as Russian losses in vehicles and armored transport have been so severe that even elite units are forced to rely on animals to move troops and supplies. They're using jackasses and donkeys and mules for their logistical supply lines. Yet against drones equipped with thermal sensors and precision munitions, the clash is brutally uneven. And the Russian command appears...
You wanted it eco-friendly. Right?
Yeah! There you go!
Yeah.
And the Russian command appears
No
willing...
petrol needed.
That's right, no petrol needed, thank you! Just grain that they steal from the Ukrainian land. And the Russian... yeah, go on, yeah. It's farcical. Farcical, but go on. Yeah, your own thoughts,
Hey,
please.
they're cutting edge.
Yeah.
Grass-powered war.
Yeah. And the Russian command appears willing to repeat these futile attacks regardless of the cost. The contrast between these two armies could not be clearer, with Ukraine using drones to solve its manpower challenge by deliberately building a force where technology absorbs risk and preserves lives, as shown by the recruitment of 10,000 new drone operators in less than a month under MADURO's leadership. That's the high command of Ukraine. While Russia lacks any real way to compensate for its losses and instead falls back on attrition, improvisation, and tactics pulled from the past. Overall, this battle between the robots and cavalry starkly illustrates two fundamentally different visions of warfare unfolding on the same battlefield. Ukraine is deliberately shaping an army of the future, accelerating innovation with more than 40 domestically produced ground drone models, authorized for use this year alone, and integrating them into offensive and defensive operations, while Russia is throwing horseflesh against machines. And here you are, fantasizing about Russia taking on even bigger foes. Mwah! You trolls really are living in fantasy land. But in your case, it's the unhappiest kingdom of them all. The war will happen, but it's impossible that it'll ever game out the way you've all been misled into believing it will. Followed by, of course, I don't know how much more of these troll questions I can take, but while I'm enjoying it, but does NATO stand a chance in a war against Russia? I'm going to assume that Russia includes Belarus, or White Russia, their satellite state, the single satellite state they've got left. I'm also going to assume that we are discussing a conventional war. We'll also assume that Ukraine is neutral, but that all NATO members answer the call, particularly Turkey, which fields enormous armed forces. Also, if Russia invaded a NATO country that was in the EU, European Union, say Estonia, then we'd have to consider the forces of Austria, Cyprus, Ireland, Malta, and Sweden. But we won't. We can posit two scenarios. One which includes the USA just for fun, and the real one that doesn't. If we look at the size of the economies involved, NATO, including the USA, has a nominal gross domestic product of 26.4 times that of Russia plus Belarus. If we exclude the USA, then the ratio drops to 12.3 times in favor of NATO. However, if we adjust for PPP, the purchasing power parity, then the ratios become 11.4 to 1 if we include the USA, and 6.3 to 1 if we exclude it. Less favorable to NATO, but still a clear advantage. Regarding population sizes, which Americans think the Russians have an endless supply of manpower because of all the World War II propaganda.
Do you want to hear some commentary from the Reddit
tell me
of that video?
Yo, tell us.
I sent you the video. You can watch it where the drone footage shows the dude getting blown up on horseback.
Oh man, it says this page.
Bicentennial douche says, "I feel sorry for the animals. Russians, not so much."
God damn. Oh man, damn. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I really hope that footage is AI because it's rough.
No, that's instant glue. Instant glue. They used to make glue from horses for you kids out there. Oh man, Ukrainian FPV strikes against the Russian cavalry, 5th Separate Assault Brigade.
And did you notice the drone says low battery? It's like,
yeah.
Damn.
I love it. And this was in February of yesteryear. This is in February of 2025. God damn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they were that desperate at the beginning of last year. Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, thank you for that. So regarding,
well, hopefully a year of Trump helped them, man.
Yeah, there you go. That's apparently it didn't do much. Now, regarding population sizes between NATO,
and I noticed in all the comments, people are just saying, "I feel bad for the horse."
Yeah. But remember what I said. The Ukrainians figured out how not to harm the horses. So they figured out how to get the horses to throw the riders, and then they can just annihilate the Russians on the ground, or ask if they want to take a surrender. That's the Russians. If they have any brains, that just wave their arms.
Here's another comment. Yeah. There's a donkey riding a horse every day. Something new on this Russian war.
I love it. He should have said jackass. Yeah, but
literally everyone says sorry about the horse.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, thank you. It's so true.
Yeah. Oh, and this one's a good comment. He says, "When your civilization session goes wrong." So if you ever play that game Civilization.
Yeah, that's right. Go on.
It's like if you screw up, then you're stuck with cavalry against modern weapons. That's basically what's happening.
Yes, I love it. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Civilization is this addictive game where you can pretend you're a culture, and certain cultures have advantages, others don't. And because of Leonardo da Vinci, the Italians get a bonus points on helicopters. I have always loved that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. Anyhow, so if we're talking NATO versus Russia population-wise, regarding population sizes, the ratio is 6.2 to 1 in favor of NATO if we include the USA, and 4 to 1 if we exclude it. Still 4 times as many people in Europe as in Russia, all you dumb motherfuckers out there who think the Russians have an endless supply of manpower. Now, regarding the size of armed forces, including reserves and paramilitary forces, then NATO has an advantage of 1.5 to 1 if we include the USA, but is at parity 1 to 1 if we exclude it. If we were only to look at active forces, then the ratios would be 2.8 to 1 in NATO's favor with the USA, 1.7 to 1 without it. In the short term, I would predict complete chaos as NATO's 31 countries, now 32 including Bulgaria, try to sort themselves out. In other words, I'm thinking the European Union there. It's actually still 31 countries for NATO, even though Bulgaria just recently became a member of the European Union. It was always a member of NATO, well, for a while now. So in the short term, I would predict complete chaos because of, chicken shit states like Bulgaria, as NATO's 31 countries try to sort themselves out. But on the other hand,
Bulgaria is like trying to rebel against the EU right now. The people are not happy about it.
Well, fuck them. I mean, they're just too stupid to know when they've got it good, At any rate, we'll see how it pans out. On the other hand, Russia's notorious corruption and poorly maintained equipment will be causing it problems. in the medium to long term, NATO would get its act in order and inevitably prevail, inexorably, exempli gratiate, for a decade.
Why don't they just go on the offensive and just wipe them out? I mean,
I would do so if, yeah, but it's like, unfortunately, their bureaucracy just prevents that. What's going to have to happen is that Germany and France, which are the only things that really make it work, aside from Spain, believe it or not, thanks to its fascist history, Spain has got its act together and is really booming. You know, España, where Marina Seren lives, is the engine of Europe right now. Really is. I'll get to that soon enough.
oh, good.
Yeah. But, you know, but when it comes to this Russian myth, here we are, a great example. For a decade, the defense blogs and Twitter sphere have been doom posting about the S300 VM Ante 2500. They told us the Caribbean was a kill zone. They exclaimed proudly that the Su-30s would sink the American fleet before it could even reach operational range. But when that first wave of Tomahawks from the USS Gerald R. Ford, the biggest target floating on planet Earth, crossed that coastline, those Russian radars were already absolutely worthless. We didn't just erase a grid square. We dismantled a talking point. The myth of near-peer aero defense in the Western Hemisphere is dead. As I have said here before, you can watch other countries battle and say warfare has changed forever, but this is because you don't ever see what the American military can actually accomplish against a third world nation like Russia, which is all it is, upper volta with rockets. But before you start popping champagne and waving your miniature American flag, check your ego. The easy part is over. We just knocked on their proverbial door. If you want to enter another man's home uninvited, it's a whole other thing. And now it's time for the bad stuff. We spent billions perfecting a way of war that relies on 3 luxuries: seeing everything from space, talking to anyone instantly, and evacuating the wounded immediately. The moment we push past the coastline, the jungle devours all. Operation Southern Spear was a technical masterpiece. We proved that Russian hardware can't handle American software. The S-300 is effectively dead, and the United States flagship, Ford, is still prowling that goddamn coast. But don't confuse aero superiority with victory. We just kicked down the front door, but the house is a labyrinth, and the lights are out. Literally. There's no power in Venezuela, and the people are used to living in the dark, and they're what they perceive as the cold. And the enemy isn't going to fight us in the sky anymore. They're going to wait in the green, where our sensors don't work, our comms fail, and our drones are blind. We bought the aerospace for $1 billion yesterday morning. Couch change to the United States government. However, if there are any further intentions, the cost could be unbearable. It's the green hell next time. Now, before I get into the fact that this reminds me of the world economy in 2026, let's take a look at what you shared. Goddamn, look at Aristides. Hey, glad to see you. Looking good. And as for, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I shared a few things, but
yeah,
that was what I heard. The first thing I heard was how people were saying those Russian air defenses did nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing.
Thank you.
And even I was telling you yesterday, I said they couldn't even fire some flak, that black dust shit.
Yeah, not even 40s. That. Not even
Like,
that.
they just let them just fly in and fly out.
Yeah. They didn't have a choice. That Russian equipment isn't worth a good goddamn. That's
Like, I could just imagine it like huffing and puffing, and then it lets out a thing of black smoke. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you're starting a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh
and
yeah.
it doesn't work.
Yeah, they pull a string. They pull a string and it peters out. Yeah, yeah, after making some noise. I love it. Now
It just
here we
like
go.
puffs and smokes.
Yeah, Japanese telecom firms are developing technology to help people detect AI-generated voices used in telephone scams. Cool. All right.
Yeah, once again, the Japanese are saving the world.
Thank God.
One
Yes.
step at a time.
That's where we're at. Also, this is nuts. A video from Veritasium on YouTube. So this is about, what's this? The ridiculous engineering of the world's most important machine. There we are. Thank you.
Yeah, so that thing.
Love it. Look
Good
at
luck
that.
replicating that. Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my God. If you people could see this, you would think it was a science fiction set on a movie. You would think it was a science fiction. What would you call that? The prop. You would think it was a prop on a movie set. Yeah. You would think it was a prop on a movie set. It's this is.
No, it's very real, and only the Germans, the Germans and the Dutch can make it.
Thank you. That's true. That's true.
And without those platters, without those optical platters, the TSMC and all of those advanced chips could never ever be made.
Yeah.
It's absolutely a fact.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and they hold the detonators. They hold the detonators to self-destruct the machines when they don't want them falling in the wrong hands.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So
because they refuse, they sell the machine for 150 million, but they reserve all rights to all the technology and repairs and all that.
Good for them. Yeah. Good for them. By the way,
so the Dutch control the chip,
industry,
the whole chip thing.
Yeah, that way. That's their stake in it. That's their stake in it. And absolutely love it. Real Tech Geek says also Age of Empires, Creative Assembly, Total War series. Love playing those. Okay. So let's give them.
So anyone who's played those games know you don't use cavalry against robots.
But Putin's playing it. Putin's playing it in real time, and he's a fucking noob. He's a fucking noob. Tell him, Brendan. Tell him about all this.
He did the mafia side quest and then forgot about the main quest. So, he fucked himself.
Oh, I love it. All right, now, so for the world economy, 2026, I would say I can think of 3 scenarios and a dystopia. And we're likely headed towards dystopia.
Where's the eye roll emoji? Anyways, what were you saying?
I say for the world economy in 2026, I can think of 3 scenarios and a dystopia. And, we're heading towards dystopia, I fear. Now, uncertain.
So what was the first option? It's almost like it doesn't exist. I couldn't even retain it.
Just talking about the world economy right now, but let's put it this way.
Well, you said something or dystopia.
3 scenarios. 3 scenarios.
Okay.
That I can think of. Or dystopia. And we're probably headed towards dystopia. Now, uncertainty is...
Well, whatever we're at, I don't know how it doesn't qualify.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, point well taken.
How much worse?
But believe me, it can get worse. Seriously. Yeah, why haven't Trump's tariffs crashed the economy yet? Well, it's because they will. Let's put it that way.
They have. The dollar is worth nothing, and silver and gold are worth everything. That's already... It's done.
Oh, believe me, I'm on your side.
The economists don't want to scare people.
Yeah,
they're not saying it.
They're not saying it aloud. They're not saying the quiet part aloud. Yeah. I mean, believe me, I'm on your side. We stand together on this. I mean, I just want people to understand. when it comes to a real crash, I mean like a palpable, perceivable
when it becomes
crash.
manifest.
Yeah,
or,
when it becomes manifest,
like
when you
tangible, when it becomes tangible.
yeah, that's likely going to be this year, I fear. But when it comes
This
to
month.
yeah, but
Don't give people false hope. They don't got time. There's no more time left.
Yeah, I mean, true. It's bad. It's bad. Now, let's
We'll have lots of oil though.
oh yeah, won't help us worth a shit.
It'll be like instead of stone soup, it'll be petrol soup. You know?
Yeah, there you go. Petrol soup. Yeah, that's what we got. This
You think he'll get that demented that it'll be like, you know,
you're
gas
talking.
is 25 cents. How come people can't buy eggs anymore?
Yeah, yeah. No, seriously. No, he's there now. He's been there. You're talking about a president who told people to drink and inject bleach into themselves during COVID. Do you not remember that?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, he's taking aspirin. He's good. He's got this. He's qualified.
Now, to preface the economy, uncertainty is increasingly complicating economic forecasts, but all eyes are on Trump, the Ukraine, and AI. Europe's future hangs in the balance between la Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany. Now, the old joke about the profession goes that economists have predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. And like all jokes, it contains a grain of truth. Most forecasts are wrong. And major crises, like the one in 2008, catch the world off guard. Now it seems the opposite is true. The global economy has gone 15 consecutive years without a widespread recession, apart from the brief pause caused by the pandemic, despite the serious polycrisis, meaning mutual simultaneous crises, convergent, that has threatened our world economy since 2020. COVID-19 was followed by the worst inflationary surge in 40 years, which central banks combated with an abrupt increase in interest rates. The Russian invasion of Ukraine triggered a severe energy shock in Europe, and upon returning to the White House, Donald Trump declared a global trade war. And so the ship sails on. By the end of 2025, it has a similar feel to 2023 and 2024, a much better outcome than initially expected, even if its impact is uneven on the ground. According to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, global growth will maintain a cruising speed of 3%, with differences between the Eurozone at 1% and the United States at 1.9%, of course. The American stock market and global indices are at record highs, and unemployment in the developed world is at a low. The impact of the tariffs has been less than feared. So far, businesses and investors have adapted to the unstable climate after years of experience navigating all sorts of challenges, and governments in developed countries, regardless of their political affiliation, have readily implemented large stimulus and aid programs to contain the problems. They have, in a way, defied the cyclical theory that was considered a natural part of economics. Add to that exceptionally favorable liquidity conditions, and the system seems impervious to the storms. Who dares to predict a recession now? But the American imperial economy has a few skeletons in its closet. The financial frenzy surrounding AI, artificial intelligence, overshadows the sluggishness of everything else, such as the uneven distribution of growth, weak consumer spending, unemployment, which reached a 4-year high in November, and any investment outside of technology. Investments estimates for these sectors reach 8 trillion United States dollars by 2030, with no guarantee of any return on this expenditure. When it comes to AI, BlackRock rightly warns us that micro is macro, meaning microeconomics is macroeconomic in impact. The collapse will leave no one unscathed anywhere in the world. Centralized single-party state capitalist China faces its own imbalances and the significant challenge of growing with fewer exports. In the Eurozone, España maintains a healthy macroeconomic position despite the serious housing crises, but it remains to be seen whether the United Germany's industrial recovery plan will be successful and whether the Fifth French Republic's will spiral out of control due to its budgetary problems. There is also a well-founded fear of intervention by Trump that would end the Federal Reserve's independence, compromising its credibility in the fight against inflation. Visibility regarding what might happen with tariffs in 2026, as with geopolitical tensions, is non-existent. So, what's this, Brendan? Oh, help me with this. What's the latest? Here we are. Oh, Trump spurns Kremlin's Putin residence attack claims. Yeah. Russia kills 2 in Kiev. Okay, go on with this.
It's only cool when he does it. You know,
there you go.
It's not cool when someone else does it to his master.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. Holy fucking shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
Did
Trump.
you hear about when they were having the talks between Ukraine and Russia? They were trying to do some kind of negotiations, and allegedly there were these drones that attacked Putin's house.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that.
One of his residences.
So go on.
Yeah.
And let our listeners know what Putin was claiming, and he was trying to use this as a rationale to continue the war. He does not want peace.
No, but I mean, I think if this sounds like it's starting to become more corroborated.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just trolling him by sending a drone straight to his house.
I love it. Oh shit.
Like,
but didn't the Russians present some dude? The Russians presented some dude in camo as lighting a fire near Putin's home on a camera, didn't they? That's how they did it. They had some guy. That's how the Russians first presented it, right?
I'm not sure, but I saw the drone footage.
Yeah, okay. What I saw was Russian footage of some dude in the night vision camera and camo going up to the house and setting off some charges. It was a fucking joke. Yeah.
Right. And Trump must really be, he's not feeling well, because now he's saying he's gonna hit Colombia, Cuba, and Mexico. It's
there you go.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they always make fun. They always, poke at Hitler and say he's doing a multi-front war. It's like, well, I mean, like at least learn from it if that was the case.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, Trump's he's got to get it all done before he goes. He wants to wrap it all up before he dies. That's
right.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to wrap up.
And then get this: it says Maduro is to appear in U.S. court. So there you go. He doesn't have diplomatic immunity.
Oh shit. Yeah,
maybe it's the other way around. You and Sammy were talking about it.
Yeah. Well, we still have yet to see his attorneys will have to present his case, and we'll see if he gets, if he pulls
how do you even get attorneys if you get abducted?
It's that you're assigned them, and then you start feeling around and requesting. The attorney who you're assigned will ask you if you want to make connections with other people. I mean, even a just complete outsider like the blind sheikh Mohammed, what the fuck was his name? I keep thinking Mohammed bin Salman, but that's the prince of Saudi Arabia.
Prince.
What was the blind sheikh's name? Even he got this fat Jewish woman as his attorney, and she went to bat for him. She went all out. And he, you know, when he was signed to, consigned to life in prison, she was crying. And, but he comforted her, and just said, Allah's will. I mean, that guy was signed up for the duration. He knew he was, when he was involved with
Right.
what he was involved with, he didn't care, what was going to happen to him. But, at any rate, so what's this other thing you're sending me? Let's take a look at that.
Apparently, yeah, Cuban fighters were killed in these raids
Okay, Havana declares
to capture Maduro. Yeah.
There we go. Havana declares 2 days of mourning for the Cubans killed in U.S. operation to abduct Nicolas Maduro. And I'm sorry, I find it hard to have any sympathy. These are colonial soldiers, and Venezuela is Cuba's colony.
Yeah, so you want to hear what they said?
What'd they say? What'd they say?
They said they were killed while carrying out missions on behalf of the country's military at the request of Venezuela's government.
God damn. So
what were they doing? What were they doing in a compound?
They were the only
that
ones
was
fighting the
protecting the
Americans. They
president?
were the only ones fighting the Americans. That's
Yeah, it
it.
says after fierce resistance, so
Yeah.
they were the only ones fighting. Fell
Yeah.
in direct combat against the attackers. There you go.
There you go. There you go. I believe it. I believe it. Well, the Cubans, that's their colony. They were protecting their colony, and they were under the orders of their maximum dictator in Cuba to fight to the death. They had nothing to come home to. If they survived, they would have been skinned alive had they come home. So they weren't going home. And yeah, at any rate, so we're getting some input from Real Tech Geek. And what it says is this is from Zero Hedge. So, whatever. Chinese. Yeah.
Apparently Trump can't keep his mouth shut.
What'd he say?
He said on Air Force One on Sunday, he said there were lots of deaths, lots of Cubans, no deaths on our side.
But there you go. Yeah, and he can't resist.
And he's gonna do Cuba. He says Cuba's ready to fall. They're next. Yeah, he's saying shit like that. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Have at it. Now, thank you, Real Tech Geek. Real Tech Geek sent us this. Chinese social media explodes. U.S. invasion of Venezuela, a template for move on Taiwan. So there you go. It's like, here we are. I suggest using the same method to reclaim Taiwan in the future. Yeah, there you are.
You told me about this yesterday. It's just like, it's just going to open the floodgates now of World War III.
Yes, thank you. The die is cast. Yeah, tell him, Brendan. I told you that. Yeah, that's right. And tell him,
you did.
And not only that, Brendan, but did you notice that on the episode preceding the attack, in chronological order, before the attack, I put up the header for last episode as the anniversary of the Panama attack. So it's like literally 30, to the day almost, that they carried out this attack on Venezuela. And and by the way, I put that above, like I said, other things that I could have put in the header, such as Operation Bodenplatte. It was the 80th anniversary of Operation Bodenplatte, which was the Luftwaffe expansion of the Battle of the Bulge. So it's definitely I'm ahead of the curve. But it was the 36th anniversary of America's Reconquista of Panama, and I put that as the header, and it's right after that they went in to take Maduro almost 36 years later to the fucking day. It's like, are these guys on a script or what? Pretty your own opinion there, Brendan?
Yeah, it's just they have astrologers and stuff that tell them when to do this shit. It's not just random.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's some astrological reason because Mars and the Sun are together and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Starting on the 6th. Yeah. So.
Perfect. Thank
you.
They
have to kind of
do it then.
Get ready for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Strike while the iron is hot.
Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense. Thank you. Now, in terms of, shall we say, one scenario I can think of, the best scenario, we'll say, that the economy gets resilient and a little doped up. What's happening with the economy is reminiscent of the line Ilsa Lund delivers to Rick Blaine in the movie Casablanca. They're in the middle of a war. The Gestapo is after them, and she's married to someone else. But they have an affair. Quote, the world is falling apart, and we're falling in love. Unquote. Here we'll call it resilience. Although it doesn't translate in the same way to the real economy, the economy of ordinary citizens, the global situation continues to show signs of strength, and growth forecasts remain at similar levels, only slightly slower than in 2025. This is the best I can think of as a scenario for this year. Francisco Uria, Director General of the Spanish Institute of Banking and Finance at the CUNEF, the CUNEF University in Madrid. He joins the ranks of the optimists, pointing out, and here I quote his T, there are reasonable grounds for optimism. I hope the peace agreement in Ukraine will materialize, and I don't believe we can speak of an AI bubble. Aggregate public debt levels are high, but the markets are managing them, apart from the occasional scare, although it would be good to restore fiscal discipline. All of this would change if there were a geopolitical shock. He does, however, warn of widespread artificial inflation, qualifying public policies have increased spending, monetary policies maintain an expansionary bias, and markets are buoyant. All of this contributes to growth. Exempli gratiae, during the 2022 energy crises, European governments provided aid equivalent to 3% of gross domestic product, maintaining stable financial conditions and achieving lasting peace in ongoing conflicts would anchor and even improve this outlook, as would an understanding between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. In Europe, the success of the United German Program represents another upside risk, and España deserves separate comment. Considered BlackRock's preferred country in its 2026 projections report, the IBEX 35 has soared by almost 0.5%. It has become the unexpected engine of the European economy. According to the Bank of Spain, GDP will end 2025 with a 2.9% increase and will reach 2.2% in 2026. The weight of the services sector has been Dietrichonic. That's the Deutschensprecher, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, or Schlüssel, anglicized master key, as well as the nearly 100 million tourists, the massive influx of immigrants, stimulus measures, and energy management, among other factors. Javier Jimenez Diaz of the IESE Business School concludes, none of these conditions will change in 2026. Economic cycles don't die of old age, they die because something happens to them. So the consensus among economists, whether cited in this transmission or not, maintains this baseline scenario combined with, the next one I'll go into. They all urge caution regarding the global situation, which is facing a slowdown in any case. But before we go there, let's take a look at what Brendan sent. Okay, Brendan sent two more things here from Facebook. Azrael, oh Jesus, pictures of Maduro. So, Masonic ritual in plain sight. Yeah, I'll go for that. That's pretty compelling.
They gave him the first degree. That's literally what it's called.
Oh, yes, by the way, the pizza theory. This is what Aristides brought up. The Pentagon pizza theory proves true again, that when they're ordering all the pizza is when they're going to war, because otherwise they'd be in a better place where they don't need to order pizza, right? Yes, goddamn.
Yeah. Wait, what do you think that's about? It's like, like a pizza party, or are you saying they're too busy to like get all the catering they usually get?
Yeah, it's like
Kind of shit.
Aristides, he knows what he's talking about. Let's put it this way. Aristides, let's just say he's done some engineering for some defense contracts. So he knows of what he speaks.
He probably knows his pizza.
Yeah, he knows his pizza. And so it's what he said was they'd be eating good shit, if they could. They don't want to sit there ordering pizza, and they're doing that because they're stuck in a command post, post mode. So hey, I love it. It's so the Pentagon pizza theory proves true again. Actually, this was one of the factors why I put the header of the 36th memoriam of the invasion of the Panama Canal and the taking of Manny Noriega, was because I was getting all the word from my old connections that the pizza orders were astronomically up. There you go with that.
Well, here, check this out. What do you think about this? This is interesting. This
Okay.
almost parallels your experience.
Okay. Give me a second here, and
Thousands of households in Berlin might have to wait several days for power amid freezing temperatures after an outage caused by possible arson. The mayor, Kai Wegner, called the attack terrorism.
Excellent. See, unlike in San Francisco, where they should have, San Francisco, yes.
They just lied.
Yeah,
they said everything's fine. It was just a random fire for no reason.
Yeah.
On the other side of the city.
So let's put it this way: Putin keeps this up, he's going to bring Europe into the war. And as far as I'm concerned, have at it, you dumb motherfucker. Go for it. Yeah.
Oh, even Mertz said it's already terrorism. He told RBB earlier today.
Yeah. Cool.
He said a left-wing extremist group targeted critical infrastructure.
Yeah. There you go.
Including elderly people and families with young children. We have to catch the perpetrators now, Wegner said.
Excellent. Excellent. And you can bet your ass they'll trace back to Putin. But
he's left-wing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it says here, here's some interesting info. It says, the Berlin police spokesperson also said it was credible that the letter was written by a left-wing extremist group calling itself Vulkangruppe, the volcano group, as this letter had claimed.
That means
document.
You're going. What? Go on. No, go on. Continue.
The document was titled "Cutting Off the Power to the Rulers." Was received from alleged perpetrators claiming that Saturday's attack was aimed at the gas power plant in Berlin-Lichterfelde, which was successfully sabotaged. Power outages were not the target of the action, but the fossil fuel industry. Bullshit. Anyways.
Guaranteed, it's right-wingers who wrote that. It's right-wingers that are dispatched by President Putin directly. Understand this much. No left wing would attack the people because the proletariat is their base. They have to hide, as Mao Zedong said, among the people as a fish swims through the ocean. So when it comes to the right wingers, they're going to attack the people under the claim of nationalism and all this shit, but they're going to use these stupid little farcical facades, these facile notes that they'll leave that ultimately will be, of course, traced back to Putin, guaranteed. And so, eventually Putin's pushing for war. He's saying, remember he said, won't be the kind of war like conventional war. He said it himself, but he's pushing for it. Then there'll be no one left to negotiate and we'll be forced to go to war is essentially what he was saying in his, so he's pushing Europe to attack so that he can fight what he believes would look like a defensive war to the Russian people. He wants Europe to invade Russia so he can play Stalin and rally the Russian people to a second Stalingrad. Does that make sense?
Of course. Yeah, of course. But by then it would be lost cause,
Of course. Of course. He thinks the Russian people would rally. But it's we all know it's gonna blow back on him big. It's we'll get back to that, of course. That's that.
I think it's almost like they've gotten to the point where they don't feel like they can fight back or something. It's just been almost 100 years of that kind of Bolshevik, which means boot in the face kind of comment, rulership, right? Absolutely. Bolshevik means the heavy rulership. So it just screwed them up permanently.
Oh, it did. It's in their DNA now. They're how would I say it? They're beaten down.
Because I don't think the old school, like we're talking the Tsarist Russians, would totally rebel and have kicked these people out by now.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. And it's just all I can say is that Russia is going to mutate.
Oh, and another old guy just came out and said he's the Venezuela's legitimate president.
Good.
So now it's
luck.
going to be like hundreds of these people. I was voted in last week.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, that's this is going to turn into a free for all. Now, as to...
And don't worry, Trump's got it handled. He's got the chessboard and he's got the string, the wall, the pin board and the string. you have faith in him. The golden president.
The golden age. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to fix everything. He's going to put all the strings together and we'll be good.
Oh, it's a golden shower. Talk about a trickle-down effect. And we're all aging fast. So I've so far articulated the fact that a lot of economists...
He says, this is to quote Trump, we're in charge right now.
There you go. Yeah. Well, he likes to tell himself that. This might lead to the green hell I've talked about. We'll get back there. So like I said, the majority of economists are hoping for more of the same. I think it's more of a hope than a logical extrapolation. But another scenario would be if you were to ask, so more of the same, is it good or is that bad? Well, yes to everything, because it's been bad, and more of the same is not good. Was that a
rhetorical question?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's yes to everything. It's it's good if we continue with the economy like it's been going. Well, the economy's been pretty bad, so that's not too good.
The rich people are doing well.
Don't even get me started. At any rate, the scenario that I've described aforehand, already articulated, let's say it unfolds along a series of risks that, upon closer examination, reveal cracks in the momentum. Alicia Garcia Herrero, the chieftainess economist for Asia Pacific at I think it's Natixis or Natizis, Natixis. She's the senior research fellow at Bruegel as well, and she warns of the risk of inflation in these United States, as she anticipates interest rates cuts reaching as low as 3% by the end of 2026. To quote she, the Federal Reserve is going to have a difficult time. We've already heard Kevin Hassett, a potential candidate to succeed Jerome Powell at the Fed in 2026, lay the groundwork and say that lowering rates won't be easy. In Europe, the ECB executive board member Isabel Schnabel has also indicated that the next move is upward, which I don't understand because the problem we have in Europe is a very strong euro, especially against the renminbi. That's the communist Chinese domestic currency, which is the economy that is eating away at our market. Now, the market's biggest fear regarding the Fed is its own lack of credibility in the fight against price controls and its potential to bow to Trump's wishes, especially in an election year, the midterm elections being in November. Given that the president has not hesitated to directly attack this institution, well, this is a potential trigger to be taken very seriously and will only exacerbate the budgetary problems of a number of countries. For the Eurozone, France is a source of uncertainty. It will end the year with a deficit of 5.4%, compared to the 3% maximum required by Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, and has seen 5 prime ministers ousted in 2 years while trying to unblock reforms. But the United States also presents worrying figures, with a budget deficit of 5.9% for this year and interest payments that already exceed our defense budget, which is astronomical in and of itself and therefore alarming. Over the past decade, the combined public debt of advanced economies has reached its highest level since the Napoleonic Wars, and any market shock will trigger a wave of panic. By 2029, globally, it will have reached 100% of gross domestic product, our public debt, a level not seen since World War II, with some countries already exceeding that threshold, including major powers such as Italia, France, the United Kingdom, these United States, Dai Nippon Teikoku, or the Empire of Greater Japan, and Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China. So let's take a look at what our man Brendan is sending along. Trump said a possible U.S. operation in Colombia sounds good to me. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, we're in for it, baby. Tell him, Brendan. Oh, he's ready for war. Oh, man.
Well, yeah. Well, first, let's hopefully they clarify to him that Colombia, Cuba, and the other countries, they're all different countries. Like, someone's got to tell him. So that way he doesn't send everyone everywhere.
Oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. At any rate, when it comes to the economy, this brings us to the third scenario, that the tide's going out and you're asking who's swimming naked. You see, referring to various crises, Warren Buffett has repeatedly said, you only find out who's swimming naked when the tide goes out. That's what happens when the exuberance of the markets bursts and the true fundamentals of companies are exposed. The question today, with the stock market euphoria fueled by artificial intelligence, is whether we are facing a bubble, and if so, how and when it will begin to correct itself. Per Lourdes Casanovas from Cornell University in New York, I'm one of those who believes there is a bubble. The question is how it will burst, whether in an orderly fashion or as happened in 2008. The latter could cause many problems because the stock market is central to the United States. Well, you can bet that bubble will burst and the United States will burst right along with it. Now, an orderly weeding out would keep large companies afloat and remove those most bloated by liquidity from the market, but the effects would be felt throughout the rest of the world nonetheless. BlackRock warns in its report that the credit market is entering a tighter phase this year. Paul de Grave of the London School of Economics also sees the bubble, himself so noting, the correction will come. Will it be in 2026? In 2 years? In 3? We don't know, but depending on its severity, it could lead to a recession. In his view, uncertainty surrounding Washington's international policy constitutes another potential source of problems that could lead to, well, what we could call degrowth, but one that is very difficult to predict. In Europe, he highlights the trois clashing forces in the new United Germany, the need for its industry to adjust versus the government's plan, announced last summer, to issue 850 billion euros in debt by 2029 for defense and infrastructure investments. Per Raymond Torres, the director of macroeconomics and international analysis at the Spanish think tank FUNCAS, for the first time in 100 years, nothing is set in stone. The key lies in what happens in the United States. Spain has little exposure to that risk, but there is a problem with business investment. As Buffett said, if the tide goes out, that's what we'll see. A dystopia. 'Cause hell has its variations. In this one, we must consider an uncontrolled bursting of the AI bubble and, to the whirlwind that is the Trump maladministration, add a couple of geopolitical shocks. Warning that the dollar's role as a safety net will no longer function as it once did, given its recent weak performance, Gita Gopinath, the former deputy managing well, managing directoress of the IMF, and now a professoress at Harvard, has made some unsettling calculations for The Economist magazine. A correction of the same magnitude as the dot-com bubble will wipe out 20 trillion United States dollars of American household wealth, equivalent to 70% of our gross domestic product. And losses for foreign investors will amount to 20% of the rest of the world's gross domestic product. That's so mind-boggling. You can't even conceive of it with mental visualization. There's no models that will do it justice. Jorge Cecilia, the chief economist at BBVA, summarily warns that growth has been very widespread with little productivity. What worries me most about the world we are heading towards is the total uncertainty. The international rules that have governed the economy for 60 years no longer apply. The effects of all these shocks on GDP have ultimately offset each other, but that doesn't mean there aren't many scars. The most dangerous crises are those triggered by some kind of financial accelerator. In the case of a 30% stock market crash or the collapse of a U.S. bank, the contagion is immediate. Governments must then decide whether to let the system adjust and purge itself, or whether the damage could be far greater and try to stop it. Credit and consumption would suffer in either case. In an even more adverse scenario, economists also point to the Communist Chinese Empire of the East's invasion of my Taiwan. The Dietrich, or in the Deutschen Sprache, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as Meister Key. It's the Dietrich to the all-powerful microchip industry. My Taiwan. And an escalation of tensions in the hell awaiting behind Venezuela's green curtain. Which means the lack of political stability could be a deal breaker. Some increase in Venezuela's oil production could happen fairly quickly with more financial support and improved management, but the Trump maladministration's plans to jumpstart the industry will be difficult. It took nearly 2 decades, over 20 years, to revitalize Iraq's oil industry after the American imperial invasion, though corruption and mismanagement remain pervasive. And ultimately, if it's unclear who is in charge in Venezuela, oil companies will have concerns over the long-term viability of their contracts. According to an analysis by Wood Mackenzie, an energy consultancy, no one's going to start investing on the ground in a place where there's no legal contract and viable permission to operate, or if there's concerns about political stability and violence. In other words, Venezuela is unlikely to see any meaningful boost to crude output for years, even if United States oil majors do invest the billions of dollars in the country that Trump has promised. It's another Iraq. Which brings us back to the downside of Trump's Venezuela op and Maduro snatch. But before that, Brendan, okay, what's going on? What's the latest? Wow, this is a lot. Let's take a look. In the news, Substack.com. Submissive Trump's comments read like a script from Netanyahu. Even the Israeli newspaper says that. Holy shit. Yeah, U.S. President Donald Trump, who's delivered for his pro-Israel donors, parroted what seemed like a script that could have been written for him by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu when he addressed reporters outside Mar-a-Lago with the Israeli by his side on Monday. And this is from Haaretz. Thank you. Let's take a look at what Brendan just said. He's got some new messages here from him. Oh, cool. Oh.
Yeah, just some jokes. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, click the Facebook link and then read read the photo and it'll make sense.
Okay, yeah. Dirty deeds done cheap. Yeah, this can't be good. This is JoJo, of course.
Yeah.
And let's take
That's the president. So in Steel Ball Run,
yeah.
that's the president of the United States that they have to fight against, and he's like evil and shit.
Oh, there you go.
And he has a stand called Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, and then someone put Trump's face on him.
Love it. Okay, that makes sense. So here we are. Trump says triumphal arch construction just 2 months away, and that's in Washington.
It's like he like pre-did the thing before the war. It's like that's supposed to be after you win.
Yeah. Yes. He prepared it from
you don't
before.
pre-order it.
Yeah.
You don't pre-order it.
Well, you do when you're when you're engaged in conspiracy to wage war. Yes, that's yeah. Which is what they accuse the Nazis of. So we've got.
And just as an aside on the funny Valentine thing, that's the JoJo character's name, the president.
Yeah.
Someone said, you can't. That's an insult to Funny Valentine.
Yeah, that's true. I like
Trump's face on him.
Yeah, it is an insult to that poor dear. So
the fictional president of the United States. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's an insult to the fictional president. I get it. Yeah. Now look at this shit. The BRICS naval exercise.
Oh, I bet you love that.
And Will for Peace. Yeah, go on.
You see the website where this website is sourcing from?
Oh, Top War. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you see the address, the web address?
topwar.ru. Oh, Russia. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. The BRICS naval exercise.
They're on top of war already.
Yeah, they're right. That's for sure. The BRICS naval exercise, Will for Peace 2026, will be commanded by a Chinese admiral. Of course. It's just an extension of the communist.
And listen to this.
Go on.
It says personnel from Russia, China, South Africa, Iran, and Ethiopia will participate, and the Indonesian Navy.
Oh, delight! Delightful.
That sounds like a
clusterfuck.
Strong force.
Yeah, clusterfuck if ever there was one. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Trump.
Oh, this is their flex. South African Navy has 3 diesel-electric submarines. 2 minesweepers. I mean, this is like something you scrape out of the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
2 minesweepers, a couple frigates, and patrol boats. It's like, okay, this is bad.
Yeah. Oh man. It's like that Chinese admiral's going to be shaking his head.
I like this part.
Yeah.
I like this part. Reports indicate India refused to participate. And then it says New Delhi's position has not changed. Like they kept asking them.
There you go. Yeah, of course they would. And so I see it now. The Trump stand. Yeah, there we are. The work of the enemy stand. It's perfect. Seriously,
dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
Yeah, there you go. And it's appalling. And yet it's so true to source. Honestly. Well,
once again, Iraqi predicted it. It's like
yes.
He made that series was done in like before Trump became president. It was like 2016,
That's
2015.
True. Yeah.
When he made that character, and then now we're here. So it's like he's like precognitive or something.
Yeah. Oh well, he's in tune with the timeline. He's attuned to the timeline. And I myself am in a different way. Yeah,
I love this website. Yeah. It's so beautiful. You got to go to the main page.
Oh, I'm afraid to. Jesus Christ.
And scroll down. It says the return of the hydrofoil, and it's like that's their weapon.
Oh, delightful. Let's take a look.
It's a hovercraft. It's like a hovercraft boat. It would just get sniped out of the water.
So I go to news. Is that the homepage? Would be news or what?
I just clicked on the little icon that says Top War, and it just took me to this main page.
Okay. So the Titans lost. This is what I get. So I'll do a screen share here so you can see.
Yeah, and then scroll down a little bit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So here we go. I'm doing a screen share.
3/4 of the way down.
Yeah. So economy, and then
you'll see that ugly yellow thing.
Ugly. Well, first off, I like how this is not a survival game for kids like this. Do you get this, or is it just me because of what I search for or something? You know, it's like, anyhow.
The ads are
There we
probably
are. The return of the hydrofoil. Jesus Christ. Okay,
yeah,
just so
that's what they're
people
bringing back. Yeah.
just so people understand the logic, the hydrofoil is a undeveloped technology, or rather underdeveloped. It was never pursued. It was never really pursued. But the United States, for a period of time, floated the fastest ship in the world. And the idea was that this would render carriers and many ships obsolete because it would be based on speed, where a hydrofoil riding on its razor-thin blade above the waves would drop off a missile, basically a nuclear torpedo that could sink a carrier and just turn around and, avoid the mushroom cloud. This is not a bad idea, and it's not a obsolete concept, but the Russians, obviously, this is not capable of that. This is not like what the United States had, which was a baby that was on a single fin, like an inverted shark's fin. This is obviously, like, what I'm looking at is basically the kind of thing that takes people from across the Mediterranean. Tourists. It's like a tourist.
Yeah.
This is like a tourist ship for the Mediterranean, okay? This is like, they might think of it as a personnel carrier, but...
it's got a tire on it. Like,
yeah.
What is that?
Oh yeah, it's got tires. Yeah, that's probably so lifesavers for when everybody sinks, they can grab onto something theoretically.
It's in Russian. It's in Russian. The blueprint is in Russian. Do you see that?
Yeah. Well, of course. Yeah. That's well, it's just some scientific physics points they're making, but yeah. But these are like, look at that. See this multi-seating? This is tourist shit.
Yeah.
This is tourist shit. So they're talking about the return. Well, this is not geared towards combat. See, look at this. This is not geared.
Oh, so yeah, they had to scrap it and change it.
Yeah.
So it is a tourist boat. Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, this is a tourist boat.
Look at the engine. The engine's like out of World War II.
Of course,
like
dude.
Steel flatheads.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean,
they're pretty impressive engines.
Yeah. No, they are. They are. They're beautiful looking engines. Yeah, I wouldn't want nothing to do with them myself, but yeah, they're yeah. But yeah, these are just the see, this one's
so
the
they're
engine.
Basically going to use them for tourism. Yeah,
yeah. But who tourists? Who's the fucking tourists? Chinese? I mean, what a fucking joke. I mean, it's like
people in Italy, Greece, places where there are islands.
Yeah, you mean they think they might sell them, but they're not selling to Western Europe. They're trying to start a war with Europe. You get what I'm saying, right? I mean, what's the economic environment? Did they feel that, they're going to win the war and we're going to sell this shit to people? I mean, you get what I'm saying, right?
Good luck. I mean,
yeah.
Not much, yeah.
Yeah. So, at any rate.
Well, I'm getting some messages. It says, pretty bad mistake for the U.S. on an international stage. Our face has been lost.
Who said this? Yeah. Who said that?
This was some people we know that.
Okay.
Oh,
got it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for your input. Yeah, thank you for your input. To them, I'm saying. At any rate, to roll it all up tonight, and we've had great numbers throughout the night. Want to thank everybody for participating. Basically, Trump set a devastating precedent in Venezuela. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires now assume they can do the same in Europe and Asia. By attacking Venezuela, seizing its presidente, and promising to run the country indefinitely, all without any congressional or United Nations authorization, the United States President Donald Trump has shredded what little is left of international norms and opened the way to new acts of aggression from American imperial rivals, Red China, and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire on the world stage. In return, Trump achieved nothing in the way of stopping narcotics flow into these United States, even as he asserts what he calls the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine in his new national security strategy, which aims to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere. as if it had ever left. Well, it's true that much of the world, and by most accounts, a majority of Venezuelans, did not see Presidente Nicolás Maduro as legitimate, and Maduro has been indicted in the United States on charges of being a drug trafficker. Trump has now set a potentially devastating precedent. Beijing and Moscow will decide to act in similar fashion against regional leaders whom they deem to be threats, especially the Ukraine and my own Taiwan, all without worrying about the legitimacy of such actions. In a statement, the Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Warner, the vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, said, "If the United States asserts the right to use military force to invade and capture foreign leaders it accuses of criminal conduct, what prevents China from claiming the same authority over Taiwan's leadership? What stops Russian dictator Vladimir Putin from asserting similar justification to abduct Ukraine's president? Once this line is crossed, the rules that restrain global chaos begin to collapse, and authoritarian regimes will be the first to exploit it." Now, at a news conference held yesterday announcing what he called one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history, Trump made clear that his goal was regime change and even long-term American imperial occupation. This in spite of the maladministration's repeated denials that this was his goal. Trump ran for president in 2024 on a platform of avoiding such interventions. Now, hours after the United States military captured Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro, President Trump made it clear that the United States operation is about, at least in part, control of Venezuela's oil. Not denying suggestions from reporters during a press conference held yesterday that this could require years, Trump said, "We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition." In a haunting echo of similar claims made more than 12 decades ago before the American imperial invasion of another oil-rich nation, Iraq, Trump said that any American costs would be reimbursed by money coming out of the ground. In other words, Venezuelan oil. Trump adding that American oil companies will now be sent in to fix things and restore American property that he contends was confiscated, as well as make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. We're going to be taking a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela. We're going to have our very large U.S. oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. The capture of Maduro and Trump's comments come at a time when even a country like Venezuela, with one of the biggest oil resources in the world, isn't a sure bet for attracting major oil companies. Many oil companies have been bruised by their past experiences operating in that country. The global oil market is currently facing an oversupply. Oil prices are below $60 a barrel, and long-term projections for oil demand are unclear as the world shifts to more electric vehicles. Trump promises to run the country and make its way for American imperial oil companies in Venezuela. However, there's a long history of American imperial interventions, in Latin America and the Middle East, not going well. Before I turn towards that. Okay, what's the latest from Brendan? Let's take a look at his new messages here. See if I responded to some of the earlier ones. All right, here we go. What's this, Brendan? Oh, ha ha ha ha. Baron Trump Harkonnen after taking Venezuela oil from Maduro. Oh, that's delightful.
Some stupid meme.
That's
he becomes like the Dune House Harkonnen guy.
yeah, the Dune Worm. No, that's House
Yeah.
Harkonnen. That's right. House Harkonnen was different from the Dune Worm. The Dune
Yeah.
Worm was A380s. The heir to the prophet.
Yeah, that was the hero.
Yeah.
The Muad'Dib and all that.
Yeah.
But
Some
no,
hero,
Trump
a
is
fucking worm.
House Harkonnen. He's
Yeah.
just corrupt and shit. And just
Yeah. There you
like
go.
a giant bubble.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay. So you've heard what I've articulated. Granted, Venezuela has enormous oil reserves, but now produces a fraction of what it used to. Venezuela was once one of the biggest global oil producers and was one of the main founders of the OPEC. In fact, it was the founding member of OPEC, the organization.
Oh shit! What? Yeah. So what happened to OPEC? It's toast now. Holy shit.
Well, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or the Oil Exportation Cartel, still exists. It's called OPEC Plus for Russia, because Russia's part of it now as an honorary member. It still exists, but it's not united as a front. Let's put it that way. It's not a united
I thought
front.
Venezuela was part of it.
Venezuela is the founding member. Venezuela is the founding member of OPEC. Yeah, it's a group of the world's biggest oil producers, whose decisions actually help to determine global oil prices. And Venezuela.
I like their background. It says September 1960, founded in Baghdad, Iraq, headquartered in Wien, Österreich. Yeah, there you go.
Damn. Okay, send that to me. Send that to me if you would be so kind.
Oh, just the facts about it. Yeah.
Yeah, the link there on too. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves of oil in the world, according to OPEC. So OPEC's very, it's still very much a part of OPEC. It was the founding member state, but it's also part of a communist alliance of nations known as ALBA. And while the country, even though OPEC vouches for its founding member, yet while the country was producing more than 3 million barrels a day a few decades ago, today Venezuela produces only about 1 million barrels a day, or roughly 1% of all global output. The United States produces about 13 million barrels a day. That's 13 times as much as Venezuela. Much of Venezuela's oil went to refineries in the United States. Now, much of it goes to communist China on the Asian mainland. That's why the only person to really lose out of all of this is communist China. We'll get back to that. They're verifying my device. There we are. OPEC, Wall Street Journal. Thank you. Of course, it's behind a fucking paywall, but, I'll deal with that later. So they were showing the... okay, thank you for this. Appreciate the link. Now, just for our listeners, not all crude oil is the same. You're saying good night? Okay, so tell us good night verbally if you would be so kind. Or good morning. It's after midnight now. Okay, so let us know, dear Brendan.
Yes, good night and good morning.
Yeah.
I will be carrying on with my duties. Yes.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well and guard your health. Pace yourself. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
You as well. All right.
Bye for now. All right. That's dear Brendan and our co-producer. So, not all crude oil is the same. Some oil is physically lighter and easier for refineries to process. Venezuela's oil is heavy and dense and requires special refineries. Burning any type of oil contributes to climate change, but Venezuela's oil is among the dirtiest oils in the world to produce when it comes to global warming. I mean to say. And it's global warning about global warming that was provided to myself by Patient Mahdavi, the associate professor of political science at the University of California, Santa Barbara, when I asked about this on behalf of the lessons I was providing for the Blood Boys about this very phenomenon. So I do want people to understand the gravity of the situation. This is it's like coal. You know, when the kid calls Trump and says, I'm afraid of getting coal in my stocking. And Trump starts saying, coal's good. Coal is good. Anyhow, that's where everyone's salvos are missing clearly. And we have here a case of miscommunication. Venezuela owes the United States oil companies billions. That's a fact. United States oil companies like Chevron began drilling in Venezuela about 100 years ago and played a key role in developing the country's oil sector. But around 2004 to 2007, Francisco Monaldi, the director of the Latin America Energy Program at the Center for Energy Studies at Rice University, has related that then Presidente Hugo Chavez basically forcefully renegotiated contracts with international oil companies. In other words, he pretty much nationalized the industry and stole private property from the people who developed his nation's economy. ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips left the country in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, died, and then took the Venezuelan government to international arbitration courts. The courts ordered Venezuela to pay ConocoPhillips over $10 billion and ExxonMobil over $1 billion. Venezuela has only paid a fraction of those sums to ExxonMobil and to ConocoPhillips. Gerald Kepes, president of Competitive Energy Strategies and Energy Consultancy in Washington, D.C., confirms that Chevron, however, stayed in Venezuela, although they didn't like it. Chevron today produces about a quarter of Venezuela's oil. In response to the news of Maduro's capture, Chevron spokesperson Bill Turin said that Chevron remains focused on the safety and well-being of our employees, as well as the integrity of our assets. We continue to operate in full compliance with all relevant laws and regulations. Trump has said that Venezuela has stolen American imperial investment in the country's energy sector. And in this case, he's not lying. So will United States oil companies return? Venezuela is what the oil industry calls a brownfield, meaning it's well established and oil companies have a fairly good idea of what they will find when they drill. For companies like ConocoPhillips, returning to Venezuela could be an opportunity to recoup some of the billions owed to them by the government. Now, ConocoPhillips spokesperson Dennis News wrote, ConocoPhillips is monitoring developments in Venezuela and their potential implications for global energy supply and stability. It would be premature to speculate on any future business activities or investments. And ExxonMobil did not respond to my request for comment. Still, this isn't the best time to add to the global oil supply. There's currently a worldwide glut of oil. Because Venezuela's oil is particularly bad for the climate, that makes it even less attractive for European oil companies with climate objectives, climate ceilings, if you will, on their emissions. Now, add to that the fact that Venezuela's neighbor is a rising oil star, because right next door to Venezuela is Guyana, a country that recently discovered over 10 billion barrels of oil and is a key emerging player in the international oil industry. Guyana's oil is lighter than Venezuela's, less polluting, and has lower taxes than Venezuela. There's also no national oil company at all in Guyana as there is in Venezuela. As the aforecited Monaldi would say, all that makes for Guyana to be one of the most attractive oil places in the world. While ExxonMobil is no longer in Venezuela, it is a major player in Guyana. For years, Venezuela and Guyana have had a territorial dispute that has also been related to oil rights. Last March, Venezuelan vessels entered Guyanese territorial waters, approaching offshore oil vessels belonging to ExxonMobil. So, As Monalde would say, without a doubt, with the changing regime, Guyana should feel more secure. Asked if the occupation would involve United States troops, Trump himself said, "We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to." In other remarks Saturday, the president also suggested that he could soon move militarily against Mexico and Colombia, telling reporters that Colombian Presidente Gustavo Petro has to watch his ass. And speaking to Fox News, Trump said that despite his good relations with La Mexicano Presidentress Claudia Sheinbaum, she's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. Adding that something's going to have to be done with Mexico. It is noteworthy that more than 12 decades ago, President George W. Bush's invasion and occupation of Iraq was seen as an enormous blow to the legitimacy of international law. Indeed, Putin has cited it as a justification for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yet even in that case, the Bush administration sought United Nations Security Council authorization, while Trump and his team have not even bothered to do so. Thus, combined with Trump's military strike against Iran last summer, also done without United Nations or congressional authorization, this latest action, this misaction, could be seen as the Trumpian hammer blow to the frail husk of international law that remains. William Wohlforth, an international relations expert at Dartmouth University, has attested that Trump's misaction weakens the already compromised U.S. ability to credibly make arguments about rules concerning use of force in international politics, which is zero cost to this administration since it does not care about such things. To quote Harold Koh, an expert in international law at Yale and former legal advisor to the State Department, a lawless administration has reached a new low. Trump has boldly violated the UN Charter with no valid claim of self-defense and engaged in an illegal extraterritorial arrest that will be vigorously contested in U.S. court. And in a statement, the French Foreign Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot, attested that the American imperial operation contravenes the principle of non-use of force that underpins international law. Other responses from American imperial allies were muted. The European Union Foreign Policy Chieftainess Kaja Kallas, writing on X that the EU views Maduro as lacking legitimacy, while calling for restraint, while saying that the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected. Shortly after Trump announced his attack in a post on Truth Social, the United States Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi wrote on X that Maduro and his wife, Celaya Flores, will now face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts after being indicted in the Southern District of New York. Bondi wrote that Maduro was charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. It being noteworthy that only hours before United States Special Operations Forces descended on his home in Caracas in the dead of night, as Trump himself described it, Maduro met with Qiu Xiaoqi, the Chinese Communist government special representative for Latin American affairs, at the Miraflores presidential palace. This is a blow to the Communist Chinese Empire of the East. A shift in Venezuela's exports will come largely at the expense of Communist China on the Asian mainland, which became the main importer of Venezuelan oil after Trump imposed sanctions on the country's energy industry in 2019. According to data from analytics firm Kepler, 中国人民共和国 the People's Republic of China accounted for more than half of Venezuela's crude exports of 768,000 barrels per day yesteryear. Trump suggested yesterday that market Leninist China will continue to receive some Venezuelan oil under a United States-led government in Caracas, but that amount is likely to be limited. According to Reuters estimates, around 2/3 of Chicom oil imports from Venezuela go to independent refineries known as teapots that are willing to flout sanctions in order to purchase the crude at sharp discounts. However, if sanctions are lifted, oil would be sold at international prices, removing the incentive for these buyers altogether. The remaining 1/3 of current oil exports to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate goes towards repayments of Caracas's heavy debts to Beijing. It is unclear if this trade would continue, as the oil is probably delivered at or near production costs, far below market prices. Ultimately, the direction of travel for the bulk of Venezuela's crude volumes is clear. The American empire is a far more natural market than Zhongguo, mainland China, due to geographic proximity, making freight costs significantly lower. According to Reuters estimates, if the bulk of the current Venezuelan exports to Communist Chinese teapots gets redirected to these United States, the latter's imports could increase by more than 200,000 barrels per day within months of this action, more than doubling American imperial purchases based on 2025 export levels. Thus, according to a statement from Beijing's foreign ministry, China fiercely condemns this attack, saying, "Such hegemonic behavior by the United States seriously violates international law." Referring to the district court where Maduro was indicted, Ryan Berg, the head of the Americas program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, has gone on record to say, their argument is that this regime has no legitimacy, and the only legitimization they need is the Southern District of New York. I'm told Chinese diplomats were still in Caracas when the attack happened. I think Trump is really serious about extending U.S. dominion over the Western Hemisphere. What has Trump possibly gained in return? The ostensible reason for the Maduro operation, that he is an indicted drug trafficker responsible for pouring gigantic amounts of narcotics into the American mainland, as Trump described it yesterday, doesn't hold up against the facts. Trump claims most of those drugs come from a place called Venezuela, but based on U.S. drug enforcement data compiled by the Congressional Research Service, Venezuela is responsible for only a minuscule amount of the heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl imported into these United States. Exempli gratiae, more than 85% of heroin analyzed by United States agencies originates from Mexico, and only about 4% is from South America as a continent, while most of the cocaine still comes from Colombia. It's possible, of course, that a United States orchestrated transition in Venezuela could benefit the country, especially if opposition leaders Maria Corina Machado, the winner of the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize, and her designated candidate Edmundo Gonzalez, who is believed to have soundly beaten Maduro in the 2024 presidential election, is probably the old man that Brendan saw, are able to take his power. Even so, Trump has dismissed the idea of working with the Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado on a political transition for Venezuela. Yesterday, Trump dampened any expectations of such an outcome, saying, "I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within, the country. Aside from that, she's a bitch." Well, he didn't say that last part, but that goes unspoken. The closest precedent to Trump's misaction may well have been former President George H.W. Bush's, the senior's, decision to send United States troops in to capture dictator Manuel Noriega in Panama in 1989, which later helped promote stability in that country, though it never did alter the stakes of the United States' drug crisis. But history presages more pitfalls than promising outcomes will ensue. Nearly every American imperial military intervention in Latin America, going back at least to the Bay of Pigs in 1961, has ended in fiasco, with no real benefit to Washington. And it hasn't really mattered whether the issue was Cold War communism or post-World War III narcotics. Indeed, the last clear, if ugly, American imperial success in region may have been the Spanish-American War of the late 19th century. In 1954, the CIA-backed overthrow of Guatemala's elected government created decades of civil war and instability. The Bay of Pigs disaster, President John Fitzgerald's failed coup d'etat, or literal stroke of state, against the Cubano dictator Fidel Castro, helped lead to the Cuban Missile Crisis. In 1973, a United States-supported coup d'etat against Presidente Salvador Allende in Chile opened the way to Augusto Pinochet's brutal 17-year dictatorship and did permanent damage to the reputation of then Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. President Ronald Reagan's 1980s intervention against the Sandinistas ended in the Iran-Contra scandal and another civil war. Beyond that, repeated interventions in Haiti, going back to President Woodrow Wilson in 1915, then Presidents Bill Clinton in 1994, with Operation Uphold Democracy, and George W. Bush 10 years later, have only produced more instability, leading to such vicious gang violence that Haitians can't even hold elections. And Washington spent billions on Plan Colombia, including a large amount of military assistance, only to decertify Bogota, the company, the capital of Colombia, in September for failed and ineffective counter-narcotics policies. As for Venezuela itself, a United States-supported coup d'etat backfired against then-Presidente Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias in 2002. His hand-picked successor was Maduro. So, one intervention against Chavez led to an intervention against his successor. Maduro, does the cycle of violence ever end? It ends with your spreading the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is the only man who can bring a stop to the madness. Spread the word. The son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and ready to solve your problems. Have people tune in, and they'll find out. And support me financially. That goes sans saying. Very well. With that, if anyone wants to enter anything into the chat, do so now, or forever hold your peace. We're going to give a few seconds to make sure everything loads up. See if anyone else wants to speak. And with that, best wishes to all, and to all, a grand morning. Join us on Wednesday. We'll be back, same time, same place. Oh, Amor Fadi says thank you for a great transmission. God bless you, young man, and keep you. May you be maintained in good health. He sends, I send all my love and support. Most blessed be. Hugs to you, young man. Maintain your health in the coming year. And with that, giving a few seconds to make sure his commentary uploads, we'll end our live stream. He says, I've been spreading the word about you lately more than ever. Goddess bless you. Thank you so very much. And it's appreciated. Hugs to you, he says. And in return, my dear man, here's a click of the elbows for you, along with our victory sign. Remember that one poor guy? I gave him a click of the elbows emoji, and he freaked out. What's this shit? 2 butts! I was like, dude, see a counselor about those invasive thoughts. And with that, we're ending stream. Great numbers, great people. Let's hope it's a great year ahead.